This is Audible.
Fake Roommate, written by Rebel Hart, narrated by Selena Saucedo and Roman Howell for HG Productions. Copyright 2020 by Rebel Hart. Chapter 1. Nina. Unlike most students, I was glad the summer was over. I was finally 18. I was finally out of high school. And, most importantly, I was finally at Presper University. After having the college and its amazing journalism program on my radar for most of my high school career, it was finally move-in day, and I couldn't be more excited. "Honey, where do you want this?" I turned around and looked at Harriet, my stepmom, awkwardly holding a box of my trinkets from home. Despite the beads of sweat dripping down her chocolate skin and dampening the edges of her golden curly hair, she had a bright smile on her face. "Anywhere is fine," I responded. "It looks heavy. Why didn't you let Dad carry it up?" She set the box down on the dorm room's provided desk with a dull thud. "Because he said it was too heavy for me." I laughed. Ah. Harriet had always been that sort of person. If you tell her she can't do something, she'll do it twice to prove you wrong. My dad proposed marriage to her just 3 short months after he and my mom announced their divorce. They were married within a month of the divorce being finalized. I blamed her for a long time for ruining my parents' marriage. But life has a funny way of teaching important lessons. Harriet wrapped her arm around my shoulder. "So, are you excited for your big journalism debut?" I don't think starting college can be considered one's debut. If I land my internship, then I'll be making my big debut. "And you will," Harriet replied. "With your skills and all of the tools I beat into you, you're gonna clean house." Harriet had also been my high school mentor and the teacher that headed up the school newspaper and yearbook committee. I first met her when I was 13 and thought she was the most amazing person I'd ever met. Suffice to say, I was shattered when I found out she was having an affair with my dad. One that most likely started when they met because of me. It turned my world upside down, learning that someone I looked up to had willingly participated in something that would go on to divide my family. But after Harriet and my dad were married, I could see that my dad was the happiest he'd ever been. Not in all of the memories that I had of my parents had either of them ever seemed as happy as my dad and Harriet did when they were together. Did I agree with my dad's method? No. But I eventually made my peace with that and grew to love Harriet again. My dad was happy, and that made me happy. I hope so. I can't apply until next year. So this year is all about stacking the deck. I explained. I'm starting with the dean's list. Harriet gave me a squeeze. That's my girl. Always so goal-orientated. She gets that from her dad. My dad came in grunting and groaning his way around the corner with boxes stacked high in his arms. I got my brown hair and gray eyes from him. And given that he was only a few centimeters taller than I was, he looked like a male me walking through the door, apart from the tips of my hair that were dyed purple. When his hair was pulled back into a bun, and he had his glasses on instead of his contacts, I was his spitting image. Dad! I took the top box off and set it on my bed. Why?
Hey, your old man is strong.
He nearly toppled as he tried to set the remaining boxes down on the floor. He stood up with a huff.
See?
Harriet shook her head. You're gonna be complaining about your back for the next 3 days. My dad waved his hand at Harriet, and then looked at me.
When's your mom coming?
Tomorrow, I replied. She wanted to come today, but... An awkward silence fell over the room. In spite of the more horrific way their marriage came to an end, my parents had maintained a very good relationship. Further proof that they really just weren't meant to be married. But when Harriet was involved in something, my mom wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Well, we can go so that she can come today.
My dad responded.
I can call her when we leave.
I shook my head. It's okay. Actually, you guys shouldn't feel the need to stick around. Sydney should be here soon. And I think I'm gonna pick up my books and stuff from the student union. You've fed me and moved me in. I think I'm good. My dad opened his arms, and I left Harriet's side to walk into them.
You sure?
Yeah, Dad. I'm good. He kissed the top of my forehead. Thank you for everything. He patted my back.
All right, Pumpkin. Well, we're only 30 minutes away, so call if you need anything. You've got some money in your account, and don't waste quarters on laundry. We'll just do weekly runs.
I laughed. Okay, Dad. I pulled myself from his hold. Go, go! I'll be okay. He looked down at me, and I could see his eyes glistening. I pointed up at him. Don't. You've already cried so much. Just go. I made a sweeping motion with his hands. Go. Go enjoy an empty nest.
Fine. I love you.
I love you too. I gave both my dad and Harriet a final round of hugs and goodbyes, and then let out a sigh of relief when they were finally out the door. I checked the time and saw it was 1:30 in the afternoon. I spent about an hour unpacking my boxes and getting my computer set up on my desk. Then, I slung my purse over my shoulder, grabbed my keys, and left the dorm. Presper University wasn't a massive school, but it was big enough to feel comfortable with a student population of around 4,000. It was arranged hub-style, with the administrative building situated right in the center of the campus, and 4 towers that contained dorms to the north, south, east, and west. The different academic buildings formed a ring between the living towers and the admin building, and there were 2 student-centric locations in the northeastern and southwestern corners of the campus. The Student Union in the northeast, and the Student Gathering Hall in the southwest. I lived in the eastern tower, which meant I was located particularly close to the Student Union. A good thing, considering about half of my new professors were still relying on physical books for their courses. The Student Union was a large, white stone building with tall pillars in front and the school's color scheme, burgundy and gold, hanging in sashes along the roof and in banners down the front. Students were flowing in and out in a steady stream, and I breathed in the energy of a new chapter of my life as I approached. College was a turning point for me, one I couldn't wait to get started on. It wasn't as if I had an overly unlikable high school experience. But as a staunchly undramatic person, I'd somehow become best friends with one of the school's more dramatic-fueled individuals, earned the disapproval of her former best friend, and managed to develop unrequited feelings for a guy who often said he considered me a sister. The 2.0 of being friend-zoned. Sibling-zoned. For someone who tried so severely to avoid attention, I'd found myself at the center of a lot, and was excited about the change. The only thing I allowed to follow me from high school was Sydney. She was going to be my roommate, and even though she spent our entire senior year of high school talking about how she couldn't wait to leave the small town we lived in, Logan, Utah, she randomly decided after the freshman preview night for Presper University to attend the school with me as well. I was confused, though excited. I was beyond welcoming of the opportunity to take Sydney out of the environment that fostered her thirst for drama. We could just grow as friends while we lived together at college. I'd set 3 goals for myself, and they were rigid. 1, I was going to graduate on the dean's list, an exclusive honor only for students with the highest grades. 2, I was going to secure an internship at Logan's premier media company to jumpstart my career early. 3, I was going to forget all about Kai, the guy I'd been infatuated with for way too long. The last of these, though the least academic, was also important to me. I hadn't had my first kiss, and I hadn't given away my virginity. I was excited to finally move on and experience all of the rites of passage I'd held on to, as I hoped I could give them to a man who was never interested. I walked into the student union with a smile on my face. I'd been there once before, when Presper University held a preview night to try and inspire students to attend. But now, it was all decked out with welcome material and overly excited upperclassmen greeting the new students. The bookstore at the back of the main hall had a large line with students waiting to get their books. The amazing smells of food being cooked in the union's upstairs dining hall surrounded the space, and everyone seemed just as excited as I was to start their new adventure. I sifted through the sea of students, dodged some upperclassmen trying to shove brochures for clubs into my face, and made my way to the back of the line for books. My phone buzzed in my hand, and I looked it down. It was a text from Sydney. She'd finally made it to the dorm, and was there unpacking and waiting. We started a bit of a back-and-forth conversation that was interrupted when I heard my name. Nina? I looked up, and my heart dropped into my stomach. Making his way toward me, with a smile on his face, a sparkle in his blue eyes, his long, black hair falling down the sides of his face in waves, and his naturally tanned skin shining, was none other than Kai Kalai. He was 6 feet 2 inches of beautiful Hawaiian god. He was athletic, so he always had a well-chiseled, well-toned body, and full, thick arms that exuded strength. I first met him when he moved from Hawaii to Utah, after his mother was relocated for work. All the girls in our school liked him, but he had something of an affinity for me. We always palled around together, and even though he was very popular, he always found time to greet me or stop for a conversation. He nearly knocked the whole school out when he sat down to have lunch with me near the end of his first week. I mistook his kindness for something more and developed feelings, only to have Sydney learn that he thought of me as a sister. It was a blow to the gut, to say the least. But partnered with the fact that his kindness never tapered off, it was difficult to evaluate the feelings I'd amassed. "Kai?" I asked when he finally reached where I was standing in line. "What are you doing here?" He ran a hand through his hair.
I go here?"
He chuckled.
"My dad wasn't gonna let me go anywhere else when he's the dean."
My jaw dropped. I'd been planning on attending Presper since my sophomore year. It was my dream school and a top pick. So, how did I miss that Kai's dad was the dean of students? "I didn't know your dad was the dean."
"Yeah, the last guy was retiring when we moved here. So, my dad applied for the job, and got it."
Kai flopped his head to one side with a sigh.
"I was kind of planning on heading back to Hawaii for college. But my dad insisted. So, here I am."
Wow. Just my fucking luck. That's awesome.
"Well, I guess since you're here too, it is."
He smiled, and my stomach twisted a little. If he wasn't so nice or gorgeous, it'd be much easier to get over him.
"You're studying journalism, I take it?"
I hunched my brow. Yeah. How did you know that?"
"Lucky guess. With the newspaper and yearbook and stuff, you seem to have a knack for it."
He said it so matter-of-factly. I didn't realize that he even paid close attention to me. I grinned. "Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm excited." The line moved forward a bit, so I moved with it, and Kai kept up with me. "What are you studying?"
"Psychology. But football's my main focus, obviously. It could be interesting, though. I'm excited to get started. I think that—"
"Oh, look who you dug up." A voice that haunted my nightmares interrupted our conversation. I let out a little sigh, hoping that I'd just imagined the name. But a few seconds later, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed monster sidled up to Kai's side. Tyler Reaney was my nemesis of sorts, and Kai's girlfriend. I'd earned her displeasure when I became friends with Sydney, and she'd been out to get me ever since. She looped her arm through Kai's. "If it isn't Nina." I forced a grin. "Hi, Taylor." Much like Sydney, Taylor had gone on and on throughout our senior year about leaving Logan and heading to a big city like LA or New York. Did she just decide to stay because of Kai? Or had she not finished her warpath to make my life miserable? "I guess I did hear something about you coming to Presper. Guess I forgot." Taylor muttered dully, before turning her attention to Kai. "Sweetie, let's go. My parents are going to take us out to dinner."
"Okay.
Kai threw me a quick smile.
See you around campus, Nina."
"Yeah. See you." Taylor gave me a glare as she dragged Kai away. And when they were out of sight, I released the tension in my shoulders. As nice as it was to see Kai, it was just as disappointing. I was supposed to be getting over Kai, leaving my high school drama behind. If he and Taylor were here, maybe college was going to be much more like high school than I was hoping for. I collected my books and left the student union, much more dejectedly than I'd entered. I was glad that Sydney was waiting back at our dorm, because I needed the supportive words of a friend to convince me that Kai and Taylor being at Presper wasn't going to totally tank my college experience. I re-entered the East Tower and went up to the 4th floor, where our room was located. It seemed like all of the rooms had occupants now, and the hallways were abuzz with all of the new freshmen. The door to my dorm room was held open with a doorstop, so I ducked inside and was almost immediately hit with a hug from Sydney. Sydney had blonde hair naturally, but it was a variety of pastel colors now, all swirling together in a cool designer's rainbow. Her brown eyes were bright and excited to see me, and she was wearing a pair of jean shorts and a Presper University t-shirt, the midriff of which she rolled up to reveal her belly button ring. "Hi!" she squealed. "I know it's only been like 3 days since I saw you, but I missed you." "I missed you too." I had to claw her off of me. "You're late." "Ugh, I know." She waved a hand through the air. "My mom took me to Target for some last-minute shopping, and let's just say we were there for like 4 hours. She tried to stick around to see you, but I ran her off. She's a bit much today. Said she's planning on coming back tomorrow." "Well, my mom's coming too, so they can distract each other," I replied. I looked around the room and noticed that there were way fewer items than what I was expecting. Considering she just mentioned a 4-hour Target trip, I didn't see a whole lot in the way of items or bags. But I chose not to press. Sydney was a woman of whims, so there was likely a really convoluted explanation that I wasn't entirely interested in twisting myself up in. I sat down at the desk where I'd set up my computer, while Sydney went back to primping and propping things on the bed. "Did you know Kai and Taylor chose Presper too?" I asked sadly. Sydney scoffed. "No. I'm sorry, honey." She sat down on the bed and crossed her arms. "Can you avoid them?" "I can avoid them from now on," I said. I did talk to them in the student union. I pointed at her. "It's your job to keep me out of their crosshairs. Get me over Kai. Got it?" Sydney clapped. "Of course! I'm stoked. We're gonna find you a hot college guy and make Kai regret passing you up." I nodded. Good. I turned to my computer and powered it up. I had an affinity for journaling, and given the day's activities, I had a lot to get out. I left Sydney to her arranging while I jotted down some of the excitement of the day. I spent a little too much time discussing Kai and our past and my feelings. All things I would probably delete later. But it was nice to get it out. I left Taylor out of it. She was kind of like Beetlejuice to me, and I was afraid that if I wrote her name too many times, she'd suddenly appear. "You don't mind if I leave this stuff here, right?" I swirled around in the chair. Sydney had a few items, some miscellaneous clothes and smaller objects stacked on the bed. Yeah? I asked. Why wouldn't you be able to keep your stuff in your room? Sydney looked at me, and her eyes and mouth went agap. I'd seen that look on Sydney's face before. It always preceded trouble. What? I asked. She threw her hands to her mouth. Oh my God! I forgot to tell you! She walked over and knelt on the ground in front of me and took my hands into hers. Okay, please don't be mad. Mad about what? I hissed. You remember that really cute pre-law guy that I met at preview night? Henry? Yeah. Sydney winced. We've been dating over the summer and... She sighed. I'm gonna room with him this semester. I yanked my hands out of her grip. What? Chapter 2. Nina. What do you mean you're rooming with him? I stood up from the desk and moved to stand in the middle of the room. Sydney followed, facing me with the pleading look on her face. I'd read all of my college materials closely and carefully, including all the bylaws for living in the Presper dorms. No electric burners, no candles or incense, and no boys and girls in the same room. Boys and girls can't room together. That's like the first rule in the dorm handbook. Sweetie, all colleges put that in the rules. It's that whole pre-1950s no sex before marriage nonsense. Most places don't actually enforce it anymore. We're adults and can do what we want. She reached out and put her hands on my shoulders. Look, you should meet Henry. He's great. Like, really, really great. You'll love him. Trust me. I'm head over heels for this guy. It's only been a few months, but I can already tell. He's the one. There was a sincerity in Sydney's eyes that made me want to just let it go. But I couldn't forgive her that easily. I was really looking forward to rooming with you. What about me? You'd rather be with him than with me? No. Sydney poked out her bottom lip. It's not like I'm choosing, but, you know, I love him. I'd like to be able to sleep in the same bed as him. You get that, right? I crossed my arms and stared angrily at Sydney, letting her know that she wasn't earning any forgiveness. She pulled back her arms, but stayed close. Look, I'll visit you all the time. We can still study together and do stuff together. And besides, you're an introvert anyway. After a few weeks, you'll be happy to have the room all to yourself. I'd rather share a room with you than have a room to myself. I grumbled back. Sydney sighed. Nina. A knock on the doorframe interrupted the conversation. Our door was still propped open from earlier, and when I looked back toward the doorway, a woman with short black hair in a bob cut and thin glasses balanced on her nose was standing in the middle of it. Hi, she greeted. My name is Monica, and I'm the 4th floor resident advisor. She stepped into the room, either not sensing the atmosphere in the room or not caring. It's nice to meet you, Sydney. She held out her hand to Sydney, and Sydney took and shook it with a forced smile. Nina? She turned her hand to me, which I shook lightly as well. Sorry, I've looked you guys up on social media, so that I would know who's who.
I furrowed my brow, and Sydney made a similar face.
That's a little weird,
Sydney said, never one to be afraid to say it like it is. Monica let out a high-pitched, fairy-like laugh in response.
You know, you're not the first person who has told me that. I just like to be prepared when I meet new residents.
Neither Sydney nor I responded, so she just kept going.
Anyway, all of the 4th floor residents have officially arrived, so we're going to have a floor meeting. I won't take up too much of your time. We're just going to go over some rules and some of the campus events, and give everyone a chance to see each other's faces. Please take a moment to pause what you're doing currently and meet in the floor meeting room in the opposite hallway from this one.
Sydney scoffed.
We're kind of in the middle of see you both soon.
Monica turned and left. Sydney looked back at me.
That was irritating. Look, I want to finish.
We have to go to a meeting. I walked past Sydney, grabbed my phone and keys from the desk, and walked out of the room. I could hear Sydney grumble and complain behind me. But she followed nonetheless, and we filtered into a group of students, all moving in one direction. No doubt, headed toward the floor meeting room. We funneled into the room with everyone else, and found seats among the rows of chairs that had been set up. A whiteboard against the wall had some cute pictures drawn on next to a few of the rules, one of which was the internal symbol of males inside of a circle with a line through it. I side-glanced Sydney, but she had her phone out and was furiously tapping away at the screen, not paying any attention. More and more students filled into the room, until there were about 60 people, and then Monica walked in shortly after. She went and stood at the front of the room where the whiteboard was located and smiled out at the group.
Good afternoon, ladies, and welcome to Presper University. It's been a pleasure meeting you all today. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt your unpacking and getting settled. I promise not to take up much of your time. We're going to go over a few things, and then you'll be back to your rooms.
I looked over at Sydney to see if she was paying attention. But of course, she wasn't. It wasn't the first time I had to pay particularly close attention to the droning on of some rules so that I could relay them to Sydney later. And it wouldn't be the last. I rolled my eyes and turned my attention back to Monica as she walked over to the side of the whiteboard so that she could point at each of the drawings as she spoke.
We'll start with the fun stuff.
She pointed to a little calendar drawn near the upper left-hand corner of the whiteboard.
There are 10 different events that take place throughout the year for all students, plus hundreds of additional smaller events hosted for specific clubs, academic sections, and dorm towers. My room, room 401, has a calendar hanging on the door with all the upcoming events listed. There's also a sign-up sheet in case anyone needs a date. I'm always open to attend any of these events with you.
Sydney snickered, even though she wasn't looking up from her phone.
She's kind of weird,
she muttered quietly. I didn't respond, but I couldn't disagree. Monica had the kind of energy of a tag-along friend that no one really wants around, but is forced to bring along because of obligation. A few of the other students were murmuring similar things to themselves. It appeared that Monica freaked out more people than just Sydney and me.
The next upcoming event, apart from the Welcome Week stuff happening this week, is our fall ball on September 19th.
One of the students raised her hand,
Isn't new sem on that day? I didn't recognize the word she'd said. I looked over, and Sydney had actually glanced up from her phone and had her eyes on the student with increased curiosity. Monica frowned. That is not a recognized Presper University event, and frankly, I would highly recommend none of you participate. She cleared her throat and immediately moved on. What's that? I whispered to Sydney. Sydney shrugged. I have no idea. Moving on, Monica said, moving over a little toward the drawing that clearly represented the rules. The less fun stuff, the rules. You'll learn this about me, but I can be a touch of a stickler for the rules. But it's only because I want to maximize all of your experiences here at Presper. She does realize she's only like 2 years older than us, right? Sydney asked. Rule number 1 is keep tidy spaces. You all are responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of your living spaces, as well as the bathroom space that you share with your next-door neighbor. For the next year, this is your home, and I expect you to treat it as such. Random inspections on both dorms and bathrooms are permitted per the university agreement you all signed to receive your dorm assignments. Rest assured, I do conduct random inspections. Any obscene untidiness, specifically anything that could lead to the attraction of bugs or rodents, will be reported immediately. Sydney finally stopped looking at her phone. What the hell is wrong with this woman? She huffed. Rule number 2 is quiet hours start at 10 and continue until 10 the next morning, even on the weekends. Many students use their rooms to study, and a good night's sleep is always important. So these must be followed. If you receive one complaint about noise, you will be given a warning. The second will be reported, and the third is subject to removal from the dorm. I thought I was uptight, I muttered. Rule number 3. Monica slammed her hand on the male symbol in the circle with a line through it. No overnights with boys. At all, for any reason. Not in their rooms, and not in yours. Our university prohibits intersex overnights. So, to see that this rule is followed, I conduct a head count of all rooms every night to make sure everyone is where they are supposed to be. These head counts are done at the beginning of quiet hours. What? Sydney yelped out loud. Many of the students turned to face her, and Monica smiled at her with a snarky crook to her lips. Yes, she replied. I fully expect all students to be in their dorm rooms by 10 o'clock, Monday through Thursday, and by midnight, Friday through Sunday. Exceptions can be made for students who travel or go home for any reason, but these must be pre-executed with me and cannot be longer than 4 days without intervention from the Dean of Students. Any student who is missing from their room for 4 or more days, excused or otherwise, will be reported to the Dean for verification. Anyone found in violation of this rule is immediately subjected to academic probation. Continued violation may result in removal from the dorm or expulsion. Both of those, Sydney spat back, would be welcomed compared to this Spartan rule that you've got going on. You're just a college RA, not the president. The corner of Monica's mouth twitched a little, but her smile didn't fade. I am aware of the way that some of these rules will be received. You're in college now and expect independence, which I plan to give you, within reason. She clapped her hands together. Trust me, this is for your own good. Too many students have lost their way on the path to success by focusing on things that aren't their studies. There will be plenty of time to have fun this year, but being a good student should be your first priority. With these rules, you will do just that. But I elbowed Sydney and grumbled. Stop, or she's going to pay extra attention to us. What was that, Nina? Monica asked. I shook my head. Nothing, just telling Sydney that I agree. She nodded. Ah, very good. You've got a good roommate there, Sydney. I could tell from the heat radiating off of Sydney that she didn't want to let the issue go. But she settled back into her chair with a pout. Monica finished with the final few rules. No fighting, how to report issues to the RA, where to find resources for academic success. Then, with a smile and a nod, she dismissed the students from the meeting room, keeping a careful watch over Sydney and me as we shuffled out among the masses. I had to damn near push Sydney back to our room, and I barely got the door shut before Sydney exploded. Can you fucking believe that? I shrugged. Yeah, but rules are rules. I had to turn my back to hide the small smile that I was developing. It wasn't that I was glad that Sydney couldn't be with the guy she was dating as much as she wanted to, but I was glad that a rule had stepped in to prevent her from abandoning me. Anyway, what do you think we should do for dinner? Want to try one of the dining halls? Sydney didn't respond. I turned back around and she was sitting on her bed, furiously typing on her phone yet again. Who are you talking to? I asked. Henry, she barked back. She set the phone down on the bed and crossed her arms. I told him to come down so we could figure this out. What? I yelped. Figure what out? You have to stay here. Those are the rules. Our door opened without a knock on it, and I was prepared to see overbearing Monica walk in. But instead, two tall, albeit gorgeous men entered the room. One of them had darker brown skin, warm and welcoming brown eyes, and brown hair cut short. He towered over both Sydney and me, having to be at least 6'4". Hi, baby, he whined upon entering the room. Sydney jumped up and ran over, falling into his open arms. A closer look at him reminded me that this was Henry, one of the pre-law upperclassmen who'd attended the Presper University preview night for the purpose of representing the law program. This was the man that Sydney had been dating all summer without telling me, the one she wanted to ditch me to go room with. He released Sydney and turned on me with a smile. You must be Nina. I've heard lots about you. I know that you've got to approve of me for Sydney to stick with me. So, if there's anything I can do for brownie points, let me know. I wanted to spit something about not taking her out of our room, but I had the terrible affliction of being rendered speechless by good-looking guys. Hi, I replied simply. He held out an arm toward the other guy who'd walked in with him. This is my best friend and roommate, Devin. Devin had light brown skin, with slightly longer brown hair that puffed across the top of his head. His eyes were a stunning hazel green that felt like, if I stared in them for too long, I'd fall in. He, too, was tall and had broad shoulders and full, thick arms, which were on display due to a striped tank top he was wearing. Even with a stoic expression on his face, there were permanent dimples in his cheeks. But when he caught me staring at him, he flashed a wide smile that turned the small indents into huge crevices.
Nice to meet you.
His eyes trailed up and down my form before landing on my eyes again, partnered with his grin, getting a touch larger.
Nina.
Hi, I said, trying hard to ignore the way heat fled into my body and the feeling of his eyes on me. Devin moved to lean against the bathroom door that was situated between my computer desk and my bed, while Henry turned his attention back to Sydney.
What's going on?
Henry asked. Our psycho RA is apparently super strict about no boys and girls, so she does a room count every night. Sydney whined. Anyone gone from their room for 4 or more nights is reported to the dean and can be put on academic probation.
That sucks,
Henry said.
I was really looking forward to rooming with you.
Is there nothing we can do? Sydney asked. Henry shook his head.
I don't think so. It is technically against the rules, even if most of the RAs are normal people who don't worry about enforcing it.
The looks of lament on both Sydney and Henry's faces did make me feel bad. But this wasn't the time or place to bend the rules. They would just have to be a separate couple, and then look into living together next year, or something.
Is it just a body count?
Devin asked.
See 2 bodies in the room?
Sydney shrugged. It would almost have to be. It's not like she can force people to stay awake until she's ready to count.
It's easy then,
Devin said.
I'll sleep in this room. I'll just bury under the covers. And, if needed, I can use a voice recording to trigger.
My jaw dropped. Devin was in the exact same situation I was. I imagined he wouldn't want the arrangement any more than I would. What? Henry eyed Devin, wide-eyed.
You do that for me?
Devin nodded.
Of course, man.
Sydney smiled brightly. Thank you. Wait, I barked. This is never going to work. Even if we can actually fool her that a 6'4" man is actually you, she's bound to see him coming and going. She'll get suspicious. Sydney waved her hand. She can't question it unless it's violating the rules. We'll just tell her to mind her own business. She looked at Henry. We can live together. Henry wrapped his arms around Sydney and looked at her through sparkling, happy eyes.
I'm so glad.
He dipped in to kiss her, and what started as a light peck quickly turned amorous. I averted my gaze, and even Devin was looking anywhere but at the two. Finally, Devin clapped his hands.
Hey, get a room. We have one,
Henry said. He took Sydney by the hand and opened the door to the dorm room, and they were both gone a second later. I glared over at Devin. I'm not going for this. For one, I don't even know you. And for two, I'm not risking my college career to violate a rule, even if it's a dumb one. Sydney and Henry will be upset, but I'm sorry. I need to tell the RA before it's too late. I started for the door, but as quick as lightning, Devin hopped out of the nook he was nestled in, sticking his arms out across the entire width of the door to stop me from leaving. He was so close that I could smell his cologne. something wooded and dizzying swirling around me. He was imposing in both height and the seriousness in his gaze, and his bicep bulged as he gripped the wood of the frame. I couldn't quite decipher if I was irritated or turned on. Maybe both. "Move," I growled.
No.
The statement was plain and devoid of any fear. I don't have to mix you up in all this, but I will.
Not only will you not mix me up in it, but you're going to let Henry and Sydney do as they please.
I stood as tall as I could, staring down Devon and attempting to match his energy. Why wouldn't I? An evil smile curled across Devon's face.
Because if you do, I'll tell Kai that you're obsessed with him.
Chapter 3. Devon. The way Nina stared me down, even though she was nearly a foot shorter than me, struck a chord in me. Anyone who was willing to size me up, despite being smaller, immediately earned my respect. Also, at first glance, Nina just didn't seem like the spitfire she was turning out to be. She was bookish, with glasses, and her hair pulled back. The tips may have been dyed purple, but I had a feeling her wilder best friend had something to do with that. I expected her to be mousy when I first laid my eyes on her, but she had some fight in her. I liked it. I wondered briefly how someone like Nina could come to be friends with someone like Sydney, who I'd seen engage in more than one party over the summer. But it was becoming a little more clear. I guessed that Nina still wasn't the kind of person who would totally let her hair down and get loose like Sydney, but they probably had a yin and yang thing going on. "How do you know about Kai?" Nina asked. I chuckled. She had spunk, but she was maybe a little dense. I nodded my head toward her computer. "You left your journal up." Nina's head whipped in the direction of her computer, and her cheeks turned red. She jumped over and slammed the top down, and then leered back at me. "You shouldn't read people's private business!" I shrugged. She was probably right, but it was a convenient excuse. I didn't realize it was private, given that it was just sitting open with a bunch of people standing in the room. "I wasn't the one who invited all the people into my room," Nina spat back. "Besides, I'm not worried. I highly doubt you know who Kai is anyway." I scoffed, imagining the full-of-himself teenager who spent plenty of time on campus during his senior year. "He's the dean's kid, right?" Nina had a haughty smirk on her face that faded instantly. I nodded. "Yeah, I know him." Nina went silent and just stared at my face. I could tell she was mulling over her options in her head. Her journal entry had mentioned having feelings for Kai and some of their history, and not expecting him to be at Presper. She talked about him too much for him not to carry some weight in her life, but the fact that he'd completely brought her to a halt was curious to me. I reached behind myself and closed the door to the dorm room. Nina eyed me, but I just leaned back against it and crossed my arms, waiting for her to make another move. "I don't get it," Nina said finally. "You're in the same position as me. You probably don't want a girl hanging around in your dorm room, so why would you agree to something like this?" I shrugged. I have my reasons. In truth, I had just one reason. I owed Henry everything, including my life. He wasn't just my best friend. He was the only person who stepped out of a fray of people who could give less than 2 shits about me to hold out a hand and pull me up out of a deep, dark hole that I dug myself into. We'd known each other since we were toddlers. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and as a result, we always played together. There were several kids in the neighborhood, and my brother and I were two of the many. Everyone always loved my brother Dante more than me. He was my twin brother, so we looked exactly alike, and by 5, it wasn't like he'd made amazing strides in the world that I hadn't made. But it didn't stop people from leaning in his direction. In fact, those isolated accomplishments a 5-year-old could claim, I did first. I started walking first and started talking first. None of that mattered. Dante was the golden child, and I was covered in soot. I couldn't call my parents bad parents by any means, but if it was against the parenting creed to have a favorite child, my parents failed around the globe and back again. They fawned over him, and the neighborhood kids all wanted to hang out with him. I didn't know what I was doing wrong, but evidently, something. The only exception to that rule was Henry. When he came to the door to ask for friends to play with, he asked for me. When we picked teams to play kickball on hot summer nights, Henry picked me. He was the only one who was really and truly my friend. But as such a young kid, I didn't understand how wonderful that was. I still saw all the favoritism my brother got, and I wanted it. I chased it relentlessly. I fought for good grades, I joined tons of clubs, and I tried to keep good people around me all the time, but none of it ever made a difference. Dante was favored simply because he was Dante. And when I finally realized that nothing I did was going to change that, I crashed and burned. Hard. I was 13 at the time, and I started getting the kind of attention that I was looking for from some of the older guys in my new high school. They noticed that I always kept to myself and approached me, looking to make friends. No one but Henry had ever wanted to be friends with me, and I'd long since abandoned Henry. So when they proposed friendship, I scooped it up without question. They weren't good guys, though. Some of them did drugs, and some of them dealt. They would take me to the mall on the weekends and have me distract store clerks so that they could shoplift. And the oldest one, Matthew, had a car that was stolen that he drove us all around in. I didn't care. My parents weren't going to pay attention to me, and I was never going to be the coveted Dante in their eyes. What was the point of working hard and staying on the straight and narrow if I was always going to be in his shadow? In the new world I discovered, Dante didn't exist. There was no comparison of him to me because he wasn't there. I was just Devin, standing on my own 2 feet, even if I couldn't quite see that my feet were covered in muck. Then came that fateful day. It was a weekend day near the end of my senior year. I'd done what I had to do in order to graduate, though my grades were barely enough. I dropped all the clubs I'd once maintained and spent any free time I had running around with my friends. My parents didn't seem to notice nor care, so I had total freedom with my actions. Matthew picked us all up and said we were just going to get something to eat. But then the car was pulled over. If it wasn't enough that the car was stolen, it was also full of drugs. The police pulled us out of the car, and there must have been some unspoken rule that I didn't know, because the second everyone was out of the car, they bolted, leaving me behind with a stolen car full of drugs, packaged to sell. I was fucked. The police took me to jail, and because I was already 18, I wasn't entitled to having my parents around before any questioning or processing. It wasn't even required that they were contacted. I was offered a phone call, but didn't know anyone's number to call. They let me see my cell phone long enough to get a phone number out of it, but very few of them were helpful. It was a toss-up as to whether or not my parents would even answer if I called, and I wouldn't dare call my brother. I had all my friends' numbers, but they were the same jackasses who had taken off and left me to carry the weight of their crimes. I scrolled through the phone nervously, being constantly badgered by the officer holding the phone to pick a number. And I landed on the only number that felt like it wouldn't make things worse. It was Henry's. I called, and not only did Harry answer, but he responded much like a superhero would. He told me he'd get his dad, who was a lawyer, to help me, and he happened to have a large sum of money in his savings account that he'd saved up over the years for school. He used the bulk of this to bail me out. That one little boy, the only one who'd been my real friend in my entire life, and after years of not speaking to each other, dropped everything to come and save me. I owed him my life. Henry's dad was able to see me through the process of getting charged, and ultimately he earned me a deal after proving I was simply a passenger. If I did some community service over the summer, the minor charge would be expunged. It was a second chance that I didn't deserve, and it came at the hands of a man who had every reason to leave me behind. Henry had been my best friend, nearly inseparable ever since. He refused to let me pay him back for the bail money. Instead, he told me that if I went to college with him, he'd consider us even. I didn't like it, even if I went to school with him, which I'd already been considering, because he deserved to be paid back the money he'd shelled out to save my ass. Any attempts to argue this fell on deaf ears. Again, Henry extended a hand. Me simply improving my life would be enough repayment for him. I was grateful. I did as he asked and applied at Presper. It took hard work to get my grades to a good spot with such little time left until graduation, but I did it. And with a recommendation letter from a former club teacher and Henry's dad, I got accepted. I became Henry's roommate, and the rest was history. "Are you listening to me?" Nina's shrill voice pulled me from my memories. "Huh?" She crossed her arms. "Honestly, I'm trying to talk to you, and you're zoning out." "Well, maybe I don't care a lot about what you have to say." "What reason could be strong enough to make you want to go through all this just to let them be in the same room? Sydney's my best friend too, but I'd rather still not risk my entire college career so that she can get laid anytime she wants." I wondered how much of their relationship Sydney had shared with Nina. Evidently, not much if she was just finding this all out today. I knew Henry had bumped into something different the night he came back to the dorm after Presper's preview night. He'd been the chosen pre-law school representative for the night and came fluttering back through the door afterward like he'd met a unicorn. I'd never seen him so dazed and happy in my entire life, and he spent the entire night texting back and forth on his phone like a school kid. I later found out he was all sparkly because he'd met Sydney. She became a regular part of our summer get-togethers, and when Henry mentioned that he wished he'd met her soon enough to move in with her instead of living in the dorms, I was presented with an opportunity to pay back a modicum of the kindness that Henry had showed me. "Just let her live in our room," I'd said to him then. "I don't mind." The look on his face when I offered said it all. And for the first time in a lifetime of Henry always giving, I was finally able to give something back to him. It felt good. "I already told you. I have my reasons. The details aren't important," I replied to Nina. "They're important to me," Nina said. "This was supposed to be a fresh start for me. None of Sydney's antics and no drama. I could just focus on school, living with my best friend, and getting over Kai. Now, all of a sudden, I'm rooming with a stranger, my best friend is up having the time of her life, and Kai's wandering around. She was flailing her arms around dramatically as she spoke. I mean, fuck! She hissed. What does a girl have to do to get a little bit of normalcy around here? The RA is nuts, and Sydney pissed her off, so now she'll be looking even more closely here. She's definitely gonna notice you, and I'm gonna end up on academic probation. Whoa! I yelled, holding my hands out. Her rant was a borderline panic attack. Just, will you relax? Jesus, are you always this uptight? Yes! She yelped. And for the record, I don't think it's so unreasonable for me to expect my roommate to be my roommate, and to not have to sleep in the same room with a guy I don't even know. I want to do normal college student things while I'm at college. I felt bad. She wasn't wrong. She'd kind of been thrown into this whole thing against her will. It wasn't her fault that I was a shithead in high school, so now I had a complex for giving my best friend whatever he wanted. It also wasn't her fault that Henry and Sydney were too lost in one another to think about how it was affecting her. Still, if Henry wanted Sydney in his room with him, I planned to give him that. I guess I just have to put in a little work to make it worth Nina's while too. Why haven't things worked out with Kai? I asked. You seem close, going from your journal entry. Nina held out her arms. What? What does that have to do with the current issue? My blood was boiling a little at Nina's incessant need to yell, but I did my best to remain calm. She had every right to be freaking out right now. I was thinking, I said through gritted teeth, that I could help you. Nina recoiled a little, and her attitude softened. What? Guys aren't really that complicated. Maybe I can help you figure Kai out, so that instead of getting over him, you can be together. I took a step away from the door as a sign of good faith. What is it? You guys dated and he cheated? You guys dated and you cheated? No! Nina sank down onto her bed. We never dated. We're just really close. We've always flirted and stuff. There were times it felt like maybe he liked me back, but he has a girlfriend. So you just need to show him that you're a better option? I said. I mean, you're halfway there. I don't know what his girlfriend looks like, but you're beautiful, even if you're loud. Nina's cheeks got a little darker at the compliment. She looked up at me, her eyes suddenly sparkling with hope. You'd really help me? Why would you do that? I snickered and took another few steps in and sat on the opposite bed facing her. I know it may shock you considering the way you're treating me like a supervillain, but I'm actually a good guy. Plus, I realize you're getting the shit end of the stick here. Nina eyed me suspiciously, and I shrugged. Look, I'm trying to give you a little stake in the game here. It's happening with or without your approval, but this way, you at least get something out of it. Take it or leave it. I raised an eyebrow. And I would suggest taking it, because the way that journal entry is written, you clearly need to get some. Nina's cheeks darkened even further as her gaze trailed away. She was deep in thought, and I grinned. She had that kind of sexy, hot-cold thing going. It was slightly confusing to me how a guy would not want to be with her, especially if she was as crazy about him as it seemed. Maybe helping her get him wouldn't be too difficult. Finally, Nina looked into my eyes with a resolved nod of her head. She stuck out her hand, and I took it to shake. Okay, she replied. Let's do it.
Chapter 4. Nina. It was difficult to get through lunch with both Sydney's mom and my mom without letting on that I was still pissed at Sydney for abandoning me. but it went okay. The second it seemed like I was nice to Sydney, she took it and ran. And I just let her dominate the conversation. She talked about our upcoming first day, the school buildings being open so that students can do dry runs of their courses, and the different events going on around campus to welcome the new students. The moms cheerily discussed how proud they were of their daughters, and eventually, the meal came to a close, with both mothers heading their separate ways to go home. Sydney and I walked back to the dorms. That was nice. My mom can be such a dork sometimes. Thanks for putting up with her, Sydney said, and I didn't respond. Nina? Sydney skipped a little ahead of me so that she looked right into my face. Nina? I walked around her and continued into the East Tower. Sydney fumbled behind me, calling my name and attempting to get me to stop and listen to her. But I ignored her. I'd played nice to get through a meal with our parents, but now that they were gone, I was back to being annoyed. Sydney charged ahead of me when we got to our door on the 4th floor to throw her body in front of the door and block it. I thought of Devin doing something similar the day before, and it made me even madder. Even if it had been borderline sexy when he did it, I'd had just about enough of people blocking my path when I wanted to get somewhere. Move, I growled. Not until you talk to me, Sydney said. I'm talking to you right now. Sydney raised an eyebrow. We can discuss this inside? Whatever, I hissed. Sydney nodded, then stood aside, and I used my key to let us both into the dorm room. Devin was still lying on Sydney's bed, having stayed the night before. Apparently, he was a late sleeper. He was still under the covers, but was scrolling through his phone and looked up when I came in. Oh, hi, strange man, I greeted. Devin flashed me a toothy grin.
Hello.
I rolled my eyes, threw myself down at my desk, and pulled my headphones out, preparing to put them in my ears. Hey! Sydney yelped. You said we could talk. I looked over at her, deadpan. I lied. I turned to face my computer and started to power it on. I jumped at the sudden intrusion of another body as Sydney kicked one leg over me and brought herself down to sit in my lap, facing me, squeezing us both in between the chair and the computer desk.
Cool,
Devin said from the corner.
Nothing like a little girl-on-girl action first thing in the morning.
I pointed back at Devin without looking in his direction. You shut up. I pointed at Sydney. You get off of me. No. Sydney crossed her arms. I'm not moving until you talk to me. We don't have anything to talk about. Move. I tried to push her off of me, but for her small stature, Sydney was freakishly strong. She'd been on the track team in high school and spent a lot of time at the gym. It was to my detriment now. Ugh! You're like a brick wall! A brick wall that is going to sit on you until you stop ignoring me. I looked up at her. You have 5 minutes. She looked at me with disbelief. Come on, Nina. Don't be so... 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Ugh! Okay. Look, I know you're mad. I really thought I told you about rooming with Henry. I'm not mad that you didn't tell me, I replied. You never tell me what you're up to. I'm used to that. I'm mad because I thought we were going to get to live together. You didn't even pick Presper because of me. Just because of Henry. Sydney went quiet, and I nodded. Exactly. Now move. Nina.
Not to interrupt this. Seriously, I'd really rather not. But I promised Nina I'd walk her around campus.
Both of our heads swirled around toward Devin, and he was sitting up in the bed with the covers no longer hiding his shirtless torso. Really? Sydney asked. She eyed me, and I eyed Devin. He sighed.
Yes, really. I'm going to give her some advice on how to survive school here.
Advice. He had to be talking about giving me advice on Kai. I looked up at Sydney. Yes. We did make this arrangement for... I looked at the clock and noticed it was almost noon. Noon. Uh-huh, Sydney said, in a muted, non-believing tone. This isn't just an attempt to avoid talking to me? Nope. Unlike some people, I'm here because I want to learn. Fine. Sydney finally climbed off of me. Take some time to cool down. I'm not letting this go. Maybe I chose this school for Henry, but don't think for a second that I'm not excited to be here with you. With the slam of the door as she walked out, Sydney was gone. I groaned. I was the one getting the raw end of the deal. So, why did the conversation end with me feeling like the bad guy?
You know, you should probably go easy on her,
Devin said. I looked back at him, and he had thrown the blanket off and was sitting on the bed. He had shorts on, thankfully, but his bronzed and well-defined abs were now on full display. Despite wanting to continue looking, I held up a hand. Can you put a shirt on? Devin immediately grabbed his shirt from the end table next to the bed and put it on. It was the first time in 2 days that someone had done something immediately when I asked. It was comforting to have someone finally listen to me. Thank you.
No problem. I could tell you needed a little control over something.
I furrowed my brow. What he'd gain, he gave away with that sentence. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
That's why you're so upset, right? You feel like no one's listening to you?
I didn't want to admit he was right. So, I settled for growling. What are you, a psychologist? He laughed.
I am studying psychology.
Oh, well, I nodded. Good then. You're learning. He laughed.
Hey, thanks.
He stood up and walked over to the desk on the opposite wall from mine and sat down in the chair.
As I was saying, you should lay off Sydney.
I have every right to be angry. I hissed back.
You do,
he replied quickly, and there was sincerity on his face when he said it.
That doesn't mean you have to be angry. She's your best friend, and she's clearly upset that she hurt you. You're telling me that if you walked out that door right now to find Kai there, and he said...
Devin threw his hand over his chest and pointed his head toward the sky in a dramatic display.
Oh, Nina, I'm in love with you. Run away with me. That you wouldn't run away with him? Sydney be damned?
No, I responded. But it was a flat-out lie, and I could tell in Devin's half-lidded gaze that he didn't believe me. Fine, maybe, but I'd tell her, at least. Devin pointed.
I thought you weren't mad because she didn't tell you.
I crossed my arms. You know, I don't think I like you very much.
Why? Because I'm right?
Devin asked with a laugh. He peeked at his phone screen.
I'm gonna run upstairs and change. Then we can leave.
What? I asked. Devin sighed.
God, I feel like you immediately forget everything you are told.
My jaw dropped. I didn't forget anything. You didn't say we were going anywhere.
I did.
He pointed toward the bed, as if to jog my memory to when he was sitting over there.
We're going to walk around campus.
Oh. I sat back in my chair. I thought that was just a ruse to get Sydney out of the room.
I mean, it kind of was, but don't you want to see the campus?
I nodded. I do.
Fine then. I'll go get changed, and then we can leave.
He stood up and looked down at me. Okay, I replied. Thanks. He nodded.
Yeah.
He left the room, and I turned my attention to packing an over-the-shoulder bag with a few things I thought I may need. Money, my phone, some chapstick, and by the time I was ready to go, Devin was back at the door. He'd changed into a sleeveless hoodie and a pair of black jean shorts. A few girls passed by him in the hallway outside, and I could see them looking him up and down. One of them peeked in at me and tilted her head in confusion before continuing on her way. I ignored their stares and stepped out into the hallway, shutting and locking the door behind me. And then we were off. Devin led us out of the East Tower and toward the north, where the Humanities building was located, the one where I'd have most of my major-specific courses. Unlike my thinking that he was going to wander around, he seemed to be devoted to showing me any buildings that were necessary to my schedule. At one point, he actually asked me to text him a picture of my schedule so that he had a list of where to take me. He pointed out the important buildings as we passed them, and any building that I had multiple courses in. He'd actually walk me inside and point the rooms out to me. It was really wonderful. If it had just been Sydney, we would have wandered around aimlessly. With Devin, it was a guided tour. And I had to admit that he wasn't terrible company. When we'd been around most of the campus and through all the buildings of importance, we settled for a casual stroll down some of the school's pathways with nice landscaping on either side. Okay, when do I get my advice? I asked, taking a sip of the smoothie I purchased at the hidden smoothie shop Devin showed me behind the student union. Devin had a smoothie of his own and a sandwich, as he'd not yet had lunch.
Okay. Tell me a bit about you guys again.
We've known each other since he first moved here. He always seemed to be really friendly toward me, even though I was kind of a quiet, nerdy girl in school.
I can't imagine you being quiet.
Devin replied. Pipe down, I responded. He would eat lunch with me and wait for me after classes and stuff. I don't know. We just hung out a lot. We get along really well.
It sounds like he likes you already.
Devin replied. Really? I asked.
Maybe.
He took the final bite of his sandwich and then brushed his hands free of crumbs.
Maybe he wants you to play hard to get or something.
I raised an eyebrow. Like how?
You know, he likes the hunt. So, instead of always being ready and willing to talk to him and spend time with him, you need to act sort of aloof.
Do guys really like that? I asked.
Some guys, make it like it's a sport. They like feeling like they accomplished something if they get the girl to like them back. So, if he feels like you already like him, he won't go for it, because it doesn't feel like he accomplished anything.
Okay. I shook my head. That seemed unreasonably convoluted. So, what do I do? I do already like him. So, you're saying I need to act like I don't like him?
Pretty much. I mean, just talk about seeing other guys, and act less interested in some of the stuff he says to you. Just thin it out a bit.
I scoffed. That's stupid. Wouldn't that make him feel bad?
Yeah, but that's the point. You make him feel bad now, so that when you stop making him feel bad, it's a big payoff.
It was like he was talking about gambling at a casino, not trying to start a relationship with someone I actually liked and respected. If guys are really like this, I understand why they struggle with relationships.
First of all,
Devin responded,
not all guys are like that. Just the one you chose. That's on you, not me. Second of all, this is the advice you asked for. I'm telling you it's going to work. But if you don't want to hear what I have to say, then lesson 1 is over.
He sounded irritated, and I felt bad. He really was just trying to help. Sorry for the attitude, I grumbled, and Devin looked at me, shocked. What? He shook his head.
I have never once met a woman who apologized for her attitude. You truly are a rare bird.
I couldn't tell if it was a compliment or an insult, so I let it go.
Apology accepted. Really. It's easier for cute girls because they don't have to try so hard. So, just relax.
I kinda wanted to ask for clarification on that last sentence. Was he saying I was cute? He'd made a comment about me being beautiful the day before. But were those just statements of fact? Or something he actually believed? Either way, the thought of asking made me feel like I was going to combust. So, I didn't. We finished our walk around campus, and then Devin showed me a shortcut back to our dorm. He hung out on the elevator when it stopped on the 4th floor, saying he was headed up for now, but that he would be back down before count. I climbed off the elevator and waved, watching the door close, and grinned. Devin wasn't a bad guy. Thank God. It'd suck if I had to have this weird arrangement with someone awful. My smile remained as I made my way back to my dorm, passing Monica, who had a curious look on her face. Between the excitement for my first set of classes and my anticipation to use the advice that Devin had given me, the first day of school couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 5. Nina. Presper's early move-in option meant that most of the freshmen for the new year were living on campus about a week before the first day of class. It was the school's way of giving the new students all of the time they needed to get settled and comfortable before the campus was overrun by all of the upperclassmen and before the rush of school began. Any upperclassmen who wanted to move in early could as well, but they were encouraged to wait until the weekend before the first day of classes to give the incoming freshmen some breathing room. Henry and Devin ended up moving in early because of Henry and Sydney's arrangement, and other upperclassmen, like Monica, were moved in early to take up their positions as RAs. All in all, my first handful of days at Presper had been pretty low-key. Room-switching antics notwithstanding. But when I woke up on Friday morning, the campus had entirely new energy to it. The upperclassmen were starting to arrive. Classes were finally about to start. Devin had been sleeping in my room for 6 nights, and we were getting to know each other enough that it didn't make me uncomfortable to sleep in the room anymore. We started our mornings with me slapping him awake so that he didn't sleep until noon. And then we'd go and meet Henry and Sydney over at the dining hall in the student union for breakfast. I still wasn't really talking to Sydney, apart from a passing comment here and there. So, after breakfast every day, she'd follow me back to our dorm room. Devin would return to his room, giving Sydney the space she needed to try to get me to forgive her for abandoning me.
Reason number 8,
Sydney said, continuing a long list of reasons she'd contrived why I should forgive her.
I convinced you to dye your hair purple at the tips, and I think we can both agree that it looks really good.
I could take it or leave it. I grumbled back as we walked down the hallway toward our room. But it wasn't true at all. I loved the electric purple dip.
Reason number 9,
she continued, ignoring my quip.
Good morning, Nina. Sydney.
We turned down the hallway toward our dorm room, and Monica was standing directly in front of our door. My heart panged for a second, worried that maybe she'd seen Devin and me slip out that morning. But she went on to say,
I didn't see you guys leave this morning. I wanted to check in.
Everything's good, I responded quickly. Ready for school to start.
I bet. It's exciting stuff. I've seen you around doing some studying. Remember, my door is always open if you need some help,
she said. Thanks, I replied, though I highly doubted I would ever exercise that option.
As for you, Sydney,
Monica continued, her voice getting a little more bass to it. I haven't seen you around much, or at all, except for count, that is.
I've been around,
Sydney responded.
I know a few other people in this dorm, though, so I spend a lot of time on the other floors.
Oh? Who do you know? I crossed my arms. That's not really your business. I'd had just about enough of Monica's nosy attitude. Monica put up her hands in defense.
No need to get testy. I was just curious. As long as I'm around for count, what difference does it make?
Sydney asked. Monica shook her head.
No, you misunderstand. I was just making small talk.
It didn't sound like small talk. It sounded like fishing. I stepped forward to where Monica was standing at the door and waited. Monica stepped aside, and I opened the door, and Sydney threw Monica her own dirty look before sliding into the room. I slipped in as well, and Monica turned to face the room as if she was going to stick around. But I waved and slowly shut the door in her face.
God, she is weird,
Sydney said. No kidding, I responded. Sydney pointed excitingly.
Oh, you said something to me that wasn't sarcastic.
In the mix-up with Monica, I had forgotten I'd taken a stand against Sydney. Don't get used to it.
Come on, Nina. I still have more reasons. 82 of them. I'll list them all, and you know it.
I sat down on my bed and started to unpack my purse, and Sydney sat down on the other bed, facing me.
Reason 9.
I scoffed. Stop it.
Reason 9. I locked you in this room with a majorly hot guy. You told me it was my job to get you over Kai. I handed you a virgin killer on a silver platter.
My gaze shot up to her. Virgin killer?
Yeah,
Sydney said.
sleep with a Devon. Duh.
I'm not gonna sleep with Devon. Sydney pointed at me.
You're blushing.
I put my hands up to cover my cheeks. No. She giggled.
Come on. He's super hot, and he'll be here every night. Why wouldn't you sleep with him?
I didn't immediately respond, and she let out a groan.
Tell me you don't still think it'll be Kai.
I shrugged.
Devon thinks he likes me. You told him about Kai?
She asked. I rolled my eyes. It's complicated. Anyway, I don't know. I think things could work with Kai. I had Devon's new advice after all. Maybe this was finally my year. Sydney switched to sitting next to me on my bed. She put her arms around my shoulders and set her head against mine.
Sweetie, I just don't want you to hurt over him anymore.
I curled my arms up over Sydney's and sighed. The strain of being mad at Sydney was waning. She'd always been a woman of many plots and ploys. I guess now probably wasn't the best time to decide to take a stand. If I was going to survive the year, I was going to need my best friend. I know. I'll be okay, I responded. I promise.
Well, at least sleep with a Devon until you've worked all the Kai stuff out.
I leered over at her.
I'm not sleeping with Devon.
Sydney released me and crossed her arms.
I don't get it. He's super hot. If I wasn't in love with Henry, I'd be all...
She clicked her teeth.
Hey, baby, I'll let you buy me breakfast in the morning.
I laughed, officially letting my anger go. You're a freak. Sydney laughed and smiled, clearly relieved that I was feeling better.
Yeah, but you love me.
I nodded. I do. A knock on the door pulled our attention.
I swear to God, if that's Monica.
Sydney grumbled before calling.
Come in.
The door opened, and Devon walked into the room. Sydney chuckled.
Speak of the viciously sexy devil. Shut up,
I hissed. Hey, Devon.
Hi. Is my phone down here? I can't find it.
I haven't seen it, but we can look around, I replied, and Sydney, Devon, and I set to flipping covers and lifting books in search of the device. Finally, I peeked into the bathroom and saw it sitting on the counter. Got it! I grabbed it and walked out of the bathroom and handed it over. Here. Devon smiled at me.
Thanks.
So,
Sydney started with that tone in her voice that let me know she was up to no good.
how are things going with you two crazy kids?
I shook my head at Sydney as subtly as I could. Fine. Devin nodded.
Yeah, I think it's going fine.
Yeah? Nothing really crazy? No crazy sex?
Stop! I cut in. Stop it right now! Devin was snickering, letting me know he knew where the conversation was headed. Devin tucked his phone into his pocket, but Sydney was still slithering over with a suggestive look on her face. I went to stand between the beds, eliminating whatever Sydney had planned, and she pouted, all while Devin continued to laugh at the exchange.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Both Sydney and I sighed as Monica's voice filled the room. She was standing in the open doorway with a fake smile on her face. She looked up at Devin.
Hello.
I've seen a lot of you around.
What's your name?
I'm Devin.
Devin replied coolly. He held out a hand.
You are?
Monica.
She responded, shaking his hand.
You've been spending a lot of time here. Do you live in the East Tower as well?
I opened my mouth to protest, but Devin was already responding before I could stop him.
I do. On the 11th floor.
Wow, long way down. She chuckled. Any particular reason you're hanging around down here?
I'll tell you why,
Sydney said, and I was certain she was about to rip Monica a new one. She held her arms out toward Devin and me.
These two are dating.
Devin and I both shot looks at Sydney, but she ignored us in favor of staring Monica down.
Do you have a problem with that?
Monica held up her hands.
Of course not. Your personal relationships are your business. Although, I have to say...
She looked at the space between Devin and me, and then eyed me.
You two don't seem like a couple. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't peg you two for a good match.
Again, I opened my mouth to say something, but Devin started moving. He walked up to me, curled his arms around my waist, and pulled me to him. His head dipped to mine, and a second later, his lips were against my lips. It was all-consuming, like everything in the room dropped from around us, leaving only Devin and me behind. He squeezed me as close to him as he could, and I couldn't resist the urge to raise my hands up and lock them behind his neck. He did more than what was needed to be convincing, but I found myself without the ability to resist. His lips were somehow tasty, almost sweet, with the lingering flavors of his breakfast. I was swimming before I knew it. For a first kiss, it was one hell of a one. Devin pulled away, and my head spun so much that I thought I may pass out. He looked over his shoulder at Monica.
Not that we should have to prove anything to you, but is that convincing enough?
Monica nodded. Yes, that's fine. I'll just go.
Good.
Sydney called out, even though she was already scuttling away.
Don't come back.
I hope that was okay,
Devin said, slowly pulling his arms from around me.
I could tell she wouldn't leave otherwise.
I nodded. Fine. Sydney snickered at me, but sighed.
She's probably going to be keeping an extra close eye on this room tonight. It might be best if we sleep in our own rooms tonight.
Devin nodded.
That's fine. It'll help keep the facade going too, if she actually sees you in here from time to time.
He looked at me and winked.
Pleasure doing business.
With his phone in his hand and a smile on his face, Devin turned and left the room, pulling the door shut behind him. The second he was gone, I melted onto the floor. Sydney dropped down next to me with a squeal.
Oh my God! How was it?
I wanted to lie and tell her I hated it. For my first kiss, I wanted it to be with someone I was dating, someone I was invested in. Truth was, those things considered, it was still exactly how I wanted my first kiss to be. Amazing. It was amazing, I responded, and Sydney clapped.
Ha 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 ha!
She sang.
Step 1, kiss him. Check. Step 2, sleep with him.
No, I said, but it was a little less confident than when I'd said it earlier. Sydney laughed.
We'll see.
I couldn't deny that with that kiss on my brain, not letting my mind wander to a more lurid place was going to be difficult when Devin was sleeping just one bed over. Fortunately, I didn't have to worry about that for the time being, since Sydney would be in the other bed tonight. Yet, when finally dozing off that night, Sydney was still muttering about how things with Devin might be meant to be. And my brain did bring him and his kiss to me in my dreams. It started with his strong arms wrapped around me and his lips on mine. And I couldn't deny that I was waiting for him to take things one step further.
Chapter 6. Devin. I woke up the next morning to the sudden sounds of slamming and banging. Maybe I was just spoiled, because Nina was always very quiet in the morning until she woke me up, but I couldn't remember Henry being that disrespectful of me in our previous roommate days. I was relieved to be back in my own bed for a night, but with Henry's noise, I'd welcome returning to the other room. "Hey," I grumbled. "Why don't you be a little louder? I don't think Sydney heard you from 7 floors down." "Sorry," Henry spat. I blinked my eyes awake to get a clearer look, and Henry wasn't doing anything particularly out of character, but he was exuding a foul mood. "What's your deal?" I asked. "I'm fine," Henry said. He continued walking around the room, engaging himself in a variety of miscellaneous activities that seemed to carry no real weight. He looked at the clock and then growled. "Why is it only 5:30? "It's 5:30 in the morning? I don't even believe in this time." I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes. "It's Saturday. Why are you like this?" "I'm ready for breakfast." I furrowed my brow. That simply wasn't true. Henry wasn't a breakfast guy, and he never had been. He ate breakfast by force. With Nina and Sydney in the mix, he'd been eating breakfast in the dining hall every morning, but in our prior years as roommates, we traditionally slept through breakfast. If we had morning classes, we set our alarms to wake us up with only enough time to travel to class. He didn't care about breakfast, but there he was, stomping his way around the room like an angry troll. And it hit me. It wasn't about breakfast. It was about Sydney. "Do you miss her that much?" I asked. Henry turned around and looked at me, shocked at first. But then he let out a sad sigh. God, I don't even know how I got this useless. She stayed with me almost every day for the last couple of months, and now I've had her here this week. I guess I'm just used to having her here, so it's fucking me up not to wake up next to her. It made me sad in an instant. Here I was, supposed to be giving Henry this single thing that he's asked for, so that I could at least try and give him back a piece of what he'd given me, and I let my ego get in the way and risk that. I'm sorry, man. I promise to be more careful next time so that we don't run into this issue. Henry's expression went from sad to serene. He let out a little chuckle. No, it's not your fault. If anything, it's that strict RA. I'm sorry. I woke you up and then made you feel like you'd done something wrong. I'm a shit friend. No, I replied quickly. No, you're not. You're an amazing friend. I'm the shit one for messing up yesterday. Henry laughed. We're a pair, aren't we? I joined him in laughter. Yeah. I'll be quiet, so you can get some more sleep. I shook my head. Nah, it's okay. I think I'm up. I grabbed my computer off the bedside table and opened it. I navigated to my email and saw that I had responses to 2 applications I'd submitted the week prior. One of the applications was for a job cleaning the East Tower on the weekends throughout the school year. It took me a couple of years to get a handle on being a student, and I was finally ready to get a job so that I could start paying Henry back for the money he'd shelled out for my bail. I applied for the open position after seeing it on the student job board when I moved in, and I just received an email from the dorm manager that I was being offered the job. Sick, I said out loud. What? Henry said, having settled down at his desk and started clicking through his computer as well. I got that janitorial job. Henry turned around in his chair to look at me. Did you actually apply for that? I told you not to. You have to focus on school. It's fine. It's just on the weekends, and the manager said that he understands studies are important. So if I need to swap weekends for weekdays or take weekends off around exams, that's fine. I scrolled through the email and saw that he was going to pay me $16 an hour for 8-hour days every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'd be pulling in just under $400 a weekend. Not bad. Thank God the guy wanted to give a student a break. It pays really well. I'll be able to make my first payment to you in a couple of weeks. Henry rolled his eyes. I don't want it. I scoffed. Come on, man. I feel bad that you damn near emptied your savings for me. It was my choice, and I'd do it again. He turned back toward his computer. You're going to be exhausted doing school all week and then working all weekend. Just quit. I don't need the money. I'm fine. I didn't respond. The truth was, it wasn't the first time Henry and I had fought our way through that argument. He insisted that I repaid my debt by fixing my life and coming to college, but I just didn't feel good with the debt hanging over my head. It cost him close to $5,000, and it would have been even more had it not been my first offense. I made a quiet decision to accept the position, and when I received my first paycheck, I just hand him the money and move on. The second application I submitted was for a club that met every other weekday during the school year called the Dean's Club. It was a lot less exclusive and cool than it sounded. It was really just a glorified study hall for students who were aiming for Dean's List of quality grades. But students didn't necessarily have to have Dean's List quality intelligence or academic skill sets. People like Henry or Nina could work on their own and get the grades they were looking for. But people like me, who wanted to do well but didn't have the ability to focus or aptitude for studying and retaining information, could apply for the Dean's Club and have additional free access to things like tutors, study groups, academic resources, and priority from professors when it came to exam retakes or extensions on assignments. The big issue with the Dean's Club was that, though it was really just a study hall, it still required jumping through several hoops to be accepted. It wasn't an open club, and given that the dean oversaw the club himself, he wanted to be sure that anyone joining truly did intend to use the resources provided and work hard to achieve good grades. It required several things, including references from former teachers, near perfect attendance to any former classes, and no black marks on your record. It took some fancy footwork on my end to circumvent mentioning my former criminal background, which I'd legally left off my application for Presper since it was in the process of being sealed when I'd applied. I did a great job in my sophomore college year, though, and felt I finally had what I needed to apply and be accepted. "My Dean's Club application results are in," I said aloud to Henry. He turned back around in his chair again and looked at me. "And?" I clicked the email and opened it up, smiling instantly at the bright purple "Congratulations" scrawled across the top. "I got in!" "Yeah!" Henry jumped out of his chair and came over to reach out his hand for a fist bump, which I gave. "Now we're talking! You're gonna kill it this year, man!" I nodded and smiled. Between the job, the Dean's Club, and helping Henry out with Sydney, I really was starting to feel like junior year could be a successful one. Well, that's the hope. Now, if you could just accept the money, it'd be a royal flush. Henry let out a long, exasperated sigh. "I don't want the money." I slapped the top of my laptop down and pushed it aside so that I could swing my legs over the edge of my bed and set my feet on the floor. "Dude, seriously, I don't want this debt hanging over me. You didn't deserve to lose all that money." "Is that what this is about? You feel like this debt is holding you down? Is that the only reason we're friends? So you feel like you're paying me back?" "What?" I jumped off the bed. "No, we're friends because we're friends. You're the only person in my life who's ever believed in me. I just feel bad that I took so much from you without repayment." "You are repaying me." "No." I rubbed my fingers together. "With money. I want your savings account to look like it did before your dumbass friend got locked up. You've done so much for me, not just the bail, but helping me turn my life around. I wouldn't feel good not giving you anything in return." "You made a simple mistake that anyone could have made. Given your circumstances, it's understandable. Not only that, but you're working on trying to make sure that other kids don't end up like you. That's plenty for me." Henry went and sat down at his desk, and I could tell in the way he slumped that I'd upset him. I walked over to my desk and slid into the chair. I looked over at Henry, and when he avoided my gaze, even though it was clear he could see me staring at him, I just started to talk. "Look, I know that we grew apart there, but being friends with you again these last few years has reminded me exactly why we were friends to begin with. Not just because of what you've done for me, but because of the fact that you're smart, funny as hell, and caring." Henry looked over at me. "Come on, man. Don't make me get all sappy with you." Henry snickered. "Damn. I was hoping I could milk it a little more." I laughed. "Ass. Anyway, you can take that money and bank it. I won't take it." "You're so irritating. Who turns down money?" I barked. Henry flipped me off. "As a promising lawyer, I'll be making 6 figures within the decade. I don't need your pennies, peasant." I gasped and laughed. "Wow. Peasant, huh?" Henry started laughing, and I was glad that I managed to get him in a better mood. I dropped the argument for the second time, knowing it wouldn't be the last time we'd visit it. After he recovered, he turned to look at me outright. Hey, how are things with Nina? I furrowed my brow at the random change in topic. Not bad. I don't really know her well yet, but she keeps to herself. She's clean, and she doesn't wake up at 5:30 in the morning banging shit around, so she's a good enough roommate. Why? Henry shrugged. I don't know. Sydney's told me a lot about her. She's book smart and good at standing up for herself, but she can be a little too innocent for her own good. I thought about some of the conversations we'd had regarding Kai and giving her advice to win him over. She was shocked to hear some of the stuff that I thought was basic knowledge. Henry wasn't wrong. She needs someone with some tougher armor looking out for her. Can you look out for her? It was surprising. Was it just Henry's kind nature that had him wanting to look out for Nina? Or was he truly so in love with Sydney that he wanted to protect her best friend? I had a feeling it was a mix of both. Of course, she's a good person, so I'm not just going to stand by and let someone hurt her. Henry nodded. Good. He turned back toward his computer. Maybe you need to work on that innocence too. I raised an eyebrow. What's that mean? Henry chuckled and shrugged. Forget I said it. Nina was great, but she wasn't the kind of woman I normally went for. Plus, she was focused on Kai. I'd look out for her as a friend, but as far as doing anything about her innocence, that was a job best suited for someone else.
Chapter 7. Nina.
Are you packing your backpack at 6 o'clock? When's your first class?
I looked over my shoulder, and Devin was stretching his arms high above his head. Sorry, did I wake you? I was trying to be quiet, I replied. Devin squeezed his pillow closer to his head and looked at me.
No, you're fine. Henry woke me up early on Saturday, and now my sleep schedule's out of whack.
Ah, well, yes, I am packing my backpack. I'm excited. I was sitting on my bed with all my books and items laid out in front of me. I'm kind of a dork if you haven't noticed. Devin scoffed.
I noticed.
I leered over at him, and he flashed me a wide grin. I couldn't deny that Devin was good-looking. I remembered our first kiss from Friday night, and my face burned. That he was still single was kind of shocking.
So, when's your first class?
He asked again. I averted my gaze to keep from blushing outright. 9 o'clock. Devin fell out laughing.
That's in 3 hours.
I giggled with him. I know, but I was thinking of heading right over after breakfast. I could pick out a good seat and get my notebook all ready to go.
Devin gasped. You really are a dork.
I held up my left hand with the middle finger held high.
Ah, there she is,
he added. I went back to packing everything in my bag, and when I was confident it was well packed and ready to go, I set it on the edge of my bed and grabbed my clothes to go and take a shower. Being an early riser meant the adjoining room's inhabitants weren't up, so I could get into the bathroom before anyone else. I was quick, not wanting to take up any more time than I needed, and returned to the bedroom, where Devin was now sitting up and clicking through his computer. His backpack was sitting on his bed, and it was unzipped. I pointed at it. Is that a packed bag? When's your first class? Devin snickered, not looking up from his computer.
I had to pack my bag last night, remember?
He looked up.
Can you go get the bathroom lock for me?
Oh, sure. Are you gonna shower down here? Devin and Sydney usually swapped rooms in the morning after breakfast. Because of this, Devin would wait to do any sort of showering or cleaning up until he was back in his own room, so that there was no risk of the adjoining room's tenants walking in and seeing a guy. When he had to go into the bathroom, I would go in and lock the door to the other room from the inside to ensure he would have privacy.
Yeah, since I'm up, I'll go to breakfast with you.
Oh. I smiled. Okay. I turned around and went to lock the door to the other room, then walked back into my room. As Devin passed, he snapped his towel at my leg.
Hey, knock it off.
He let out a low chuckle as he passed, and it lit my body up from the inside. I shook my head. As if things weren't complicated enough, the last thing I needed was to consider Devin as anything more than a friend. I wanted Kai, after all. And, thanks to Devin's sound advice from the past week, I really thought I had a chance. I waited for Devin to come out, and when he was cleaned, dressed, and ready to go, we left for the dining hall. Okay, give me a little more advice, I said to him when we were finally both seated at a table with a tray of food in front of us. Devin groaned.
I've given you so much advice already.
Hey, this is the deal,
I said.
Fine.
Devin took a bite of a piece of bacon, and then nodded his head toward my backpack.
Pull out your notebook.
I furrowed my brow. What? Why? I don't want it to get greasy. Devin shrugged and went back to eating his food, so I scowled.
Fine.
I opened my backpack and pulled out one of my notebooks. Okay, now what? Devin snatched the notebook from my hand and started to rub it over his neck.
Hey, stop that!
I yanked it back.
What the hell did you do that for?
Smell it.
I recoiled.
Gross! No!
Devin raised an eyebrow.
Girl, nothing that touches me is gross. Smell it.
I lifted the notebook to my nose and, apprehensively, took a whiff. The look of nervousness on my face left instantly, leaving shock behind. It smelled heavenly. It was a perfect blend of Devin's body soap and cologne, plus his natural, sort of dusky scent. Wow, you're right. It smells amazing.
There you go.
He winked.
My advice, if you end up in a class with him, use that notebook. He'll smell that cologne all over it. Know it's not your scent, and wonder whose it is. For it to be all over your notebook, it's gotta be someone close. It'll drive him crazy. Trust me on this.
Wow, I said. Are all men this easy to manipulate?
Given that as a species, we're pretty food motivated, followed closely by breasts, I'm gonna say yes.
You're more motivated by food than breasts? I asked. Devin looked up toward the ceiling as he considered the question.
I mean,
he was staring so hard that it looked like his eyes were gonna pop out. Okay, I said. Don't think too hard. You look like you're gonna combust. I tucked the notebook back into my bag, smiling at the thought that the amazing smell was going to spread to the rest of the contents, and turned back toward Devin, who'd given up and was back to his food. Any other advice?
None for now. We need to see how this first batch works. You know, like an experiment or something. This is the first iteration. Then you tell me the results, and we'll adjust as needed.
I nodded.
That makes sense. Thank you.
No problem.
Once breakfast was over, Devin walked me over to the Gen Ed building, as my first class of the day was just a prerequisite academic course that all students had to take, and then continued on his way. I walked into the building and smiled at the fact that it was already bustling with students. See, I wasn't the only one excited to get the school year underway. I entered the Introduction to College Writing course and saw it was a lecture hall-style classroom, with tables and chairs situated on 4 different levels that led down to a whiteboard and podium. A professor with short brown hair and a dress shirt and tie was smiling and waving at any student that walked in, and a handful of students were already picking spots out around the hall. I walked down to the bottom level and slid into the first chair of the first table in the middle row.
Hello.
The professor greeted.
The first one brave enough to come all the way down.
He walked over and held out a hand.
I'm Professor Adam Stampede. And yes, like an animal stampede. Please, for the love of God, just call me Adam.
I giggled. You must get that a lot. I took his hand and shook it. You got it. I'm Nina.
Garrison, right?
I nodded.
Nice to meet you.
He looked next to where I was sitting.
Good morning. I'm Professor Adam Stampede. And yes, like an animal stampede. Please just call me Adam. I think I can do that.
My heart leapt up into my throat at the sound of that voice. I looked over, and Kai was standing next to the table, shaking Adam's hand.
I'm Kai. Oh, of course. Dean Kalehi's kid, right?
Adam pulled his hand back and crossed his arms.
You have to promise not to report me to your dad. I won't if you won't,
Kai replied, and Adam laughed.
Deal.
A few more students walked in through the other lecture hall door, so Adam drifted off, calling out,
Hello,
as he went. Kai looked down at me with a sweet smile.
Hey, Nina.
I smiled back, my heart already racing. Hey, you have this class too, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be pretty boring, but things are already looking up.
I furrowed my brow. Because of the stampede joke? Kai laughed.
Well, it was a good joke, but no. It's because you're here.
My skin prickled. Oh, yeah.
Mind if I join you?
Kai asked. Of course. I hated myself for how eager I sounded. I considered trying to cover up for it, but instead, I just took my time gathering up my things and moving over a chair so that Kai could sit down next to me. He settled in and smiled at me before unpacking his bag. More students walked into the classroom, while Kai and I chatted about nothing in particular. Soon, the room was full. Adam was still busy greeting students, so though the class's official start time had passed, there was still a quiet murmur of many conversations buzzing about the room.
I meant to ask you this the other day,
Kai started.
But did you dye your hair?
I grabbed the tips of my hair that were dyed purple, thanks to Sydney and her constant need to add bright, neon colors to my life. Yeah, Sydney convinced me to do it. I thought I was going to hate it, but I actually really like it.
It looks awesome. You're wearing your hair down, too. You don't do that much.
I grinned, knowing that he'd at least paid enough attention to me to notice that. No, I'm just not a flashy person. But I figured it might be nice to try once. I chuckled.
I like it,
Kai said with a warm smile.
Although, You're cute no matter how you wear it.
My skin prickled with excitement at the compliment. Thank you. That was the reason I could never get over Kai. Things were always like that between us. I could never quite decipher if he was flirting with me or just being friendly. But every now and again, he said stuff like that. It didn't seem like the kind of thing someone would say to someone they were just friends with. There were many times when he would compliment me like that, or when hugs would linger a bit, with his hands slightly too low on my back, and I would think, he has to like me. Any prospective relationships that I had at that time would take a back seat, with me thinking things might finally move forward. But then he would mention to a friend that he thought of me as a sister, or tell me that having me around was like having a sibling around. And it dashed my hopes. I couldn't blame Kai for it, though. My lack of romantic understanding wasn't his issue, nor was it his fault that his beautiful face made everything worse. In truth, I could see what everyone back in high school saw. The reason they were all so confused that he seemed to latch on to me. In short, I was far out of Kai's league. Taylor, who I hated, even I could admit that she was a bombshell. She looked like something fresh out of a Vogue magazine. Kai was the same, unreasonably good-looking. Why would he go for a plain, pretty at best girl like me?
Nina?
Kai's voice pierced my thoughts.
I said, are you rooming with Sydney this year?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I am. I imagined Devon asleep in her bed, and my face warmed. She's an interesting roommate,
I bet.
Kai said.
Well, my door's always open if you need a break. I'm in the North Tower, room 210.
My heart did a little backflip. Did Kai just invite me to his dorm room? Thanks. Same here. East Tower, 401. Kai's smile got a bit wider.
Good to know.
It was hard not to get too attached to his kind, romantic adjacent words. I thought of how Devon had made a couple of comments about my attractiveness, too. Maybe guys just functioned this way. Thinking of Devon reminded me of the advice he'd given me up to that point. I already failed to seem aloof, given that I'd nearly jumped out of my pants when Kai asked to sit with me. But I still had that morning's advice to fall back on. I reached into my backpack and pulled out my notebook and set it on the tabletop. I whipped open the front cover and had to bite my cheek to keep from smiling at the strong waif of Devon's soap and cologne that flew off. I side-glanced Kai, and he was looking through the air, as if to find the source of the smell. His eyes landed on my notebook, then flicked up to me.
That's an interesting smelling notebook.
Shit! I had no idea how to respond to that. Devon had only mentioned that Kai would be curious about the notebook, not that he would bring it up. Yeah, I replied. A friend of mine got a little too close, I guess. My whole bag smells like it. Thank God it's not a bad smell. Was that good? Why didn't I have a little Devon earpiece on to help me navigate?
A friend?
Kai asked, and there was a noticeable frown to his brow.
Who got close to your notebooks?
It took everything in me not to smile. I didn't have the best track record for reading Kai's moods, but he did seem a little jealous. Yeah, I said, and decided to throw caution to the wind. He came over last night, and yeah. For the first time since I'd met Kai, he wasn't smiling at me.
Ah.
I swallowed hard. Was it a mistake? I'd clearly insinuated something. Was it going to make him back off? Kai watched me curiously for a minute, and then a sly smile crossed his face.
Maybe I'll have to visit 401 soon and meet this friend.
Holy crap. Maybe. Kai let out a husky laugh, and my heart was racing so fast that I thought it was going to come flying out of my chest. Thankfully, Adam made his way to the front of the class and clapped his hands, officially starting the day. I could see a pensive look on Kai's face throughout the lecture, and every time I flipped the pages of my notebook as I took notes. I noticed him wince a little. It worked! I couldn't wait to tell Devin. For as crappy as I thought his advice was, it seemed to be doing the trick. The class ended, and Kai and I left the lecture hall together. Sydney was waiting just outside. She smiled at me, but when she saw Kai, her smile faded a bit. In true best friend fashion, she wasn't a fan of the guy she claimed was toying with me.
Hey, Nina.
Kai, she greeted.
You guys have class together?
Kai wrapped an arm around my shoulders.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky, huh?
Sydney forced a smile.
I'd say so.
I'll see you later, Nina,
Kai said. He winked at me, took his arm from around my shoulders, and walked off. Sydney looked at me and raised an eyebrow.
Please tell me.
I held up a hand to cut her off. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I know this is all just part of who he is. Nothing has changed for us. Sydney let out a sigh of relief.
Good. I'm glad to hear that you won't be getting caught up in all of that again.
I chose not to mention the deal I had struck with Devin. I wouldn't concern Sydney with thinking that Kai was part of my picture again until I could ensure that it was real feelings this time around.
Anyway, you should just forget about Kai altogether and date Devin.
Again with this? I scoffed. I'm not interested. He's not my type. Sydney raised an eyebrow.
He's a good-looking, older guy with amazing grades, a job, and a career path. What isn't interesting about that?
I didn't realize that Devin had all of that going on. Really? I'd kind of written him off as a slacker goofball type. Sydney shook her head.
Henry wouldn't hang around with someone like that. He's actually really dedicated. Maybe you should get to know him better.
Sydney said it with a bit of hopefulness in her voice. Though I wasn't interested in anything romantic with Devin, it probably would bode well for me to get to know him a little better. Fine, I'll get to know him. Sydney clapped her hands.
Yes! Just for that, I'm buying you lunch.
I chuckled. No, you aren't. We both have meal plans. Sydney put a finger to my mouth.
Shh! Just go with it.
Not only did I have class with Kai, but things were great with Sydney. And Devin's advice seemed to be working. Maybe my freshman year of college was going to turn out okay after all.
Chapter 8. Devin. Only taking one class on my Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule seemed like a bad idea at first, But my psychology of emotion and motivation course was clearly going to be a draining one. The professor of the course was notorious in my program for being difficult to work with, but he was the only one who led the course I needed, so I gave myself a heavier Tuesday-Thursday schedule so that I only had to deal with him coming off of or going into a weekend. It was a good choice, I realized, as I discovered that he was not only a stickler, but a drone. His voice sounded like the adults from old cartoons, not to mention the fact that the course material seemed like it was going to be really tedious. If I wasn't careful, I'd end up falling asleep in his course, for sure. A 4-hour-long lecture from 10 o'clock to 2 in the afternoon was exhausting, and I had my first day of the Dean's Club at 4 o'clock, so I didn't dare risk heading back to the dorms for a nap. Instead, I made my way to the admin building, where the Dean's Club met every single day after the latest courses ended. I was early, but when I arrived, there were a few students hanging around inside, along with the dean himself, Nicolau Kalei. When he noticed me, he smiled and held up a hand. "Hello." "Hi," I said as I entered. The other students inside looked over at me and nodded. I nodded back to them. "Hello." Nicolau approached me and held out a hand. "I'm Dean Kalei, or you can call me Nick." I took his hand, and he gave it a firm shake before letting go. "I'm Devin McMillian, sir. Nice to meet you, and thank you for this opportunity." "McMillian, of course. I was impressed with your reference letters. You're well liked by your professors. I always welcome students who go the extra mile. Welcome to the Dean's Club." I grinned. "Thank you." Nick checked his watch. "Well, you're a bit early, but feel free to join your peers or find a quiet spot of your own and do some first-day review." He pointed to a table at the front of the meeting room we were in. "There will always be some sort of refreshment here for you. I like to mix it up. Sometimes cookies, sometimes donuts, sometimes fruit. There will always be water and a rotating selection of juice." Free food was always a good perk. "Cool, thank you." "Once everyone has arrived, we'll begin." I nodded. "Sounds good." "Typically, this isn't so formal," Nick continued, "but I like to wear my suit and tie on the first day." He winked. "Do you?" He looked up, and his face lit up. "Hey, there he is." He tapped me on my shoulder. "Excuse me." I looked over my shoulder as Nick walked past me and approached a kid who had just entered the meeting room. He looked almost exactly like Nick, and upon closer inspection, I could see it was none other than Kai, the dean's son and the apple of Nina's eye. I'd seen him at a distance a few times before, but now that he was standing in the same room as me, I could see that he was his father's twin. "Kai, how was your first day?" Nick tapped Kai's back. "You look so grown up." It was adorable seeing the dean of students fawn over his son. It sent a jolt of jealousy running through my body. I imagined my parents doing the same to Dante. I'd never know that feeling. "Dad, will you relax?" Kai grumbled. "It was fine. We'll talk about it later." "Right, sorry." Nick held up his hands and backed a few feet away. "Professional, we talked about this." I wonder if Kai had been admitted to the Dean's Club simply because he was Nick's son, or if he had to go through the same degrees of difficulty that I had to. I shook my head and found a chair around one of the round meeting tables. I pulled out a notebook with my notes for my first lecture and started to read them over and highlight what I thought was important. And a few seconds later, a backpack slid down into one of the chairs opposite me at the table. I looked up, and Kai was standing there. "Hey, sorry man, but he says he wants me to sit with you. I won't bother you." "It's fine," I replied, shaking my head and motioning to an open chair. It probably would be a good thing for me to get to know Kai better if I was going to be helping Nina make him fall for her. I'm Devin. Kai reached a hand across the table, and I took and shook it. Kai, he replied. I dropped his hand, and he settled into an open seat. He glanced over at my notes, and then chuckled. Ah, I see. Are you a psych major too? Oh yeah, you're in psych? Kai didn't make any attempt to pull out any of his materials, leading me to think he'd been forced into the club by his dad. Yeah, I mean, I'm in freshman gen eds right now, but I'll be there, eventually. That's probably why he wanted me to stick with you. Well, I'm not some great tutor or anything, I replied. But if there's anything I can do to help you out, just let me know. He grinned. Thanks, man. I looked Kai up and down. I suppose I could see where someone might find him attractive. I imagined Nina and her bright smile and dorky antics, and thought that he seemed a little too bland for her. I wasn't sure who I would imagine for her, but this guy honestly didn't seem like a good match. Still, if he was who she wanted, there had to be a reason. I wasn't in any position to question her choices, so as long as I could help her, I would. The high-pitched tones of a phone screamed out from Kai's backpack, and he let out a long, frustrated sigh. He unzipped the front pocket with a bit of aggression and raked his phone out. He tapped the screen and then put the phone to his ear. Hey, babe. I turned my attention back to my notebook, but kept my ears perked. It must have been Kai's girlfriend. Nina had mentioned her, but from what she described of her own relationship with Kai, it seemed like he definitely liked her. Was it just a social thing that made him keep a girlfriend, even when he had feelings for Nina? Or was he just a player? No, I told you like 1,000 times that my dad is making me do his damn Dean's Club thing, so I'm here until 5:30. Well, there was the answer to that question at least. Kai was here by force, not will. I don't know, probably. He already got super amped up about hearing about my first day. He's probably going to drag me out to dinner or something afterward. I glanced up at Kai to see his expression, and he seemed annoyed. When he caught me looking, he rolled his eyes at me and tapped his fingers and thumb together in a blah 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 motion. I know, but he's my dad, so I don't know what you expect from me. We'll just get dinner tomorrow night. Fine. Love you too. Bye. Kai set his phone down on the table and ran a hand through his hair. He looked at me and scoffed. Women, am I right? Is she your girlfriend? I asked. Kai rolled his eyes and nodded. Yeah, although half the time it feels like she keeps me around just for the sake of it. We've been together since junior year of high school, though, so I must be doing something right. I nodded. Must be. Do you have a girlfriend? Kai asked. I shook my head, briefly imagining my lukewarm and generally uninteresting romantic history. Nah, college is best when you're single anyway. You got that right. I'm jealous, Kai quipped back, showing me that he probably leaned more toward being a player. She's held me down, though, so it's not like I can just dump her so that I can have fun times in college. She picked this school to be here with me. That confused me. For a minute, it sounded like his girlfriend may not be interested in him much at all. But now he's saying she picked Presper just to be with him? Maybe Kai just didn't understand women. Sounds like she's in it for the long haul, then. Kai shrugged. I guess. For the second time in the span of about 15 minutes, I was jealous of Kai. Due to my wanting to honor Henry's wish to set my life on the right path and keep my grades in check, I didn't have much time for a girlfriend. I dated a few women here and there, but many of them were like him, not wanting a serious relationship so that they could just enjoy college for what it was. It wasn't until I saw Henry and Sydney together that I started to think that I might like to have something more serious. Knowing someone loved me enough to commit themselves for 4 years to a college just to be with me. That sounded exciting. Maybe the old saying was true. The grass always does seem greener on the other side. I thought of Nina briefly, and couldn't stop the thoughts from seeping into my head. Kai was lucky to have a girl like her pining after him. The kiss that we'd shared, only to stave off Nina and Sydney's nosy resident advisory, popped into my mind. For the fact that Nina was supposed to be inexperienced, the kiss was enjoyable. It lingered on my lips in a way that I wasn't expecting, and I found myself partially wishing it wasn't just for show. I forced the thoughts away. I wasn't interested in Nina, but the kiss and my desire for a more serious relationship were muddling my mind. Nina wanted Kai, and I'd made it my mission to bring them together. My best advice, I said to Kai, if there's something else you're interested in, I say go for it. You have your whole life to tie yourself down, so don't miss out on something amazing while chasing around something that's subpar. Kai snickered. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. I shook my head. That's just my best advice. Kai's smile grew a little bit, and whether it was because of Nina or not, I couldn't tell, but I could clearly see he'd conjured up a specific image at my words. Might be some of the best advice I've ever gotten. I grinned and looked back down at my notebook. There you go, Nina. Take it and run.
Chapter 9. Nina.
You can't get ippity every time we have to switch,
Sydney argued. It was time for Devin and Sydney to swap rooms, and Sydney and I were right in the middle of studying when the time arrived. If she was living in our room, as she's supposed to, it wouldn't be an issue. But, thanks to the room switch debacle, we had to stop right in the middle. My dedication was to my schoolwork, not to Sydney's relationship. So, I was annoyed. It was the end of the first week of school, and I was excited to be studying with my friend. But, suddenly, it was over. I'm fine, I said. Just go. I'll finish on my own. Sydney crossed her arms.
Nina.
Sydney, just go.
Devin cut in.
She'll be okay.
I glared at Devin for inserting himself into the conversation. But the fact that Sydney picked up her stuff and walked out left me with relief.
How long are you gonna hold this against her?
Devin asked. I can tell by the disdain in your voice that you're looking for an answer other than, every time it inconveniences me. I rolled my eyes. I just won't put myself in this situation anymore. Devin sat down on his/Sydney's bed.
Meaning what? You're not ever gonna study with your best friend again because you're gonna catch attitude when she has to leave?
Well, I wouldn't have said it like I'm the one who's doing something wrong. But pretty much, yes.
I slid my notebook into my textbook to serve as a bookmark and set the textbook on my desk. It's a win-win for her. She gets to come and play besties with me, then run upstairs and snuggle up with Henry. Meanwhile, I'm out a friend and a roommate. I get absolutely no benefits from that relationship.
Hey,
Devin responded.
you get me. And I'm a treat.
I leered over at him. Are you being serious? He laughed, but said,
Kind of. I'm helping you with Kai, aren't I? You said it's working.
I couldn't deny that Devin's advice did seem to be tipping the needle a touch.
But it wasn't like I needed that.
I accepted it in exchange for keeping my mouth shut.
It's not the same. Kai still has a girlfriend. Who even knows if it's going to go anywhere? I could just be wasting my time. All I'm saying is that what I'm getting from this fucked up deal is a lot less than what she's getting.
What about the fact that you're helping a friend get to spend some time with a guy she's really into?
Look, I don't know that I will ever understand why you're so dedicated to Henry's happiness, but I like to focus on myself some too. I can't be as selfless as you. I went and sat down on my bed. You're telling me that it doesn't bother you, even a little bit, that Henry's getting some while you're being lectured by an enraged nerd?
I happen to find the enraged nerd's rants endearing. And Henry has spent his whole life worrying about other people. So, yeah, if he's getting some, I'm happy for him.
I growled at his Miss America perfect answer, and he laughed.
Want to hear something else you're not gonna like?
Oh, I welcome the opportunity, I responded. Devin pointed at me.
You're picking fights with Sydney because you're trying to poke holes in why you're doing all of this. In truth, you're just as happy to help your friend as I am.
I tossed Devin an annoyed, half-lidded gaze. Don't psychoanalyze me, McMillan.
Devin chuckled. We don't know much about each other, so it's all I have.
Sydney's words from earlier in the week about getting to know Devin came back to me. So, let's get to know each other.
What?
Devin asked. You're right. We don't know that much about each other. So, let's get to know each other more. I don't want to live with a stranger. Do you? Devin pulled his legs up to sit cross-legged on the bed.
I'll do it, but on one condition.
I sighed. What's that?
After this, I get to lead us in making friendship bracelets.
You're an ass. I spat back, and Devin started to roar with laughter. I pulled my headphones out of my pocket, and Devin waved his hands.
Okay, no. Come on, that was a good idea. Let's get to know each other.
I slid my headphones back into my pocket. One question at a time?
Sure,
Devin replied.
you start.
Okay. Why did you choose psychology? Devin recoiled a little.
Whoa, I thought we would start slow, like with favorite colors or something.
Was his answer so serious that he'd already avoided the question? Fine. What's your favorite color? Devin chuckled.
Blue.
Very nice. Why did you choose psychology? Devin held up a finger and tutted it to either side.
You said one question at a time.
My jaw dropped. You tricked me!
I did not. I just made an observation. What you chose to do with it was up to you.
Fine. Ask your question. Devin thought about it for a minute, then shrugged.
What's your middle name?
What kind of question is that?
Hey, you can't question my question. You just answer it.
I shook my head, but complied regardless. Sadie. Devin gave me a warm smile.
Sadie. That's nice.
It was my grandma's name.
Were you close?
Devin asked. And even though it was technically a second question, I let it go in the interest of not scaring off the actual bonding. I pulled one of the pillows on my bed into my lap. I never got to know her. She died the night I was born.
Whoa.
I pulled at the edges of the pillowcase to distract my hands. Yeah. She always wanted to have grandkids. But my mom was her only daughter, and she was really sick when I was born. She braved the elements and her several ailments to meet me in the hospital when I was born. And then she died in her sleep that night. Devon's smile got a little bigger.
She toughed it out just to meet you. That's a pretty good reason to be a namesake.
I smiled at him too. I think so. I held up 2 fingers. You asked 2 questions.
So I did. You've earned 2.
I opened my mouth, and he held up a hand.
Let me guess. Why did I choose psychology?
I closed my mouth, and he rolled his eyes.
Fine. I wouldn't say that my parents were bad parents, but they neglected me a lot. I have a twin brother who could probably shoot someone in the face at point-blank range and still be seen as their little angel. I struggled with it. I still do. I guess I'm hoping that one day I can be someone who can intervene with a kid like me, keep him out of trouble, and tell his parents to get their shit together. I guess I'm hoping that I can change the stigma around dealing with mental health, too. If my family had been in some sort of therapy, who knows? Things could have turned out differently.
I could see why that question registered so heavily with him. It actually blew me away. I didn't realize it was so important to him. In actuality, his playful antics aside, Devon was one hell of a guy. That's really honorable. I'm sure you'll be able to achieve it with your annoyingly accurate assessments of people.
He flashed a toothy grin.
Why, thank you, ma'am. Question 2?
I looked at the ceiling while I thought about it. Then back at Devon. Why did you choose Presper?
That's easy. Henry told me to.
I crossed my arms. Do you do whatever Henry asks you to?
He nodded.
Pretty much.
Why? Devon watched me in silence for a moment. It was weird to ask these questions that I thought were totally normal, only to see that they tripped him up. Sorry, if that's too deep of a question, you don't have to answer.
Can I trust you?
He asked. My heart beat a little faster. Was it that deep? Of course. I won't repeat anything you tell me here.
He nodded.
I won't go into the specifics of it, but that stuff with my brother nearly led me down a life-ending path. Henry helped pull me out. I can't ever repay him for everything he's done for me.
It helped click things into place. No wonder Devon was so willing to participate in the room-switching nonsense. In his mind, he was just paying Henry back. I get it. You're trying to ease some of the guilt by doing anything and everything Henry asks. Devon furrowed his brow, and for the first time since I'd met him, he seemed legitimately irritated.
I wouldn't put it like that.
It's not a bad thing, but are you going to do that for the rest of your life? You chose Presper because of him. You gave up your room for him. When will your debt be repaid? Devon stared back at me in silence, and I held up my hands. Sorry, I overstepped.
No, it's okay,
Devon said, a pensive look on his face.
I guess I hadn't really thought about it like that. He's always telling me that he doesn't expect anything else from me. Maybe I am just doing it for me at this point.
He smiled.
I've never had someone call me on my shit before.
I winced. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, Nina. It's a good thing.
He was back to his normal, jovial self.
You asked like 12 questions, so I get a few.
I chuckled. Fine.
Why did you choose journalism?
I folded my hands into my lap. I don't know. Because I'm good at it? Devin snickered.
And the most arrogant answer goes to...
He fanned his hands out to me.
Also, the most BS answer. There's a reason you love it.
Okay, sure. I have a pretty good relationship with my parents. But there was a teacher at my school, Harriet, who I always looked up to. We were really close, and she led the school newspaper and yearbook clubs. So I joined them, and she told me I have a knack for it. She took me under her wing and taught me everything I know. I like it.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Do you still keep in touch with her?
Devin asked. I snickered. Yeah. She's my stepmom now.
Oh.
Devin said.
Your folks aren't together?
No. I let out a deep sigh. My dad cheated on my mom with Harriet. Devin's eyes widened.
Whoa. Seriously? How did you not blame Harriet for that?
I did for a long time. But my parents weren't really happy together. When I realized that, it made things easier to accept. And eventually, Harriet and I became close again.
I can't imagine being able to forgive someone in that situation.
Devin shook his head.
I already thought you're one of the strongest people I know. But that's next level, Nina.
Hearing Devin compliment me gave me different feelings from the ones I felt when Kai complimented me. It was almost like they carried more weight. Not many people in my life were successful giving me legitimate boosts of confidence. Harriet and Sydney were exclusive members of the club. But now Devin stood alongside them. He complimented me like he meant it, the same way Harriet and Sydney did. That's why I forgave Harriet. And that's why Sydney and I remained friends through all of her craziness. I'll stop giving Sydney so much shit, I said. Devin smiled.
Where did that come from?
I shrugged. I don't know. He didn't press.
Fine. So you studied under a master. Does that make you a real smarty pants?
School has always been rewarding for me. I had to be there, so why not work hard to make it worth it? Some of Devin's haughtiness fell away.
So, if I ever need help with studying, can you help? I don't have good methods.
Devin was almost coy as he asked, his hazel eyes fluttering nervously, his usually wide grin reduced to a small smile of hope. It was unbearably cute. Sure.
What?
He asked. Nothing. You don't normally get all soft, but you've done it a few times tonight. It's adorable. Devin shook his head and put his cocky grin back on. He tilted his head to one side.
I play innocent to get girls. Looks like it's working.
When he finished the sentence, he winked at me, and my whole body ignited. Good night. I quickly dug myself under my covers and turned to face the wall so that Devin wouldn't see me blush.
Does that mean no friendship bracelets tonight?
Devin asked. I held a middle finger up over my head. Good night, Devin. His resulting laugh was low and sexy.
Good night, Nina,
he responded, sing-song. He must have reached over and flipped the light switch, because the room went dark. I focused my energy on trying to cool my engines. After hearing a little more about Devin and his life, knowing already how attractive, funny, and sweet he was, I had to wonder why he wasn't already off the market. That would have to be a question for another get-to-know-you session. I tried to wipe my mind clean of him and force myself to go to sleep. And while sleep did eventually find me, it brought dreams of Devin and us being more than friends.
Chapter 10. Devin. I had to admit it. I was officially growing less fond of waking up in my own bed as opposed to down in Nina's room. Nina had stayed true to her word over the weekend and apologized to Sydney for the attitude she gave her, but she was honest about the way she felt, prompting a sleepover. Sydney stayed in her original room with Nina from Sunday night to Monday. Henry didn't wake up in such a foul mood over it because he'd been prepared this time. On the contrary, it was me who woke up on the wrong side of the bed. "You were in such a good mood all weekend. What went wrong?" Henry asked when he noticed me grumbling my way through my morning routine. I shook my head. "Nothing." Henry crossed his arms. "Why were you in such a good mood over the weekend anyway?" I didn't have the answer to that question either. No matter which way I looked at it, nothing had really happened to put me in a better than average mood, apart from the fact that I had a pretty nice Friday evening with Nina as we got to know one another. For all the jokes I made about it, I actually really enjoyed myself. I couldn't remember the last time I'd sat down and opened up with someone like that, if ever. I very nearly let my big secret about my record slip out. I bailed and just told Nina that Henry had been a really good friend to me. But the weird thing was, I didn't feel like I couldn't trust her. Part of me really wanted to talk about it with her. I felt like it would make me feel better if I did. I'd never had a relationship like that with a woman before, something so serious and open. I'd never had anything like what Henry and Sydney had, but I wanted that. "Nina?" Henry asked, piercing my thoughts. I looked over at him. "Huh? Your good mood. It's Nina, isn't it?" I knit my brows together. "No." Henry scoffed. "You're a horrible liar. When are you going to ask her out?" I was shoving things into my backpack, preparing to leave for class. "I'm not going to ask her out. Nina isn't my type." "Oh, right." There was thick sarcasm in Henry's voice. "Your vast and consistent dating history surely points to that." I looked up at him. "Are you trying to say something specific?" Henry opened the door to our dorm. "Nope," he said, and he was gone a second later. I was fully aware that my romantic life wasn't overactive. I did well with women, and I always had. In middle school and high school, any girl I brought around was compared to Dante's girlfriends, so I stopped bringing them home. When I stopped bringing girls home, they started wondering why. Thanks to that and the fact that I didn't often open up in my romantic interactions, women started to think I was just toying with them. They would eventually get tired of me and leave. I eventually earned myself a reputation as a player, even though I had never really played with any girls. They eventually became more trouble than they were worth for me. The constant rotation of women made people think I was a dog, but really, I just couldn't keep a girl around. I wasn't relationship material. For a second, I considered Nina, bringing her home to my parents and daring them to find something wrong with her. She was pretty, smart, goal-oriented, and didn't let herself get pushed around. Plus, she had a sweet innocence that gave her a certain appeal that was difficult to place my finger on. She was just a sweetheart. I doubted my parents could find anything wrong with her. No, I said aloud to myself. I wasn't actually entertaining the idea of dating Nina or bringing her home, but that didn't mean I couldn't look for qualities like those I found attractive in her in someone else. Shit. Maybe Nina was my type. The day was mostly a blur with Nina on the brain, and before I knew it, the end of the day was upon me. I headed for the Dean's Club. I'd probably regret not paying close enough attention during my psych lecture, but I put that behind me. That was Wednesday Devon's problem. I entered the admin building and made my way toward the meeting room where the Dean's Club met, and I saw Kai talking to a woman who was all smiles. It made me angry at first, thinking that Kai had gathered another woman for his harem. But as I got closer, I realized it was actually Nina. Anyway, I overheard Kai say when I was close enough to hear, "Thanks for walking with me, Nina." Nina giggled. It was sweet and high-pitched, way different from any way she'd laughed when I was involved. What was the tinge of disappointment that I felt deep in my stomach? "I mean, I was coming this way anyway, but you're welcome." I smiled. A solid shot at acting aloof. She was taking my advice. I was proud. "Sure," Kai said. "But still, I enjoyed your company." "I'm glad," Nina replied. It was time to up the ante a little bit. I didn't know if Kai had taken my advice to break things off with his girlfriend yet, but it was obvious he was content to string Nina along. If he didn't realize the pot of gold he had standing in front of him, then he was an idiot. There wasn't much I could do besides what I promised to do, help Nina land Kai by any means necessary. I took a deep breath and started taking confident strides toward where Nina and Kai were standing. "Wow, you came all the way over here to see me, huh?" Nina looked up, and Kai looked over his shoulder as I walked up. I continued until I was at Nina's side and slid an arm behind her back. "Couldn't wait until tonight?" "Devon?" Nina's face registered a bright blush, and even though I knew she was just embarrassed by the sudden interjection into her conversation with Kai, it really played into my ploy. "Hi." I smiled down at her. "You know, if you wanted to see me sooner, you could have just called." Kai cleared his throat, and a glance in his direction revealed he was seething. "Devon, do you and Nina know each other?" He glanced at Nina, and Nina looked at him, then back at me. "Are you, a thing or something?" I looked down at Nina with a sly grin. "We're friends, right, Sadie?" I threw her a wink, and I could see the realization dawn on her face. "Who's Sadie?" Kai asked. Nina looked at Kai, flustered. That's my middle name." "Oh," Kai replied, and there was a sadness to his voice that gave me a tinge of pride. "I didn't know that." "I guess you could say it's my nickname for her," I responded, and I actually could see myself calling her by that moniker in the future. "So you are a thing?" Kai asked. "It's like he said," Nina cut in, looking up at me nervously. "We're friends." Kai seemed visibly uncomfortable with the exchange, and whether Nina totally understood what I was doing or whether her innocence was just playing into it, I wasn't sure. But if she was playing the part, she could have earned an Oscar. "We have to go. Club is starting soon," Kai said. "See you soon, Nina?" Nina nodded. "Yeah." I wrapped around Nina, bringing us closer, but not so close that Kai couldn't see the way I set a finger under Nina's chin and tipped her face up toward mine. "I'll see you tonight?" I asked. Nina looked up at me, and there was a glint in her eyes that let me know for certain she was in on the exchange. "Yeah." I smiled. "Good deal." I tucked some of her loose bangs behind her ear. "See you then." I released her, turning my back to Kai, and started for the meeting room door. "Bye," Nina called after me. When we were both inside, I sat down at my usual table, and to my surprise, Kai threw himself down into a chair opposite me. I was beaming with pride, knowing I'd done my job in heightening Kai's interest in Nina. But when I looked over at him, he had a smile on his face. "Something funny?" I asked. Kai shook his head. "No." "I hope that didn't make you uncomfortable," I replied. Again, Kai just shook his head. "Nah, I've got a girlfriend. I know how it goes." I could tell in the way he said the words that I'd completely misjudged the situation. He was content to string Nina along, not because he couldn't make up his mind, but because she wasn't his priority. He had his girlfriend, and then he had his girl for in case things fell apart. Nina was his backup. I looked away from Kai, fuming. I couldn't explain my sudden desire to clock him in the face, but I resisted. What I could do was much worse. I could tell Nina everything, and I would. I'd think of a way to let her down easy. I just hoped she wouldn't blame me for sending Kai running back into the arms of his number one pick.
Chapter 11. Nina. I was so angry that I could spit fire. What the hell was Devin thinking? Insinuating that we were sleeping together right in front of Kai. I didn't want Kai to know the truth any more than I wanted him to think that Devin and I were an item. So I had no choice but to play along. But Devin really crossed the line. It's one thing for Kai to think I'm looking at other options, but it's an entirely different thing for him to think that I was actually in a relationship with Devin. Kai was a nice guy, not a homewrecker. If he thought I had an actual boyfriend, there's no way he would go for me. Did Devin think that my feelings for Kai were some sort of game? Why would he be all flirty and suggestive, knowing it could cost me everything? Anger must have been radiating off of me, because everyone I passed between the administrative building and the East Tower gave me a wide berth. No one smiled or waved like usual. Instead, they skated as far away from me as they could without jumping into the grass. All things considered, I was just as angry with myself as I was with Devin. Sure, he was the one who initiated things, but I got so caught up in him that I couldn't have corrected things even if I wanted to. The second his large hand settled low on my back, a small fire lit deep in my gut that got hotter and hotter until Devin had my chin in his fingers and was staring down into my eyes. The fire became a roaring hailstorm that consumed me. The feeling of his hands still lingered on my skin, and no amount of telling my brain to knock it off seemed to be doing the trick. I was annoyed, but I also found myself fantasizing. The dreams I'd already had about Devin were certain to be worse. I thought Devin was a good guy, but maybe his joke about playing innocent to get in a girl's pants had some weight to it. Maybe he really did want to get into my bed, but wouldn't that mean that he was actually attracted to me?
Maybe even liked me? It was all too confusing. I should have just shut this whole room switch thing down when I had the chance. Now things were backward, and I had absolutely no idea how to fix it. I opted for the stairs up to the 4th floor of the East Tower, with the hope that the exercise would calm me down. Devin was going to get an earful the second I saw him. But I needed to organize my thoughts. I had a propensity for saying nasty things and just flying off at the mouth when I was angry. As much as I wanted to scream at him, I needed to figure out exactly what it was that I wanted to know. I needed to ask what his thought process was, and I probably needed to clearly explain that it was Kai, not him, who I was interested in, even if my body didn't seem to have a clear grasp on that concept. I unlocked my dorm door and threw it open, and when I got in, Sydney was sitting on her bed, reading one of her textbooks.
Jesus!
She yelped when I tossed the door open. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess, Henry isn't home yet?
Hey!
Sydney snapped at me.
I thought you weren't going to do that anymore.
I took a deep breath, already very aware of the fact that I was about to get mean for no reason. Sorry, I responded. Misdirected anger. I shut the door to the dorm, walked over to Sydney's bed, and crawled in it, setting my head in her lap. She immediately started to stroke my hair. I did my best to ignore Devin's scent lingering on the sheets, but it was distracting, to say the least.
What happened?
Sydney asked. I took a deep breath before explaining. Kai thinks Devin and I are sleeping together.
Kai? Devin? What?
Sydney said.
I have so many questions.
She muttered for a minute before honing in.
Why does Kai think that you're sleeping with Devin?
Because Devin made it seem like that, I replied. He not so subtly used our unique situation to insinuate that we were sleeping together.
Kai and Devin know each other?
Sydney asked. I nodded. They're in the Dean's Club together. Sydney let out an impressed hum.
Devin's in the Dean's Club? That's pretty awesome.
I pinched her leg. Can you not right now?
Sorry,
she said, but she pinched my arm in retaliation.
I still don't get it, though. Why would Devin do that at all?
I sat up in bed. Devin's been giving me advice so that I can win Kai over.
What? Nina! I thought you said you were over Kai.
I stabbed a finger out toward her. I never said that. I just said that I knew he still didn't really like me. I'm trying to change that. Or I was before Devin interfered. I don't get what the big deal is anyway. Kai's a nice guy. It's been me misunderstanding things that led me to getting hurt. He didn't have anything to do with that. Sydney opened her mouth to respond, but then she closed it. She scratched her head as if she was struggling to find the words to say next.
Honey, I just don't think that's a good idea.
Why not? I asked sadly. I really like him. Sydney slid over on the bed and wrapped her arms around me.
Oh, Pumpkin, I know you do.
There was a knock at the door, and since I didn't lock the door when I entered, I called out, "Come in." The door opened, and Devin peeked his head inside. I hunched my brow and glared at him. "Oh, it's you," Shouldn't you be at your little club?
I left early because I need to talk to you.
Devin responded.
Sydney, can we have a moment?
Sydney instantly started to move.
Sure.
No. I slapped an arm over Sydney's lap to keep her in place. Whatever you have to say to me, you can say in front of my best friend. Devin rolled his eyes.
Please don't be petty.
I'm not petty. I'd probably tell her anyway. Devin sighed.
Nina?
What?
I jumped up off the bed. Did you come here to cause more problems for me and the relationship I'm going for?
Nina.
Devin repeated.
I thought you were trying to help me. Why would you act like that?
You owe me an explanation. Devin stepped into the room.
Nina, please.
Are you just jealous or something? Can't stand seeing me getting somewhere with Kai because I can't be your little project anymore?
Devin put his hands on my shoulders and gave me a light shake.
Sadie!
Hearing Devin use my middle name knocked the anger right out of me.
I'm sorry I have to tell you this,
Devin said.
but Kai doesn't feel the same way about you that you feel about him.
What? I asked quietly. What are you talking about? Devin looked truly anguished.
You're just a backup.
A backup? I recoiled. What's a backup?
Some guys, really shitty ones, don't like to think they'll be stuck without a girl to call. They have girlfriends, and then they find other women who like them to keep them on a string just in case. An emergency booty call.
Devin pushed some of my bangs behind my ear.
I'm sorry.
That's not a thing. I looked over my shoulder at Sydney. Right? Sydney looked up at me for a second before averting her gaze. Sid? Sydney looked back at me.
Sorry, honey. I've always kind of thought that was the case.
You've never told me that.
I've tried,
Sydney said.
You don't want to hear it.
I looked back at Devin. That's not true. You're just saying that to cause problems.
Why would I do that? I've been helping you this whole time.
Yeah, then you threw a fucking grenade today. I shook myself out of Devin's hold. You're wrong. Kai's a good guy. He wouldn't do that. Devin shook his head.
He's not a good guy.
He is. I looked back at Sydney. He's always been good to me.
With intention,
Sydney replied. No, stop. He hasn't done anything to suggest that he likes me. I just misunderstood our relationship. That's my fault, not his.
Are you really this dumb? Or is it a joke?
Devin asked, snapping my gaze to him.
Just from you telling me about him, I knew he was up to no good. He's playing you. It's plain as day.
I shook my head. I refused to believe that Kai was trying to hurt me on purpose. He accepted me when I was just an isolated dork in high school. He made friends with me even when everyone else told him to leave me alone. He said nice things about me and was always excited to see me. He wouldn't be like that if he was just stringing me along. Get out. Devin's jaw dropped.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I said, shaking my head. Get out.
Unbelievable.
Devin shook his head at me one last time before turning and leaving.
Nina, You should listen to him. It really seems like he's got your best interest in mind, Sydney said. Knock, knock. I looked over at the doorway to the dorm room, and Monica was standing there. Trouble in paradise? You know, Nina, I'm always available to talk if you...
I crossed the room and shut the door in Monica's face. Not in any sort of mood to deal with her nosiness right now. Kai isn't playing me, I said to Sydney. She opened her mouth to protest, but I held up my hand. No, I know you're just doing the best friend thing, but it's my fault that Kai's coming off so badly, not his. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Can you lock the door when you head up to Henry's? Sydney didn't argue. She only nodded her head. Thanks. I grabbed my toiletries and one of my towels and went into the bathroom. I ran the water as hot as I could and climbed in once the bathroom was totally full of steam. I did my best to wash Devin away from me. If he wanted to poke holes in what I was building with Kai, he had another thing coming. Kai wasn't a bad guy, and I wasn't going to let Devin make it seem like he was.
Chapter 12. Devin. I didn't know if I was more upset with Nina for not believing what I told her, or at myself for actually thinking that she would. We'd only known each other for a few weeks, but I thought she held my opinion in high regard. That she honestly believed I'd say something to her just to hurt her wasn't only infuriating, it was painful too. I considered Nina a friend, which was something, considering Henry was the only real friend I'd ever had in my entire life. I was willing to let Nina pass a wall that I'd spent 21 long years building. And in return, she accused me of trying to upset her intentionally? This is exactly why I didn't like making friends or opening up. It was the quickest way to be let down. I heard the wall crack under the weight of my dorm room door as I slammed it open. "That's okay, Devin. We don't need that wall," Henry said simply as I stormed in. "What's your deal?" I shook my head. "Nothing. I'm fine." "You're doing it again," Henry said. I sat down on my bed and looked over at Henry, who was sitting at his desk with his computer open. "Doing what?" "You're holding everything in again." Henry crossed his arms. "It's because you don't think of me as a real friend." I blew air out of my nose in frustration. I didn't like unloading my problems onto Henry. He dealt with my issues enough. I didn't need to pile on. "Oh my God." Henry balled up a piece of paper and threw it at my head. "Are you trying to piss me off? Just tell me what's wrong." "It's Nina," I said finally. "She likes this guy. And today I happened to find out that he's just using her. I tried to tell her, but she flipped out on me. She told me I was trying to cause problems in the relationship and kicked me out." "How did you get mixed up between her and the guy she likes?" Henry asked. I was reluctant to come clean, but Henry started to ball up another piece of paper, so I held up my hands. "She told me about it. She wanted to blow the whistle on the whole room switch thing, so I told her if she didn't, I'd help her bag this guy she's into." "Good Lord," Henry responded. "You could reach into a fight between two lockjaw pit bulls and risk less. You couldn't find something else to keep her quiet?" "What do you want from me? You and Sydney contrived this whole plan without thinking about how it would affect her. She was all upset that her best friend was abandoning her, and she had every right to be. She's risking academic probation just so you two can get it on." Henry's eyes opened wide, and he was speechless. "What?" I finally asked. "Nothing." That's the first time you've ever talked to me that way before. I feel like we're actually friends. I scoffed. We are actually friends. Henry grinned. Well, I finally feel like it. And my first order of business as your friend, you're an idiot, is to... Henry stood up out of his seat, leaped into the air, and landed right in front of me. He looked up at me with a dramatic expression on his face and started pointing at me like an immature child. You like her. I smacked his hand away. I do not. Henry started to shake his hips back and forth, looking like a frog doing a dance. You do. It wouldn't bother you if you didn't. You just yelled at me for the first time ever because of her. Henry stood up and continued to dance around the room. You like her. You like her. I glared at him. You're being infantile. I don't like cars with no scratches. Henry stopped and pointed at me. That's not true. Women like that are better for you because they force you to open up. I remembered my get-to-know-you session with Nina, and how quickly she got me to admit to stuff I would otherwise keep under lock and key. I hated to admit that he was right, but that didn't mean that I liked her, only that I respected her. Clearly, the feeling was not mutual. Whatever, I said with a sigh. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the envelope that contained my first paycheck. I handed it over to Henry. Here. Henry took the envelope without questioning it, and I was surprised, thinking he'd finally come around to being paid back. The second he lifted the lip of the envelope and saw what was inside, he turned around and handed it back to me. No. Henry? No, Henry said. I already told you that I'm not taking your money. I don't want to be paid back. Who doesn't want to be paid back? Please, it'll make me feel better. It has nothing to do with our friendship and everything to do with my pride. Just take the money. Henry considered this quietly for a moment before talking again. Fine. How about a compromise? I narrowed my eyes at him. What kind of compromise? Henry was pre-law. I knew better than to let him do too much talking. He could sell ice to Eskimos if he really wanted to. No tricks. Henry shook his head. No tricks. Here's the compromise. You keep the money, but you spend it on what I tell you to. Doesn't matter if I tell you to buy a pink tutu and wear it around campus for a month. However I tell you to spend the money, that's how you spend it. We'll keep track, the same as if you were actually paying it back. And once you've spent the same amount of money I shelled out, you're free to do as you please with your money again. I studied him carefully for signs of mischief. It sounded like an okay compromise. Even if it wasn't exactly what I wanted, if Henry had a say in how the money was being spent, I'd feel like he was exercising some control over it, like he would if I was giving it back to him. Hopefully he was joking about the pink tutu. Fine, I said. Henry stuck out his hand, and I took it. We shook. Good, Henry said. How much is this? $350. Henry whistled. Wow, that's more than enough. More than enough for what? Henry handed the envelope back to me. More than enough to take Nina out on a really nice date. I dropped my jaw. No, I'm not doing that. Just take the damn money. Henry looked at me as if I'd just broken his heart. We shook on it. I'm not asking Nina out. I don't like her. Are you backing out on the deal? Henry asked. Because there's a clause in my mental contract that says if you do that, you're owed punitive damages totaling over $5,000. That doesn't make any sense. You would be entitled to damages if I broke the contract. Correction, Henry said. I would be entitled to compensation, which for me would be absconding you from this debt. He poked his head. It's all there in black and white. Arguing with you makes me want to jump into a vat of lava. Fine, just don't do it before your date, Henry replied before turning to me and starting up his immature dance again. I slid the money back into my backpack. I had no intention of using it to take Nina out, but I'd need some additional time to figure out how to get Henry to take it. Before anything else could start, there was a light knock on the door, and then Sydney walked in. She giggled at Henry, who was dancing his way around the room. "Oh, I like that dance, baby." Henry smiled. "Thank you." He kissed her. "I'm surprised to see you. I assumed after the blowout you'd be staying in your own room tonight." "Oh," Sydney said sadly, and Henry rubbed her cheek. He looked just as disappointed. Damn my chivalry. "No, it's fine. I'll go down." Henry instantly started dancing again at my words, and I glared at him. "I could stay." Henry stopped moving. "No, I'm sorry." Sydney gave us each a confused look. "I don't get it." "Long story," Henry said. I rolled my eyes as I passed Henry. I gave Sydney a single pat on top of her head, and she hissed at me, but did say, "The door's unlocked." "Thanks," I grumbled, and left the room. As I made my way downstairs, I tried to think of what I could say to Nina to at least get her to see that I wasn't trying to hurt her. Whether or not she chose to trust me about Kai was up to her, but I needed her to know that I'd never upset her on purpose. I gave the door a single, non-committal knock and walked in, knowing that Sydney had left the door unlocked for me. I took one step into the room and stopped short. Nina was standing in the center of the room with her hair down and glasses off, still dripping wet, with nothing but a towel wrapped around her otherwise naked body.
Chapter 13. Nina. For a brief moment, when Devin opened the door, it didn't raise any reaction out of me. Despite the small spat that we'd just had, the few weeks of living with him had given me a sense of comfort when he was around. It was only when his jaw dropped and his eyes started to slowly wallpaper up and down my form that I realized I was standing in the middle of the room in nothing but a towel. Suddenly, I started to overheat. Devin's gaze on me was heavy and capturing. I held the towel close to myself, as tightly as I could. But despite one half of my brain telling me to cover up or kick him out, the other half was trying to entice me to unwrap myself and present myself fully. No. What the hell was crossing my brain? What the fuck are you doing? I finally managed to bark. Get out! Devin didn't respond. He was dumbstruck. I could see him swallowing hard as he drank in the sight of me, and it was forcing all of my trains of thoughts to collide into one another. I waved my hand in front of his face, snapped, flicked the remaining drips of water at his face, but nothing seemed to knock him out of his stupor. He stood there, staring, taking me in. My skin started to sizzle. If I stood there under his scrutiny any longer, I had no idea what I'd do. Are you? I lifted one of the pillows off my bed and chucked it at him. Quit staring, you pervert! If this is all part of your little game, you better knock it off. That seemed to shake him.
My game?
He responded, annoyed.
I'm not the one standing in the middle of an unlocked room in nothing but a towel.
Unlocked? I screeched. And then the anger burned so heavily inside me that I felt like steam would come out of my ears. Sydney. I told her to lock the door on her way out, but instead, she left the door unlocked and ran upstairs to send Devin down. Every time I felt like I was going to forgive her for the shit she pulled, she'd do something else, and I wanted to throttle her again. This time, she wouldn't be so easily forgiven. She knew that Devin was a good guy and would never make a move on me without my consent. But
she was just trying to force us together. Probably more so now that she knew I was back to trying to date Kai. She'd be getting reamed later, and it was going to take more than some friendly ribbing to cool me down this time. Whatever, I finally spat. Just get out. Devin was back to not responding. The playful gesture of a roommate that I'd known up to that point was totally gone. He was staring at me with a lust-filled gaze, like the likes of which I'd only seen on TV up to that point. Devin? His eyes locked on mine, and it was as if he'd shot a chain out and hooked it through my stomach. I was ensnared by his hazel eyes, and the carnal hunger seated behind them. Words weren't coming to me easily anymore. All hopes of having a logical argument were fast flying out the window. No one had ever looked at me the way he was looking at me, and the half of my brain that wanted to give in was slowly pushing the logical fact out of the seat of control. You should leave, I said, this time because I was afraid of what I might do if he didn't. Devin took a dangerous step toward me.
I can't,
he said, with fox innocence, bellied by the growing stare of need.
This is my room too, remember?
Just step out for a second so I can get dressed. My voice was barely above a whisper. I was trying to convince myself more than him. I'll be quick.
Where would I go?
He asked.
It's not like I can hang out in the hallway with Monica around.
He continued to advance on me, like a predator over prey. It wasn't that Devin would do something that I didn't want. He could sense that I wanted it too. My resistance was waning, and with an additional ounce or two of pressure, he'd snap. How could one person go from being a goofball to exuding an exponential amount of sexual magnetism? Devin was good-looking. I never denied that fact. But someone different was approaching me now. Someone downright sexy. Someone that wanted to devour me. And someone I was quickly coming to think I might be perfectly okay with letting feast. I backed away from Devin until I was against the frame of the bed and had nowhere to go but down. Devin, I said, using the last of my strength. Get out. Devin's arms went to either side of me, clenching around the post of the bed frame to keep him held just slightly above me as he leaned down. His cologne waved off of him and coiled around me.
Do you really want me to go?
He asked. I feared the word that may come out of my mouth if I answered. So, I remained quiet. I looked up into his eyes and could clearly feel the towel slipping away from my body at his beckon. I'd lost the last strand of refusal that I had. When I moved again, it would be to drag Devin down onto the bed. The thoughts terrified me and excited me equally. Was I going to lose my virginity to Devin? Sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting. I didn't know if the growl that filled the space between Devin and me belonged to him or me. But we both looked toward the dorm room door with irritation. I was growing increasingly more convinced that Monica was aiming to show up at the worst times only. She had a shit-eating grin on her face, and her arms tied together in front of her chest. I thought I heard a commotion.
Devin stood aside, and Monica's jaw dropped at the sight of me in nothing but a towel.
You should really put some clothes on. You should really mind your own business, I hissed back.
I heard screaming, Monica said, sidestepping the insult. Her persistent sticking her nose into my life was beginning to wane on my patience. It just caught me by surprise that he saw me in a towel, okay? It's fine, so just get out. I saw Devin shift uneasily next to me, and Monica tilted her head to the side.
I don't understand. If you're a couple, why would it bother you that he saw you in a towel?
Shit! I was so flustered by Devin and annoyed by Monica that I spoke without thinking. Thanks to Sydney, Monica thought Devin and I were a couple, and whether or not she was a nosy body, she was right to question what I'd said, given the story that we managed to convince her was true. I said, with my cheeks warming significantly. Devin sighed.
One of these days, you're gonna get enough of dipping into our business.
He slid himself behind me and wrapped his arms around my torso. His head rested on my shoulder.
Do you want to know the real truth? Are you sure?
Monica leaned in, as if she was about to get a juicy tidbit of information.
I'm here, aren't I?
I had no idea what was about to come out of Devin's mouth. A growing problem for me as of late. He kissed me after Sydney told Monica that he and I were dating, and he insinuated we were sleeping together to Kai. His elevating stories were cause for concern. But it wasn't like I could pull myself away from him in front of Monica. If she knew we weren't really a couple, knowing how nosy she was, it'd only be a matter of time before she managed to put all the pieces together. Instead, I decided to feed the ruse. I leaned back against Devin, but it proved to be a huge mistake. I folded myself against his body and was met with the shocking feeling of a bulge poking my back. Was he turned on?
By what?
I bit the inside of my cheek to try and remain level-headed while I waited for Devin to finish dealing with Monica.
We're role-playing,
Devin said, and I bit down harder.
Role-playing? What was he thinking telling someone that? She could start rumors about it.
I know she looks innocent, but little Miss Nina here really gets off on the strange intruder kink.
He kissed my cheek.
It's my job to know what my girl likes, after all.
I was certain my skin was going to start melting off my body. I didn't know if it would be best to run, scream, or just pass out. I stared at Monica, hoping that if I just stood stone still, that would be enough to convince her that I wasn't as shocked as I felt. Monica recoiled so far that she nearly backed out in the hallway.
That's a little too much information.
I crossed my arms at her hypocrisy and decided to retort, even if some of my nerves poked through. He asked if you wanted to know the real truth.
I did ask that,
Devin tacked on, using his arms to squeeze me tighter and pull me even closer to him. Monica rolled her eyes.
You could have just said it was personal.
A scoff escaped my lips before I could stop it.
Something you want to say, Nina?
Yeah. The rage Monica filled me with was slowly pushing out the lust-filled haze that had captured my mind moments before. You act as if you would have backed off if he said it was personal. You've clearly made it your mission to poke your nose way too far into our business. Monica's brow turned down.
I'm just doing my job, Nina.
No. Your job is to make sure that no one sets their rooms on fire or starts doing cocaine or something,
Devin replied.
We're allowed to date, and we're allowed to be in the same room together.
I nodded, letting Devin's partnering frustration give me additional confidence to take Monica on. Every time Devin is down here, you find a reason to turn up. I glanced sideways at his face next to mine, mustered up my inner Sydney the dramatic, and turned to look back at Monica. Are you trying to steal my boyfriend or something? Devin's arms clenched a little tighter at the question.
As if she could. With a girl like you, I don't see anything else.
No, Monica replied. I'm supposed to make sure. She swallowed hard. He needs to leave. Count isn't for an hour. I barked back. You can leave. You've wasted enough of our time. Monica stared at us in awe for a moment, before dropping her head and turning to leave. Just before she started off down the hall, she looked back at us. I'll be watching for him to go. If it was in me to hit someone, I would have marched forward and punched her right in the face. Instead, I settled for finally leaving the comfort, yet confusing warmth of Devin's embrace, to slam the door closed. I took a deep breath, trying to diminish the anger in me. The dorm would be far better off when Monica graduated out. Devin and Henry's RA wasn't nearly as strict and complicated as she was. It wasn't like I agreed with Sydney's mischief, but a guy should be able to visit his girlfriend if he wants to without getting the 5th degree from someone who's the exact same age as him. Not that I was Devin's girlfriend. Back to you, I said, turning around to face Devin again. You can't. I faced Devin again, but he was back to staring at me like I was a 5-star full-course meal. Any words I'd planned to say dropped out of my brain. Devin's eyes were like burning lasers across my skin. I could feel them as they traveled down me, taking in everything, before slowly crawling back up again. It burned like someone was holding a hot iron against me, but I would have taken that 10 times over compared to the way I felt when his eyes finally locked on mine. There was no humor, no snark. Devin was staring at me with pure, uncut longing that I never imagined I'd experienced from another person. He'd gotten so close to breaking the bow before Monica intruded, and though I'd managed to build up a little resistance from my anger, it wasn't enough to hold me aloft for too long. Finally, he took a few short strides across the room, bringing him right in front of me again. It took everything not to close my eyes and just give in. I was frozen by my own growing desire. I was all too aware of the lingering moisture between my legs that wasn't leftover shower water. And I didn't dare look down to see if the bulge I'd felt earlier was visible or not. I held my ground and Devin's gaze, waiting for him to make a move, and knowing that if he did, I wouldn't resist. He reached forward, and I loosened my grip on my towel. My body willed me to give in to him, to bare my entire self to him, and to let him take from me what none had before. Devin wasn't just gorgeous, but he was a good guy, too. There were certainly worse people to lose my virginity to. His hand reached past me, and I braced myself to be pulled into his web.
Nina?
He said quietly. I swallowed hard. Yeah?
Can you step aside?
I blinked once, confused. I wasn't a sex aficionado or anything, but I had little to no idea what that meant. Huh?
Can you move over so that I can open the door?
I peeked over my shoulder, and Devon's hand that had slid past me was gripped around the doorknob. I looked back up at him, and his still stone-serious expression.
I'll go break the news to Sydney and Henry that we've got to sleep in our own rooms tonight.
Oh. What was the disappointment I felt? Yeah. I stepped aside, out of Devon's way, and he opened the door. He took one step into the hallway and looked back over his shoulder at me. He considered me carefully for another few seconds before heading off, pulling the door shut as he left. I grabbed my chest and crumpled to a heap on the floor. If Devon had tried to take me, there was no doubt in my mind that I would have let him. I'd never been that close to losing myself around someone before. My racing heart and the sweat across my forehead let me know that it was an experience my body would not soon forget.
Chapter 14. Devon. I awoke with a start to the sound of my alarm blaring, and glanced down at my begging erection. I sighed and glanced over toward Nina's bed, but fortunately she had left for class already, so it wouldn't be awkward when I climbed out of bed with a third leg. It wasn't unusual to wake up with a hard-on, but ever since I walked in on Nina with a towel, a minx-like, significantly less innocent version of her had been sneaking into my dreams to taunt me. Throw in the fact that the woman herself slept 6 feet away from me, and I spent all weekend hiding boners from Henry during the day and Nina at night. I was hopeful that work would help distract me, but it had the opposite effect, because janitorial work didn't require a fully functioning mind. The brain tends to wander when one is sweeping for hours, and when you've recently seen a good-looking woman nearly naked, and been presented with an opportunity to hold that woman close, if only for a ruse, your brain wanders back to that place at every available instance. I'd always thought Nina was pretty. She hid her appearance behind her ponytail and glasses and hefty hoodies, but there was no denying her appearance. That said, I was more than praying that when I saw Nina the next day at breakfast, my ever-present arousal would fade. She was back to her pinned-up state, yet I was just as turned on by the sight of her. It wasn't as if I started imagining her half-naked again. I just found her sexy now. Her curves were present even in her baggy clothes, and when she peered up at me through her glasses and smiled, I wanted to jump right out of my skin. Or clothes. Not good. Saturday night, I convinced Henry to go out with me after I was done with work. Henry wasn't a big partier, and neither was I for that matter, but it was an emergency. I felt like if I got laid or something, I could get Nina out of my system. I truly believed that was what it was. It was sexual frustration, brought on by the fact that it's been a while and that Nina is attractive. Then we got to the bar, and I really started to panic. I was supposed to be looking for someone I could get in and get out with. I wasn't trying to find my soulmate, just a quick lay. I'd done it plenty of times before. It had basically become my romantic life after I realized my girlfriends would never live up to Dante's. I found a good enough looking woman, tried to ignore my brain when it immediately started to compare her looks to Nina's, and approached her. She introduced herself and immediately seemed interested in accompanying me home. But I decided to at least engage her in a little bit of conversation. That had been a mistake. She was as boring as drying paint. She didn't understand any of the jokes I tried to make, kept making comments about me being smart because I was a college student. And whenever I tried to learn more about her, I got one-word answers if I got anything at all. My successful attempt at not comparing her to Nina in looks went to shit when I realized that Nina was the most pleasurable company I'd enjoyed in a long time. We had witty banter, we had chemistry, and we truly enjoyed being around one another. Somewhere along the way, I'd started looking forward to the room swap and breakfast on the weekends. Somewhere along the way, she became the benchmark against which all women were being measured. And there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. It just was. I spent Saturday evening trying to find a woman that excited me even a little bit. All I needed was someone who could give me just an ounce of entertainment, enough to distract me from Nina. But there wasn't a woman in that club or two others who gave me the same level of happiness that spending time with Nina did. I went home empty-handed, and I was grateful that Henry didn't poke the sleeping bear he'd found. He could read me like a wide-open, large-print book, and had to know what was going on. But he didn't say anything about it, for which I was grateful. We met Nina and Sydney for breakfast the next morning. Seeing my unexpected roommate made my stomach do somersaults. I went with Nina back to her dorm after breakfast so that Sydney and Henry could study, and decided to do some actual studying of my own. I was struggling like usual when Nina offered to help. We hadn't really made up after our disagreement over Kai. I guess we both just figured it was better to let it go. She sat on the edge of the bed and talked me through some studying strategies, and I heard none of it. I was staring and losing myself again. I went to bed Sunday night, knowing that Nina would visit me again in my dreams. But that time, it wasn't the sex bomb that had been there 2 nights in a row. It was just Nina as she was, fuming about Sydney's drama, tossing back clever responses to my jokes. Just Nina. Fan-fucking-tastic. I released myself, finally having climaxed, and turned off the shower. My weekend had been restless and exhausting, and now that it was time to head out for my Monday courses, once again, I decided to risk using the bathroom connected to Nina's room, because I was simply too exhausted to drag myself all the way upstairs. I dried myself off, got dressed, unlocked the door so that the other room's inhabitants could get in if they needed to, and then slipped back into Nina's room. I grabbed my backpack and phone and slipped out of the dorm room door, making sure to check for Monica, just in case. The door shut and auto-locked behind me, and I carefully navigated my way through the hallway of the 4th floor until I could duck into the stairwell and make my way out of the East Tower. I yawned about 100 times on my way to my psych class, and was more than a little annoyed when I saw an entire crowd of students huddled outside the room. My professor, along with being as boring as the woman from the bar, also had a tendency to run late. At least half of the classes so far started with all of the course's students standing outside waiting for him to arrive. It was particularly infuriating, considering the fact that the teacher staunchly enforced the "doors lock after class starts" rule. Students couldn't be late, but he was allowed to take his time. Everyone was muttering and murmuring to themselves quietly, and I kept myself at a distance from the crowd. I had no energy to engage anyone in a discussion. I leaned against the wall, far enough away that I wouldn't be bothered, but close enough that I could see when the doors finally opened. I started to pull out my headphones when I got a light tap on my arm. I looked over, and there was a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed bombshell looking back at me. She had on a tight-fitting pair of light blue jeans and a simple white t-shirt that she tucked in at the waist, allowing it to pull down and reveal more of her impressive cleavage than it would otherwise. I smiled. "Hello." "Hi," she grinned back, and then held out her hand for me to shake. "I'm Taylor." "Taylor." I shook her hand. "I'm Devin, I know," she chuckled. "Sorry, that sounded creepy, I'm sure. I'm an aspiring psych student myself, and I've seen you hanging around. I asked a few people about you, but I'm only just now mustering up the courage to introduce myself." She was interesting. She was pretty. She could be the break I'd been searching for. "Well, I'm glad you did." Her smile widened. "I know that this is kind of out of the blue, but is it true that you're dating a woman named Nina Garrison?" My heart thudded a little harder in my chest. Why do you ask?" "Oh, no reason. We went to school together, and some people said that they've seen you together a couple of times." She went to school with Nina? Maybe she heard the rumor from Kai. If I corrected her, there was a risk that she'd tell Kai we weren't involved, unlike what I suggested last week. I wanted to protect Nina from Kai, but if she wasn't going to listen to me about him, then what was the point? "No, we're not dating," I said finally, and Taylor's smile grew. "She's just got this real nosy RA, so we're letting her think we are so that our roommate can sneak out." "Oh, scandalous," Taylor said flatly. "Yeah, I know, but this RA is nuts. Like, does a head count every night nuts." Taylor winced. "Yikes. Thank God she's not my RA." "No kidding." "Well, if you're not dating Nina..." She batted those blue eyes at me a couple of times for good measure. "How about taking me out?" My gut reaction was to refuse. I'd been looking for someone to take my mind off of Nina, and this woman was it on a silver platter. But for a second, I imagined Nina learning that I was dating someone. Regardless of what had transpired up to the moment that she finally kicked Monica out of her room, when Nina looked at me, I could see in her eyes that she was considering me too. I wished I at least knew if she was struggling the same way I was. Then I thought about her and Kai. I thought about how angry she got when I suggested he was just playing with her, and about the way she talked about him in her journal. She was crazy about the guy. If it was a choice between him or me, she'd definitely pick him. I looked at Taylor. She was everything I'd been looking for, at least as far as distraction went. Whatever weird emotions I was mustering up toward Nina, I needed them gone, preferably quickly. "Sure," I said. Actually, I looked over at the group of students still huddled in front of my psych course. It was 15 minutes into class time, and the professor still wasn't there. "My professor is a no-show. What are you doing right now?" Taylor smiled. "I'm letting a hot guy take me out for brunch." I nodded and motioned back down the hallway toward the door out. "Let's go then." There was a small diner near campus that was known for cheap, greasy, delicious food. My psych class typically started at 10 o'clock, so by the time we finally got to the diner, it was nearly 11. I ordered an omelet with chicken and spices, and Taylor ordered a traditional breakfast of bacon, eggs, and hash browns. Once our food had been served, and we'd each taken a few bites, Taylor started the conversation. "So, what year are you?" "I'm a junior," I replied. "Psych major. Are you a freshman like Nina?" Taylor nodded. "Yep. Truth be told, I didn't want to come to Presper, but certain things convinced me to come. Nina was one of them." "Nina? Really?" I had been sharing a room with Nina for just over 3 weeks. I'd heard all about Sydney and Kai, but I hadn't heard Nina mention anyone named Taylor. You guys are close? Taylor shrugged.
Something like that. How's she doing? Is she still crushing over Kai?
I recoiled a little more. She seemed to know a lot about Nina, too. I'm not sure, I lied. Were you guys good friends?
We ran in a similar circle. I guess you could say that we've got some issues we need to patch up,
Taylor said. Oh, that makes sense. It did make sense. If Taylor was an old friend of Nina's that she'd had a falling out with, that would explain why Taylor knew so much, even though Nina had never mentioned her before.
Actually, maybe you could help,
Taylor said.
Do you know what room she's in? I'd love to say hi.
I thought about Nina and the stress she went through with Sydney. If she and Taylor could make amends, then Nina would have another friend who she could rely on when things got sticky with Sydney. That would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, actually, she has a break after her first class. She's usually back by 1 o'clock or so. I can bring you by if you think it'd be helpful. A wide smile slowly worked its way across Taylor's face.
That would be so helpful.
I felt good. Things may have been a little weird with Nina as of late, but that didn't mean I didn't care about her. Who knows? It might even be good for me, too. Nina could hang out more with Taylor, I could date her a little bit, and we could just evacuate one another out of our systems. Being cooped up together was bound to take its toll sometime. Taylor and I finished brunch and returned to campus right around the time I knew Nina would be getting back to the dorm. She had a break after her first class, usually got lunch with Sydney, and then headed back to her dorm room to relax and study before her 2:30 course. I led Taylor to the East Tower and up to the 4th floor. I intentionally steered clear of Monica, since I had another girl with me, and made my way down to Nina's room. The door was open, something she often did to not seem like a shut-in, so I rounded the corner and walked in. Hey! Nina looked up, and a bright smile rose to her face.
Hey, shouldn't you be in class?
Yeah, I skipped. Taylor shoved past me and dipped into the room.
Hi!
Nina's smile left her face immediately, leaving shock in its wake.
Taylor, hi!
The expression made sense to me. If Taylor and Nina had a falling out, Nina wouldn't be jumping out of her skin to see her. But the magnitude of the shock gave me pause. Did I make a mistake inviting Taylor?
What are you doing here?
Nina asked.
Devin and I just got back from a brunch date, and we realized we have a friend in common. So he brought me by to say hi,
Taylor explained cheerily. She looked around the room and chuckled.
Not very elaborate, is it? Well, I'm not a very elaborate person.
Taylor tilted her head.
No, but Sydney is. I remember trying to convince her to put less stuff in her locker. She tried to turn it into a royal ballroom in there. Even had this tiny chandelier.
Nina forced out a chuckle.
That sounds like Sydney.
Was Sydney the point of contention between them? If it was something like that, it was not a good idea that I brought Taylor by. Okay, well, I know Nina likes her private time, so...
Of course, I won't take up more of her time.
She turned to face me.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll call. We'd exchanged numbers formally at brunch. Although I was fast beginning to think it was a bad idea to get mixed up with someone Nina wasn't cool with. Wait, what was I thinking? My dating life had nothing to do with Nina. Maybe we can go out tomorrow night? Taylor nodded with a little bounce.
I'd love that!
Great, well... I didn't get a chance to get anything else out. Taylor reached forward, grabbed the edges of my hoodie, and pulled me down to her. Our lips touched, and I found myself a little lost for words. Still, it wasn't a bad kiss. even if it paled in comparison to the one I'd had with Nina. At least this kiss wasn't just a front. Taylor pulled away, and I wiped my lips. Well, okay then. Taylor winked at me before throwing Nina a quick wave. Bye, Nina! Nina didn't respond, just stared in stunned silence. I had a gut reaction to defend myself, or tell Nina that Taylor and I weren't some serious thing. But then I remembered that I don't owe any of that to Nina. We're not dating. Not that I even wanted to date her. She had Kai. I had Taylor. End of story. You guys went to high school together? I asked, curious to know more. Nina nodded. Yeah. Oh, you guys are friends, or were friends, or... It's a long story. Nina was sitting on her bed, and she immediately folded her textbook and notebook up and set them off to the side and crawled under her covers. I'm going to take a nap before my next class, so... Oh, cool, yeah. I'd probably should study a bit myself before the Dean's Club. Nina nodded. Okay, well, just close the door on your way out. I wasn't sure if Nina just didn't realize I was planning on studying there, or if she was trying to send a message, but I decided not to press. I waved at her, but she'd already turned to face the wall. I walked back into the hallway and shut the door behind me, unable to shake the sense of foreboding I got. I had clearly messed up by bringing Nina and Taylor into the same space. I just had to hope that it would smooth over eventually, and that I could keep them apart from then on. Chapter 15. Devon. The rest of the week was a long, drawn-out version of what the weekend prior had been. Ever since Nina learned that Taylor and I were dating, she'd been much more distant with me. It was back to how it was when we first met, versus the very friendly and borderline romantic way things had been between us in the days leading up to the towel incident. She was still friendly, and always seemed happy to see me when I arrived for the room switch every night, but she generally avoided my gaze and never allowed our conversations to get too dangerous. If she realized our banter had crossed over into flirting, she'd shut herself down immediately, usually bringing all conversation to a definitive cease. Even when Monica poked her nose in and tried to sniff around, Nina would shut her down before I could pull any sudden kiss or role-playing antics. Around midweek, I'd managed to convince myself that Nina was jealous of Taylor. It made me happy to think that maybe Nina had feelings for me, and that's why it shocked her so much to see me dating Taylor. When we woke up for class Thursday morning, though, Nina admitted that she and Kai were working together on a project for class and were meeting up for lunch to work on it. She asked me for some advice for spending alone time with him, and even boldly asked me the best way to notify me to stay out of the room if they ended up coming back. I thought Kai had a girlfriend, but Nina was tight-lipped about it, saying that she recently learned he was single. That freaked me out, because if Kai was single and Nina was his backup, the risk of something untoward was much higher. Fortunately, that call never came. But when Nina came slinking into the room just before count on Thursday night with a massive grin on her face, I was downright depressed. By the time I woke up on Friday, I'd accepted 2 facts definitively. First, it was absolutely a huge mistake bringing Taylor around Nina. Taylor and I had been out on another date, but no amount of questioning revealed what the history between Taylor and Nina was. Taylor always played her cards close to the chest, simply saying that she and Nina had known each other for a long time and that their friendship had been up and down. I never learned what that meant, and I considered asking Sydney. When I thought about how badly things went when I tried to involve myself in Nina's relationship with Kai, and how badly things went when I tried to involve myself in Nina's relationship with Taylor, I figured it was high time I kept myself out of her business. Second, and significantly more terrifying, I had to accept that I definitely had feelings for Nina. I'd surpassed a simple crush a while ago and realized that what I felt for Nina had gotten deeper without my knowledge. I couldn't call it love, at least not yet, but when I thought of being with Nina like how Henry and Sydney were together, it made me happy. The issue was that I was fairly certain that the possibility had passed me by. Suddenly, I was trying to get over Nina when nothing had happened between us to begin with. At least, nothing that wasn't a ploy for a nosy RA or the guy Nina actually liked. "Devin!" I jumped and looked up at Nina, who was standing above me, shaking me wildly. My alarm was blaring on my phone next to me. I heard it go off, but got lost in thought, so I never stopped it. "Hey," I said. Nina smacked my phone. "What's the matter? Your phone's been going off the whole time I was in the shower." I shook my head. "Nothing, sorry." I sat up and rubbed my eyes, and when I was finally able to take a better look at Nina, my jaw dropped. Her normal jeans and hoodie were nowhere to be found. Instead, she wore a light blue sundress, a pair of Roman sandals, and a leather jacket. Her hair was down, and her makeup even seemed more prominent. Wow, you look amazing." Nina grinned slightly. "Yeah?" She looked down at herself. "It's not too much?" "What's the occasion?" I asked. She shrugged. "Studying with Kai went really well, so I was kind of hoping that if I dressed up a little bit, maybe he'd finally ask me out." My heart cracked at the look of hope in her eyes. "Oh, well, yeah, I think you're going down the right path. Although I think you could have nailed it with your regular look, too. I mean, you're beautiful, so..." Nina nodded. For the first time in over a week, she wasn't avoiding my gaze. "Thank you." She took a deep breath. "Any last advice? I feel like this is my big final exam for all your teaching." I snickered. "I don't think I have anything else for you, Padawan. Except..." I tossed the blanket aside and kicked my legs over the edge of the bed. I started to stand so that I could walk over to Nina, but I stopped myself. No more flirting. She had someone she wanted to be with. I shouldn't interfere. "Just be yourself. You're pretty great. I'm sure Kai sees that. Now's the time to stop all the games and just be really open. If he knows you're interested, he'll make a move, I promise." Nina's smile got wider. "Is it weird that I'm kind of nervous?" I shook my head, my stomach twisting into knots at the way her smile shined. "Not at all." "Okay, wish me luck." She pulled her backpack over her shoulder. I didn't want to wish it, but I said it anyway. "Yeah, good luck." I expected Nina to leave right away, but instead, she stood in place, staring back at me. I tried to backtrack and pinpoint the exact moment she sunk her hooks into me. Surely I should have noticed someone coiling dozens of chains around me, wrapping me up so tightly that I could no longer move. Was it just because it felt so natural? Was it because, deep inside, I knew it was doomed from the start, so I just ignored what could plainly be seen? I didn't drop Nina's stare. For whatever reason, she watched me. I was glad to soak in as much of her as she would give me, until she was off into the arms of someone else. Finally, Nina laughed and looked away. "Bye, Devin." Disappointment snatched me in all directions. "See you later." I watched until Nina was gone from the room. The door closed behind her, and then I grabbed my phone. I'd overslept, but always gave myself lots of time to get ready in the morning, so I still had a good chunk of time before class. I grabbed my bag and immediately left the room, heading upstairs to Henry's room. I used my key to let myself in and was relieved to see that Sydney wasn't in the room anymore. Henry was sitting at his desk, poring over a book while eating breakfast. "Hey," Henry greeted with a mouthful of cereal. "What's going on?" I shut the dorm door and slunk down into my desk chair. I looked over at Henry, and he must have sensed the seriousness, because he stopped eating and turned to face me properly. "You okay?" "I have feelings for Nina," I admitted. "Oh." Henry turned back around, as if I hadn't said anything important. "What's with that dismissal?" I growled. He was frustratingly disinterested for someone who regularly begged me to open up. "I finally share a piece of my feelings with you, and all I get is, 'Oh?'" Henry looked over at me. "I'm sorry. I told you that you liked Nina. Like 2 weeks ago." Well, I didn't have a great response to that. Mainly because it was true. I didn't know then. Henry laughed. "You are insufferable. Nina is great. She's beautiful. She's smart. And she's put up with you for nearly a month now. Congratulations, you found a great girl. Don't look so glum." "Yeah, she got all dressed up to go impress some other guy this morning, so you'll have to excuse my glumness." I stood up and started to pull the clothes I packed out of my backpack so that I could freshen up and put them on. Plus, I'm still seeing Taylor. "You've been on, 2 dates with Taylor. It's not like you're engaged," Henry replied. "Nina's been on no dates with this Kai guy, so she's even further away. I made you keep that money to ask her out, so ask her out." Henry returned his attention to his cereal, but not before sticking a fist in the air to cheer. "I'm Team Nina." I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help but smile. Henry was a good friend, and he knew that at the end of the day, I did better with tough love than I did with anything fluffy. "I'm sure that has nothing to do with Sydney." Henry looked up at me. "It really doesn't. I don't know why you wouldn't go for Nina. Don't get me wrong, I love Sydney. There's no one in the world I'd rather be with. I'm just saying that Nina is the total package. Sure, she's kind of dorky, but so are you." "I'm not dorky. When you're a tall, suave, debonair gentleman such as myself, it's called eclectic." Henry lifted his eyebrows. "Oh, well, excuse me, sir." He turned once again to his book and food. "Anyway, are you going to New Sem on Friday?" "Is it already New Sem? Time flies when you're shacked up with a hot girl and falling for her," Henry filled in. I was going to go for the traditional having fun, but sure. I pulled on the last of my clothes and sat down on the bed. New Sem, which was short for New Semester, was a party held on campus during the first semester of every new school year. The big fraternities and sororities cycled through hosting, and it always fell on the same Friday as Presper's lame fall ball. Despite that New Sem was a roaring party with alcohol and all of Presper's hottest people, about a third of the university's students still opted for the fall ball. I chuckled, imagining Sydney and Nina, and thinking about how Sydney could be New Sem's mascot, while Nina could be the fall balls. I wonder who would lose that battle. I was hoping for Nina. "Did you invite Sydney?" I asked. Henry laughed, not turning around to look at me. "You mean, did I invite Sydney so that Sydney will invite Nina?" I scoffed. "Fine, that's exactly what I was wondering." "Yes." Henry stuck his fist in the air again. "Team Nina!" I grinned, trying to imagine how Nina would look dressed up for the party. If I could get Nina alone at that party, maybe there was a small chance that I could figure out what that stare she gave me was all about. Then again, if Kai or Taylor came to the party, maybe not. Either way, New Sem was known for being good luck for many. I picked up my backpack and left for class, praying that it would share some of its fortunes with me and reignite a possibility for Nina and me to become more than friends.
Chapter 16. Nina. My heart was racing wildly in my chest as I made my way toward class. It was part because of the anticipation of seeing Kai after how well working on our project went the night before. But it was also because of the way Devin looked at me when he woke up. I suppose guys could find women attractive without it meaning anything. Devin and I were friends, so I'd long stopped reading into any time he told me I was beautiful. But there was something in the way his gaze lingered on me that gave me cause for pause. Clearly, I wasn't skilled at reading the intentions of men from the way they looked at me or treated me. I'd messed that up with Kai on more than one occasion. But I couldn't totally convince myself that there wasn't a motive behind Devin's stares. It felt like they were more frequent that week. Deeper, even. A weird occurrence in the week of him starting to date Taylor. I tried to put it out of my mind, but having Devin on the brain was a habit, and I was quickly developing a seldom understanding. "Good morning, Adam," I greeted, as I walked into class and took my regular seat at the front of the room. Adam walked over and smiled at me.
Well, if it isn't my favorite student.
I tilted my head. I bet you say that to all the teachers' pets.
I do, but when I say it to you, I'm not lying.
He replied with a wink.
How's your project coming along?
Good. We had a late night and got most of it done yesterday, but we'll do some buttoning up this weekend before next week's due date. Adam nodded.
Very good, very good. Well, maybe consider doing it right after class. I've seen more than a few students fall victim to near death after new sem. Knocks 'em out for the whole weekend.
I tilted my head. New sem?
Ah, good morning, Kai.
Adam said, either not hearing my question or choosing to ignore it.
I just heard from Nina that your project is going well. Yeah, well, with someone like Nina on your team, how could it not go well?
Adam looked at me and lifted an eyebrow.
Sounds like I'm not the only one who favors you.
Kai let out a joyous laugh.
Don't worry, I'll slide you your wingman tip later on.
The smile disappeared from Adam's face, and he was totally serious when he said,
Do you need a wingman? Because I could do better than this.
I laughed, and Kai did too, as Adam's smile came back.
Truth be told, I don't think you need much of a wingman here.
My face burned, and Adam held up his hands.
All right, I'm shutting up. If I've learned anything in 15 years as a professor, it's not to get involved in students' personal lives. Best of luck, you two.
With that, he walked away. Kai slid down into the chair next to me, bumping into me as he did so.
Morning.
I smiled brightly at him. Good morning. He set his head in his hands and looked at me like I was the only thing in the world. It made my skin burn.
Last night was fun,
he said. I nodded. It was, which is saying something, considering all we were doing was working on a project together. Kai chuckled.
Yeah, it was a clear indicator that you and I should have been spending more time alone together long before now.
I thought of Devin's advice to just be open and let Kai know that I was into the idea of being with him. And it filled me with the confidence to do something I would have never done before. I wouldn't have minded that. I still wouldn't. Kai nodded.
Message received.
He winked, and he was like I leveled up.
Well, are you going to Newsome tonight?
That was the second time I'd heard it in less than 5 minutes.
I had no idea what that word was. It sounded vaguely familiar. Like, at most, I'd been confused by it before. But the origin was totally lost on me. Still, if a professor and a freshman knew what it was, it meant that I wasn't in the know. I didn't want to seem like a dork, so I replied, "Obviously." Kai let out a snicker, and he was almost nervous in nature.
Of course. I should have known. Is there someone specific you're going with already?
My heart screeched to a halt. Wait, was this it? Was it finally happening? Given that I had no idea what Newsome was, it was difficult to lie. I decided to risk a default answer and hope for the best. I think we're gonna go as a group. Sydney, her boyfriend Henry, Devin, and I. Kai looked almost disappointed.
Oh, like a group date?
I shook my head.
No. Devin is seeing someone. They'll probably meet up there. I just meant that we're a little friend group, so we'll probably all go there together.
Note to self, immediately ask Sydney what Newsome is and how to make my lies accurate. A little life flooded back into Kai.
Oh, I thought you guys...
He shook his head.
You know what? Never mind. If you're not going with anyone, maybe you and I can meet up there. Spend some time alone like we were talking about.
I tried to keep my smile from getting too wide too quickly. I'd love that. Kai didn't subscribe to the same tactic. His smile stretched his cheeks.
Yeah?
Yeah. He nodded.
Great.
He laughed. Again, nervously.
I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from screeching. I'd have to ask Sydney to be sure, but I was certain that Kai had just basically asked me out.
All right, everyone.
Adam clapped his hands to bring the class to attention, and I was happy with his timing, because I thought I might combust if I continued to sit under Kai's stunning smile.
Let's get started.
The first hour or so of class was Adam's lecture for the day. It tied into the projects we were putting together about some of the college writing strategies he'd taught us in the first month of classes, and how to put them to practical use. I took notes and did my best to focus, but Kai kept throwing sly glances at me. It felt like getting shot with rubber bullets. He kept eye-flirting throughout the entire lecture, which made it very difficult to pay attention. Fortunately, I already knew a lot of what Adam covered, so I wasn't losing a whole lot. And when Adam finally released us to spend the rest of the time working on our projects, I was happy that I no longer had to fight to stay focused. "You're very distracting, you know," I grumbled at Kai.
Look who's talking,
he replied.
You look great on a normal day, but today? I don't know. I feel like I should pay to sit next to you.
My inner teenager was squealing with delight, but I maintained my composure on the surface. Pay for it by helping me get this project done so that we don't have to worry about it this weekend. Kai nodded.
Deal.
Kai reached into his backpack and pulled out his computer, and at the same time, his phone rang. He lifted it out of his backpack, looked at the screen, rolled his eyes, scoffed, and tossed it aside. More toward me.
I wasn't trying to snoop, but with him throwing his phone damn near into me, I couldn't help but peek at who was calling. The image of a familiar knockout blonde who was poking out a pair of duck lips was on the screen. Taylor's name and a smiling devil emoji next to it flashed at the top. "Not gonna answer?" I asked.
Nope.
Kai replied simply, and kept unloading his materials. "You broke up, right?" Kai looked at me.
Yeah, we're not together anymore.
I imagined Taylor wrapped around Devin and kissing him in my dorm room Monday night, and my blood bubbled with anger. I didn't like seeing Taylor with Devin any more than I liked seeing her with Kai. I could write it off as knowing Devin was a good guy while Taylor was evil. But the frustration in my stomach originated from the same place it always did when I saw Taylor all over Kai. It was jealousy. How could I be jealous when Devin and I weren't together? Was it just the ruse of being a couple that was making me feel like things were more real than they were? I didn't have feelings for Devin. I didn't think I did, anyway.
You okay?
Kai's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Yeah. I thought about Devin and Taylor. Kai still seemed to be under the impression that Devin and I were a thing. He must not know that Devin and Taylor know each other. How did Devin and Taylor meet? Is Taylor in the Dean's Club too? I asked. Kai shook his head.
No. Why? Are you interested in joining?
The Dean's Club, though elite-sounding, was intended more for students who struggled with schoolwork, something I excelled at. I don't know that it's my thing.
Kai laughed. You got that right.
He raised an eyebrow at me.
But maybe you should join anyway. We could spend more time together.
Wouldn't that be a distraction? I asked boldly. Kai shrugged.
It would, but I don't want to be there anyway.
I clicked my tongue at him. You need to focus on your studies. Kai leaned in toward me, heat emanating off his body.
Oh yeah? Or what?
I imagined being Sydney for a moment. What would she do if she found herself caught up in a sparring match with a guy she liked? I took a deep breath and leaned in as well, bringing my face to hover just a few centimeters from Kai's. I don't like guys who blow off their schoolwork. Kai's eyes and mouth widened a bit, and an impressive smile found his face.
Well, that's a fantastic motivator.
He opened his computer and leaned away.
Let's get going then. I want a perfect score.
It wouldn't have surprised me if someone told me I was on fire. I'd never felt so bold and overt before. I blamed Sydney and Devin, but maybe more Devin than Sydney. I smiled, imagining Devin's shock if he saw me do something like that. I bubbled with excitement as I imagined running back to the dorm and telling him that his advice had worked. We could maybe get dinner before whatever the hell Newsom was and talk about it. I thought of him smiling at me and calling me some lame name, and joking with me about malfunctioning over something so simple. My mind drifted, and suddenly, Devin was on my mind again. Why did he latch on so hard every time I thought of him? I threw myself into my project as a distraction. It was helpful to continue flirting with Kai, but I couldn't help realize how much I had to force it. I was happy to have earned Kai's interest, but everything I said to him was calculated and thought out.
why didn't it flow naturally like things did with Devin? If we did start dating, would we eventually get to a place where we could laugh and joke like Devin and I could?
I think that's it.
Kai said.
I have a printer and stuff in my room, so I can print it and get it bound for Monday.
Sounds great, I replied. Thank you.
Of course. Sounds like you two have just about finished,
Adam said as he walked past us.
If you don't need any more class time, you can go. Have fun tonight, but be safe. I don't want to lose my favorite student. Or Kai.
Kai and I laughed as Adam walked on to a different group. And then we packed up our items and left the lecture hall. Some of the students had already left, while others didn't look like they'd be going anywhere for a while. We left about 30 minutes before the normal time class got out, but I was still planning on going to the dining hall and waiting for Sydney. Kai held out his arms, and I held my breath. Was he asking for a hug? I didn't quite know how to react, and if I was wrong, I'd die of embarrassment. I tilted my head to the side, trying to play innocent, and Kai nodded.
Okay, I get it. No bonuses until I pony up, right? Fine.
He put his arms down, but seemed amused, and I let out a subtle sigh of relief.
Well, I'll see you tonight, right?
I nodded. Definitely.
Maybe I'll get more than a hug,
Kai said suggestively, and all the alarms in my brain went off. I swallowed hard. Maybe. Kai's smile grew. He tapped my arm.
See you later.
He turned around and started off down the hallway, and I went to the nearest bathroom as quickly as I could without seeming suspicious. I splashed cold water on my face as soon as I got in, and then, a few seconds later, the bathroom door opened. I planned to explain myself to whoever walked in, but to my surprise and relief, it was Sydney.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
She looked at my outfit and let out a whistle.
Well, hello there. I don't believe we've met.
She held out her hand to shake.
I'm Sydney.
Ha, ha, I replied dully.
I thought something was wrong when I saw you bolt in here. But now I realize something is definitely wrong. You're dressed like me.
She gasped.
Is this for Devin?
I thought about the way Devin looked at me when he noticed it. It wasn't for him, but he certainly got something from it. No, it's for Kai. Sydney deflated.
Oh.
I think he asked me out. Sydney perked up.
Seriously?
I looked around, suddenly nervous that someone else could be in the bathroom. It seemed empty, but it didn't abate my fear. Can we go somewhere else?
Yeah. I got out of class early, so let's head to the dining hall.
Sydney linked her arm into mine and dragged me out of the bathroom. We went to the dining hall in the student union, gathered our lunches, and found a table. It was still a little early for lunch, but I was glad to be sitting down in a place where I could gush with my best friend.
Okay,
Sydney said, as she scooped a forkful of her salad into her mouth. What happened?
Well, we're working on this project together. We got together yesterday, and it went really, really well. There was lots of flirting and a little touching.
He was very complimentary and sweet. The whole thing. Sydney nodded.
Okay.
So today, I decided to get a little dressed up and see if he'd ask me out. And he actually did. I think. I took a sip of my juice. Do you know what Newsome is? Sydney chuckled.
Yeah, it's that big party that the frats and sororities host every year for the entire school. Remember? They planned the fall ball on the same day. That girl asked about it during the RA meeting.
It all came flying back to me. I was so distracted by everything that happened with Sydney and Devin then that I'd nearly blocked everything out. Oh, that's right. Well, he asked if I was going and if we could meet up there. Is that him asking me out? Sydney bobbed her head.
Hard to tell. It probably would have been more obvious if he'd asked to go together.
Well, I think that was my fault. He asked if I was going with anyone specific, and I said that you, me, Devin, and Henry were probably going to go as a group. He got a little weirded out when I mentioned Devin, and asked if it was a double date. He seemed really happy when I said it wasn't.
Oh.
Sydney nodded.
Then, yes. I think he's implying that he'd like you guys to meet up at Newsome and treat it like a date.
I raised an eyebrow. Maybe more than that. He said he wants more than a hug. Sydney dropped her fork.
Wait. Like...
She raised her eyebrows.
Like, you know, it?
I shrugged. I don't know if I want to lose my virginity at a college Greek house, but if it seems like we're going to be more than friends, who knows? At least a step in that direction. I know you don't really like Kai.
I don't.
Sydney cut instantly.
But only because it seemed like he was playing games with you. If he's finally getting serious about you, that's a whole different story.
She picked up her fork and resumed eating her salad.
Even if I'd rather see you with Devin.
I wanted to argue, but I didn't. The truth of the matter was, I didn't quite understand how I felt about Devin either. I was hoping Sydney would miss it, but she didn't.
Oh? I was expecting an argument.
I shrugged. I don't feel like arguing. Sydney scoffed.
You always feel like arguing.
She leaned in.
Unless there's nothing to argue about.
I bit my lip and averted my gaze. And Sydney screeched.
Oh my God! You do like him!
Shh! I hissed.
I don't know. Skrill, Kai! Go for Devin!
My mouth went agape. What happened to, if he's finally getting serious, that's a whole different story?
I lied. I just wanted to be a supportive friend. Go for Devin.
I can't, I replied. I thought about how Sydney might react if she knew Devin was dating Taylor, and quickly realized that telling her would be a bad idea. He's seeing someone right now. I waved my hands in the air. Besides, I'm into Kai. Things are finally moving forward. I don't want to mess it up. I'm sure whatever I'm feeling in Devin's general direction is only a result of being cooped up with him. Let it go. Sydney ate her salad, shaking her head.
I don't get it. Devin's way better looking than Kai anyway.
I opened my mouth to fire back, but I knew that defending Kai would be a lie. I did think that Devin was better looking than Kai. But it wasn't just about the looks. Kai and I had history. Well, sort of. Sydney giggled at my silence.
We'll just have to see what happens at Newsom tonight.
Yeah, we will. Chapter 17. Nina. Fortunately for me, given the strings of lies that I'd told Kai to keep from seeming like a lame loner, Henry, Sydney, Devin, and I did end up attending Newsom as a group. Both Henry and Devin had cars, but I learned that Henry doesn't drink, so he decided to be the designated driver. I wasn't a big drinker either. I'd engaged in the typical underage drinking that was a high school rite of passage, according to Sydney. But liquor made me sick almost instantly. Even the lighter stuff like coolers and beers didn't sit well in my body. So I was always disguising a non-alcoholic drink inside a red Solo cup to try and seem less like a sore thumb among the cool kids. In the hour before leaving, Sydney came to our room to get dressed. I was grateful for Devin's participation in the Dean's Club because it meant that he went directly back to his room after he got to the East Tower, giving me some time to try and get my feelings in line. I liked Kai. There was no doubt about that. I always liked him. For as long as I could remember, that was the truth I lived with. But now there was Devin, and everything seemed different somehow. It didn't matter which way I looked at it. I had feelings for Devin. It was different from how I felt when I first developed a crush on Kai. And it was even different from how I felt toward Kai now, after years of pining after him. It was uncharted territory for me, and it scared the hell out of me. In a way, I was diving all in with Kai because I didn't want to think about what it meant to try and navigate things with Devin. Kai was someone I'd wanted for years. I was used to that feeling. And not only did I owe it to myself to go for it if I could finally have it, but it was less horrifying than starting over with someone new. Sydney helped me pick out what to wear. A black, flowing silk dress that stopped just above my knees and had pink roses dotted all over it, a borrowed pair of black booties, and a black jean jacket. She had to fight me tooth and nail to get my hair out of a ponytail so that she could put it down and curl it. When she was done, she used bobby pins to pin the front back. She let me keep my glasses on, but only in exchange for letting her give me a more dramatic makeup look than I'd ever worn. A bright pink lipstick to match the flowers on my dress, and a pale green eyeshadow to match the leaves. She gave me wide wings with the mascara and added some color to my obscenely pale cheeks. When she was finished, she smiled. She opened the door to her dresser that had a full-length mirror hanging on it and motioned to it. I stepped into view and couldn't help but let out a gasp. I looked good. Sydney put her hands on her shoulders.
It's okay. You can admit that I did a better job than you would have.
Hands down, I responded. Sydney slid up next to me in the mirror, showing off her party attire of a tight, strapless forest green dress that stopped mid-thigh, leaving nothing but her tan legs until her stilettos. Her colorful hair shined perfectly against the darker dress color. Even I had to admit, we were a pair of hotties. She held up her phone to snap a selfie in the mirror, and then clapped.
All right, let's go show Devin.
I took a deep breath, still eyeing my image.
I hope he likes it.
Sydney's head whipped around.
What?
I spoke without thinking and didn't realize what I'd said until it was coming out of my mouth. Sorry, I thought you said Kai. Sydney lifted a matching dark green clutch into her hands and laced one of her over-the-shoulder purses with a gold chain as a strap and a small black pouch for the bag over my head.
Sure you did, sweetheart.
I rolled my eyes at her. I wasn't in any position to argue, so I didn't. I slipped my phone, wallet, and keys into the purse Sydney had loaned me, and then we left the room. Hey, girls! Sydney and I had matching looks of irritation as we looked down the hallway to where Monica was standing in a floor-length grape purple dress with puffy chiffoned sleeves. Headed to the ball? Sydney snickered.
Yeah, that's where we're going. See you there.
Great! Monica replied with a smile, and I winced. It's kind of sad, I murmured. I reflected on Monica briefly. Her nerdy disposition blended with her ignorance of basic human decency and painful innocence. That could have been me if I'd never been friends with Sydney. We're going to New Sem, I said, turning to Monica again.
What are you doing?
Sydney hissed at me. Monica frowned. I wouldn't think that is your scene, Nina. It really wasn't. I like to have a good time. If the ball gets too stuffy, head to New Sem. We'll get a drink.
Yeah, but ditch the sleaze first.
Sydney growled back before hooking my arm and dragging me toward the elevator.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. I saw myself in her. The elevator doors opened, and Sydney and I climbed on. She pressed the button for the lowest level, and the doors closed and started to take us down.
You're kind of a dork, but not that bad.
I could have been if you didn't blow into my life like a fucking tornado. Sydney furrowed her brow.
Is that a compliment or an insult?
I kissed Sydney's cheek, leaving a bright pink lip imprint behind.
Yes.
Sydney ducked her head to view her reflection in the metal plate surrounding the elevator buttons.
That's hot. I'm keeping it all night.
Presper's living towers all had underground parking to combat the issue of Utah's typically snow-light but ice-heavy winters. The lowest level the elevator would go was the parking garage, and when we reached the floor, the doors opened and the loud buzzing of the garage screamed in. Many of the East Tower students were in the garage, piling into cars, bumping music, and excitedly chattering. All, no doubt, headed toward the same party we were bound for. We walked off the elevator and immediately heard a loud yelp. God damn! Sydney and I looked over, and Henry, dressed handsomely in a pair of dark slacks and a dark blue button-up under a light gray vest, jumped up from the bench he was sitting on and started bouncing up and down. Look at my girl! Excuse me. He reached for a random student passing by. Excuse me, sir. Look at my girlfriend. She's so hot, right? The kid opened his mouth, but Henry pushed him away. If you answer that, I'll kill you. He turned back toward Sydney and held out his arms, saying, Damn, I can't believe I have to take you in public looking like that. Sydney walked into Henry's arms and gave him a kiss.
You're one to talk, looking like that. You're gonna have to keep me from fighting every woman who looks at you.
I smiled at the cuteness of their display. I imagined being able to do that with someone, and it made me fuzzy. For a reason I knew, but didn't want to accept. When the image jumped through my brain with me in Sydney's shoes, it wasn't Kai who was receiving me. I pushed it away. I was too close to finally being with Kai. It didn't make sense to confuse myself now. Henry looked over at me and smiled.
Hey, Nina.
Hi. I stepped over to them, not subtly looking around for the other person I expected to see. You look great.
Thanks. So do you.
He pointed at Sydney's cheek.
You did this then?
I shrugged. Guilty. Sydney stared at me for a minute, then rolled her eyes.
Where's Devin, babe?
He's just finishing getting dressed. He was running late from the Dean's Club, so I told him I'd come down and meet you two. He should be down any second.
He turned his attention back to Sydney.
Honestly, how are you this stunning? It's criminal, and I should know. I'm a lawyer.
Sydney held out her wrists.
Oh, lock me up.
Henry smiled.
That's cops, but I don't care. You are so beautiful. It's cute, but also kind of gross.
A voice whispered into my ear, and my heart beat so hard that I was afraid it was going to stop. I looked over my shoulder, and Devin was standing behind me.
Hey, you.
Hi. I smiled at the image before me. Devin was wearing a pair of cream-colored pants with black combat boots over them. He had on a white simple t-shirt under a black unbuttoned suit coat and a black wide-brim hat.
Wow, you clean up nice.
I was just about to say the same about you,
Devin said.
Be honest. How much do you wish you were wearing a hoodie right now?
More than anything in the whole world, I replied, and Devin laughed.
But I guess I cannot wear a sweatshirt for one day.
You'll just have to wear two tomorrow.
I nodded. Yes, 2 sweaters, 2 pairs of jeans, and maybe a scarf for good measure. Devin's eyes glinted as he took me in, and I didn't shy away from the attention. It wasn't until Sydney slid up to me and linked an arm through mine that I broke his gaze at all.
Doesn't she look stellar, Devin?
She asked.
Stellar doesn't describe it.
Devin replied.
No offense, but you may want to put some distance between the two of you.
I was worried that Sydney would take Devin's joke the wrong way, but she just clung on to me.
I'm forever telling her she's prettier than me, but she won't listen.
Because I'm not, I grumbled back. Okay. Devin and Sydney said in unison, and laughed. Henry jingled his keys in the air.
All right, we've been standing around long enough, kids. Let's get this show on the road.
We climbed into Henry's car, Henry and Sydney in the front, and Devin and I in the back. And Henry joined the line of cars waiting to get out of the parking garage. I could feel Devin's eyes on me, and when I looked over, thinking he would look away, he just held my stare until my body burned so hot that I was forced to look away. Devin was becoming dangerous in my life. I tried to keep my brain focused on certain definitive facts, like the fact that I was technically attending the party with Kai, or that Devin was still seeing Taylor. I tried to think of anything to keep my mind in a safe place, which was a difficult task with the Devin's cologne filling the car.
So, Nina, exactly how early did you finish all your homework this week?
Sydney asked jokingly.
By Wednesday night.
Devin answered for me.
Apart from her English project. Whoa, Nina. Your voice has gotten deeper.
Henry said with a laugh. I shrugged. He's not wrong.
Does she rub off on you at least?
Henry asked. Not as much as I'd like, I responded, and Devin and Sydney dramatically turned to look at me. I didn't know what the looks were about at first. And then, when it hit me, my face started to burn.
I meant with homework. He procrastinates a lot.
Sydney turned away from me with a smirk on her lips. But Devin kept a lusty look on me that had me shifting uncomfortably until we pulled up in front of the house hosting Newsem. Henry found a spot within a block of the house, and we climbed out. Henry and Sydney immediately wrapped themselves up and started talking happily, leaving Devin and me behind. We've lost them, I said. Devin laughed.
I knew that was gonna happen.
He looked over at me.
Is that okay?
I nodded. Yeah, that's okay.
Henry and Sydney mingled only as much as they had to before they were out dancing among the crowd. Devin and I found a quiet corner, and Devin collected a beer for himself and a soda for me. We stood drinking, occasionally greeting the different people we recognized as they passed us by, but ultimately, just enjoying one another's company.
See? This isn't so bad,
Devin said. It's not. You're right. I flicked the brim of Devin's hat. I didn't realize you were a hat guy. He chuckled.
I'm not, usually. I decided to try something new. How does it look?
It looks really good.
Good enough to go home with me at the end of the night?
He asked with a wink.
Maybe even sleep together?
I laughed at the joke our unique situation presented. But the idea of sleeping with Devin had the most intimate parts of me humming with anticipation. I started to imagine slowly peeling off Devin's layers and letting him give in to the urges that had caused more than one animalistic gaze in the past. To say that I was turned on would have been an understatement. Devin whistled.
Well, if I'd known it would be that good, I would have done it a month ago.
I was sure I was blushing from being caught. But I didn't back down. If we were amidst a cat-and-mouse game, I found myself beyond willing to be the mouse.
Before or after you kissed me?
Oh, wow.
Devin said.
You got jokes. All right. I see you, Nina.
I laughed, and Devin joined in. If my entire night went that way, I wouldn't be mad. Devin was beyond pleasurable company. We sat and continued to talk for about 45 minutes. The party started to thicken with nicer dressed guests, and I wondered if they'd come from the fall ball. As I considered it, I scanned the crowd for Monica, curious to see if she actually took up my offer.
Looking for Kai?
Devin asked. Huh? I looked at him, confused. He stared back at me, just as confused.
What? I thought you'd be looking for him.
Oh! I scared myself with how quickly I'd pushed Kai from my mind in Devin's presence. Yeah, I lied. I didn't want to let on that Kai had been flowing in and out of my brain for the past couple of hours instead of the typically constant presence. I guess we're having our first date tonight.
Oh.
Devin responded.
So, he did ask you out?
Yeah. Earlier, I'd been so excited to tell Devin that his advice had worked. But now, I felt a pressing urge to change the subject.
Congrats,
Devin replied.
he's headed this way.
Really? I looked over my shoulder and saw that Kai was sifting his way through the sea of students, dead set for me. He looked good, too, in a pair of designer sweatpants, a black button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and a pair of black boots. He was attractive, but he was not as attractive as Devin. Our eyes locked, and he smiled and waved a hand. I waved back. I turned back toward Devin, unsure of what I'd say, but he was smiling at me. What? Devin shrugged.
Nothing. I'm happy for you. This is what you wanted, right?
I nodded. Yeah. It was what I wanted. Kai was the one I wanted.
Hey, Nina.
Kai held his arms open, and that time, I did fold into them. All of the hesitation I'd been feeling jumped out the window as Kai wrapped his arms around me. Maybe I was getting distracted by Devin, but there was still a part of me that liked Kai a lot. It felt good to be held by him finally. I pulled away and started to say something, but Kai was staring up at Devin, who was looking back at him, unflinching. The air between them was static and tense, and I couldn't figure out why. I'd have to ask one of them later, but Devin broke the hold and looked down at me.
I'm gonna go mingle. See you.
Okay, see you later. I watched as Devin walked away and cursed the disappointed gnawing in my stomach.
Nina?
I jumped a little and looked at Kai. Huh?
I said, should we go somewhere quieter?
Kai asked. Oh, I laughed. Sorry, I'm not a big partier, so I got distracted. Yeah.
Cool. Come on.
Kai reached down and took my hand, and my heart fluttered when he linked his fingers into mine. I locked eyes with Sydney as we passed by the dance floor, and she gave me a thumbs up. Kai pulled me to the base of a staircase. He stood aside so that I could walk past him up the stairs to the next landing, and I noticed that the stairs continued up another floor. But Kai placed his hand on my back and pushed me forward a little, so I stepped forward into the hallway on the second floor. There were 5 doors on either wall, and Kai took me, with some purpose, to the 4th door down on the right side. We walked into a room that looked unlived in, but it still had a nicely made bed in the middle and a table with a couple of chairs off to one side. I started for the chairs, but Kai kept a hold on my hand and pulled me toward the bed. I hesitated, but relented to his strength as he sat down on the bed's edge and pulled me down next to him.
This is better,
Kai said. I nodded and tried to calm the rampant pounding in my chest. I'd been that close to Kai before, but never in such an intimate setting. It is. The thrum of music from downstairs was muffled by the floor that separated us from the party, but it meant I could speak and hear Kai more clearly. So, how was the rest of your day? I asked. Kai chuckled.
Seriously?
I furrowed my brow. Yeah. Is that a weird question?
No, not typically. I just thought we were gonna cut the bullshit a la our conversation from earlier.
I tried to replay what Kai and I had talked about that morning. Sure, he'd mentioned getting more than a hug, and I knew that his mind probably went farther than mine. But I didn't expect any of that to happen when we'd barely been in one another's presence for 10 minutes. I mean, I thought we'd talk a little first, at least, I said. Kai's hand curled along the side of my neck.
We've done enough talking, don't you think?
My thoughts all died when I realized Kai was leaning in. My brain went into panic mode. Years of waiting for that moment were all colliding into one another, and there wasn't a single part of me that could figure out how to react. Instead of doing anything logical, I froze. And a few seconds later, Kai's lips were on mine. Oh my God. I was kissing Kai. No, Kai was kissing me. We were kissing. I placed my hands on Kai's stomach, and his other hand clasped my neck. His tongue smoothed along my bottom lip, and reflexively, I parted them, letting it slink inside. I hummed in satisfaction at the connection. Even if his kiss wasn't as good as Devin's, it was Kai, and that was enough to excite me to no end. Kai's hands slid down my neck and under my jacket. They slid down my arms, forcing the jacket down. And I realized that Kai was 10 steps ahead of me. I pulled away from him, and he smiled at me.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's great. I put a hand on Kai's face. I've liked you for so long that I don't want to rush it.
I like you too,
Kai replied.
We'll go as slow as you need.
He leaned in again, but I pulled away. And that time, Kai's smile turned to a scoff.
What?
I meant, like, we've kissed, and we can do more of that tonight, but the rest we can do, I don't know, in a more romantic place than this. I snickered. Maybe after a few dates?
A few dates?
Kai said with disbelief.
I thought you wanted to sleep with me.
I mean, eventually, maybe. We haven't even been out yet.
I'm on a break with Taylor, but I don't know that we're done dating yet,
Kai replied.
I'm not gonna cheat on her.
I slid all the way back out of Kai's grasp, pulling my jacket back up to sit on my shoulders properly. What do you mean? Like, you're gonna get back together?
Maybe. I don't know.
I scoffed. Then what the hell am I doing here? You just said you liked me. All of a sudden, Devin's words from the week before hit me. I was just a backup. Oh my God. Do you only want to sleep with me? Kai watched me carefully.
Isn't that what you want to do?
I could already feel my emotions rising to the surface. I gotta go. Kai reached out for my hand.
Wait, Nina!
I snatched my hand away and ran from the room, shocked, upset, and embarrassed at how I'd lashed out at Devin when he was right all along.
Chapter 18. Devin. I downed a whole beer, trying to chase away the frustration that settled like a solid brick in my stomach when I noticed Kai and Nina disappearing upstairs. There weren't many reasons that couples went upstairs alone at parties. Given that Nina had been trying to land Kai since the beginning of the semester, and really before that, I had a pretty good guess at what was slated to go on. I expected that Nina and Kai would bump into each other at the party, but I had no idea that he'd formally asked her to spend the night with him. If I had, I probably wouldn't have let myself get so caught up in the way Sydney and Henry's pairing shoved Nina and I together like a couple as well. It had been Henry's plan from the beginning. If we all hung out together and Henry and Sydney started behaving like a couple, Nina and I were certain to get there as well. So much for that plan. Henry brought me another beer. Sydney had also noticed Nina's departure and evidently pointed it out to Henry, and though he wanted to stick around and be a supportive friend, I told him to go have fun with Sydney. Just because one of us wasn't getting anywhere didn't mean the other one had to be dragged down as well. I nursed my beer, not wanting to get drunk and do something stupid, and just watched the people and the stairs while running down the clock.
Hey, you! I've been looking for you!
I turned around, and Taylor was standing behind me with a cocktail in her hand. She was wearing a form-fitting silver sequined dress that showed a lot of her cleavage and legs.
You look good.
Taylor was model-esque because of her curves and the way her long blonde hair flowed down and over her chest, but I couldn't deny that she wasn't doing much for me at the moment. "Hey," I turned to face her. "You look amazing. Good God." She kicked one of her stilettoed feet up behind her.
I was hoping you'd like it. Are you enjoying the party? I'll admit, I was a little surprised that you didn't want to come together.
Not once had that thought occurred to me. "Well, we just started dating, and you're hot as hell. I didn't want you thinking I was trying to claim you or something." Taylor tilted her head and threw me a seductive smile.
Oh? Do you want to claim me?
I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could get anything out, Taylor's eyes traveled past me. Her jaw dropped, and she let out a little chuckle. Her smile grew, and I turned to see what she was looking at. My gaze landed immediately on Nina, rushing down the stairs that she just disappeared up with Kai not 5 minutes earlier. She looked like she was on the brink of tears. And as she reached the landing, she sifted through the crowd of people and continued through the front door. Sydney must have seen her too, because a few seconds later, I saw Sydney flying through the crowd toward the front door with Henry hot on her heels. I looked back at Taylor just long enough to say, "Sorry, I gotta go," and then went after them. I slipped and slid my way through the throng of partiers until I was finally able to rush outside. I saw Nina, Sydney, and Henry standing at the bottom of the walkway that led up to the house. Henry had his arms crossed, and Nina had her head buried against Sydney's shoulder. I rushed toward them. "What happened?" Sydney glared past me toward the house. "Kai just wanted to fuck." She petted Nina's head. "It's okay, honey." Sydney looked over at Henry, and Henry looked at me. I looked at Nina, sobbing on Sydney's shoulder, and rage poured into my body. I looked back at Henry. "You with me?" Henry cracked his knuckles. "Yeah, I got your back." "Good." I turned around to head back into the house when I felt a hand grab mine. I turned back, and Nina was staring up at me, teary-eyed. "Nina." "You were right. I'm sorry." She sniffled, and I could tell that she was barely holding it in. It broke me. I held out a hand and set it on her head. "Oh, hey, you don't have to apologize." Behind Nina, Sydney made a motion with her arms that told me to hug Nina, and Henry nodded in agreement. I wasn't sure if it was the right move. The last thing I wanted for Nina now was for her to feel like another guy was trying to move in. But she was upset and needed comfort, and I felt horrible that I hadn't managed to protect her from Kai. I decided to risk it and wrapped my arms gently around Nina. I was relieved when she relaxed against me. I rubbed her back and looked at Henry. "Go kick his ass for me."
No!
Nina looked up at me.
I don't want any more drama. I just want to leave.
I nodded at her. I'd do whatever I could to make her feel better. Okay. Sydney stepped up and put a hand on Nina's back. "Want to just go grab something to eat?" She looked at Henry. "We can do that, right?" "Yeah, of course. Whatever we need to do." Nina looked up at me sadly before setting her head on my chest.
"Yeah, let's do that."
If it weren't for the fact that she was heartbroken, I'd be happy for the closeness. I wanted to get closer to Nina, but never this way. If I could give up my own happiness for her to not feel so shitty, I'd do that 10 times over. I kept an arm wrapped behind Nina's back while we walked back to the car and held the door open for her so that she could climb in. As I was walking around to the other side to climb in, Henry grabbed my arm. "You okay?" "You mean other than the fact that I wanted to go kick that guy's ass until he can't move?" I peeked through the window into the car, and Sydney was turned around in the passenger seat, sweetly caressing Nina's cheek. "She's really heartbroken." "Yeah," Henry said. "Kinda makes you wonder how many chicks we've done that to." I didn't even want to think about that. "I'll never do it again." "You and me both." Henry nodded in. "I found mine." I looked in at Nina. "I think I have too." Henry nodded. "But you know—" I held up a hand. "I know. I'm not going to push anything. She needs time and a friend right now. That's what I am." Henry smiled and put a hand on my shoulder. "When it finally happens, it's going to be good." I nodded. "I hope so." Henry climbed into the driver's seat, and I got into the back. The second I was inside, Nina slid a little closer to me and put her head on my shoulder. Sydney smiled at me. I nodded at her, and she nodded back, before turning back around in her seat. We rode in silence to a restaurant well off of campus. Henry was smart enough to know that Nina needed some distance from the campus, and the restaurant he brought us to was known for comfort food. We got a booth, and to my surprise, when Sydney and I picked different sides of the table, Nina slid in next to me. Whether there was more going on with her feelings too, or whether she just trusted me to comfort her, I wasn't sure, but I was happy for it. I flipped open Nina's menu in front of her and turned it toward the back where all of their pasta was listed. I'd noticed in our month together that Nina was partial to good pasta. It didn't really matter what was available for dinner at the dining hall. If there was any kind of pasta there, especially if it had a white sauce, that's what Nina would get every time, without fail. "Their Alfredo is really good," I said, pointing to the picture of the dish. "Their beef stroganoff too." Nina nodded. "They both look really good. I don't know which one to get." "You get one and I'll get the other," I said. "We'll share." Nina looked up at me with shock on her face at first, but then she smiled warmly. "Okay, thank you." Sydney and Henry both smiled at the sight before them, and I didn't argue. If Nina and I eventually got there, I'd be happy, but for now, the goal was to make her feel better. After we ordered our food and drinks, the waitress brought over a basket of bread. Sydney immediately took one out and set it on Nina's appetizer plate. "That's Kai's head." Nina picked up the piece of bread and tore it in half. I reached to my left and got the plastic container of sugars and sweeteners for coffee and slid it over to her. "Thank you," she said, before lifting it up and smacking it down on top of the bread until it was flat and crumbling. When it was demolished beyond anything recognizable, I swapped her plate for mine so that she had a clean one again. She took another piece of bread from the basket and ate it. She noticed our concerned gazes and smiled. "Oh, I don't want to eat him. I just want some comfort carbs. Sydney giggled. That makes perfect sense. We talked casually about different things until our food came. As promised, I slid some of my beef stroganoff onto Nina's plate, and she spooned over some of her Alfredo. The more the meal carried on, the happier Nina seemed. When we had finished our meal, she was nearly back to normal. She still had a weary, exhausted look in her eyes, and I knew it would be some time before she was totally over what happened, but I was glad she was better for the time being. We ordered a chocolate lava cake to split after our main course, and enjoyed the chocolate and each other's company. The waitress didn't bother us, and we might have been happy to sit there in comfort forever if Henry's phone didn't go off at 11 o'clock. Crazy count is in an hour, Henry said. You keep an alarm on your phone for it? Nina asked. Henry shrugged. Yeah, it helps. Sometimes I'm deep in my studies or something, and when my alarm goes off, I know that if she isn't there already, I get to see Sydney soon. Nina smiled. That's so sweet. Sydney put her head on Henry's shoulder. Yeah, I got pretty lucky. At that exact moment, Nina turned and looked up at me. I didn't know how to read that look, apart from the timing. She opened her mouth, and then closed it again. She looked back at the remains of the lava cake. This was really nice, you guys. Thanks. I feel better. I'm glad, Sydney replied. You can take the rest of the cake. She chuckled. You can have it for breakfast. Nina laughed. That's the college life for you. Henry sighed. Well, let's get back before Monica starts doing her rounds. A waitress passed, and Henry flagged her down. Excuse me, can we have our checks, please? Sure, just 1 or 2? 1, I said. Henry shifted like he was going for his wallet, and I slid mine out first. Nope, I've got it. Henry opened his mouth to protest, but I motioned toward Nina, and he smiled and relinquished. Fortunately, neither Sydney nor Nina seemed to notice, and I was finally able to use some of the money I'd been saving for Henry. I handed over my card. Thank you. A box for the cake too, please? She took my card and smiled. Of course, I'll be right back. Thanks, Nina said, grinning at me. Of course, Sadie, I replied, and Nina's smile grew. Sadie? Henry asked. Sydney was smiling widely at me. Nina's middle name. Ah, Henry nodded at me, impressed. Nice. The car ride back to campus was much more relaxed. Nina still opted to rest her head on my shoulder, and Henry and Sydney held hands as much as they could without obstructing Henry's driving. Sydney prattled on for most of the car ride about a variety of subjects, but most of them were far from my mind. We parked and went to the elevator, and it wasn't until we were on the 4th floor that we realized we didn't discuss who'd be going where. Normally it wasn't a question, but these were special circumstances. Sydney looked at Nina. Do you want me to come with you, sweetie? Nina looked at Sydney, and then up at me, and then back at Sydney. She shook her head. No, I'll be okay. See you for breakfast in the morning. Sydney nodded. Okay. She gave me a look that said, take care of her, and we climbed off the elevator and waved goodbye until the doors closed. Nina led the way to her room, and fortunately Monica was nowhere around as we entered. With her back turned, I took a final moment to appreciate how amazing she looked in her dress. What a shame that such a beautiful look was squandered on a douchebag. Nina pulled off her jacket and purse and set them on the desk. She slumped down on her bed. She was back to looking anguished, but there was some confusion mixed in that I couldn't place. You okay? I asked. She nodded with her head dropped low. Yeah, except for the fact that I'm beginning to think I'm going to be a virgin forever. The comment shot through me like a blazing arrow. Virgin? I knew that Nina was innocent, but I assumed that there had been at least one guy before. I immediately felt bad for all those times I let my attraction get the better of me when we were trying to fool Monica. Someone who hadn't had sex at all deserved to be treated better than that. Then again, I didn't try and jump in bed with her after a few words at a frat party, so I supposed I was still okay. I crouched on the ground in front of Nina and put my head in her lap. I know that this sucks, like, a lot, but thank God you know now. He can't hurt you anymore, and this would have been a really shitty way to lose it. Nina looked at me. Yeah, but maybe better than never losing it. I shook my head. No way. First of all, you're a 10. It's gonna happen, and when it does, it's gonna be someone who deserves it. That person is gonna make sure it's really special and perfect for you because that's what you deserve. Thank you for taking such amazing care of me tonight, Nina said, and I allowed her to sidestep the topic. If that's what she needed to do, then that's what needed to happen. Sorry if I ruined your night. I pulled my hat off my head and set it on Nina's. Are you kidding me? I mean, apart from what happened to you and the fact that it's going to be really difficult not to knock that guy's lights out on Monday, I had a great time tonight. Hanging out with you, going to dinner with my 2 closest friends, and Sydney. Nina laughed at the joke, but then she looked at me, as if she was trying to discern something from me. What, Sadie? She shook her head. I'm glad that we're friends. The word friends carried a weight that I wasn't sure how to take. Was she friend-zoning me? Was she afraid that I was friend-zoning her? I wanted to ask, wanted to fix it either way, but that wasn't what Nina needed. I tapped her leg. Me too. There was a knock on the door. Count! Monica called from the other side. I quickly jumped into Sydney's bed and pulled the covers up over my head. I heard Nina stand up and walk over to the door, opening it. Hey, Monica, how was the ball? It was okay. It ended earlier than I thought it would, Monica said. I imagined all the fall ball-dressed guests that showed up at New Sem about an hour in. Yeah, I think a bunch of them came over to New Sem, Nina replied. I told you to come by. It's not really my thing. There was a silence, and then, She asleep already? Yeah, crazy night, Nina replied. All right, well, sleep it off. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, good night. Night. The door closed and locked, and I was glad I didn't have to whip out the voice memo of Sydney's voice that I'd been using to verify count up to that point. I folded the blanket back and sat up in the bed. I'm going to take a shower, Nina said. Okay. Do you need anything? I asked. She shook her head. No, thanks again for everything. Yeah, of course. I watched in silence as Nina collected some of her PJs and went to the bathroom, and once the shower was running, I changed into more comfortable clothes myself and climbed into bed. I turned my back to Nina's bed, but stayed awake until I heard her climb into bed and quietly fall asleep. I flipped to my back and let my mind run over the night. Nina's sudden closeness, the way she said the word friend, the pleased look on Taylor's face when she saw Nina. I had so many more questions than answers, but there was one thing I knew for sure. Kai wasn't going to be a problem anymore. Nina and I may be just friends for now, but she'd get over him eventually. Maybe it was officially time to end things with Taylor, just in case. But if I did that and Nina and I were only destined to be friends, it could be a mistake. I looked over at Nina and sighed. Anything that felt that real and heavy couldn't just be one-sided. At least, I sincerely hoped not, because I was definitely falling in love with Nina. Chapter 19. Devon. It had been about a week since things went crazy at New Sem. Nina and I went back to being roommates, just like we'd been before. But there was a new closeness between us that was difficult to ignore. We hugged before she left for her class in the morning, we texted each other throughout the day, and I'd gotten into the habit of going down to her room not just an hour or two before the count, but almost immediately after I got back from class. On Wednesday night, I ordered takeout, and we watched a movie that we'd both mentioned wanting to see. I'd consider it near perfect if it weren't for two things. There was a tension between Nina and me that was difficult to surmount. It was a burning desire emanating from both of us to take things to the next level. I saw it in the way I'd catch Nina staring at me, or the way she didn't pull back when we sat too close while studying. It was in the way she smiled at me, and the constant leaping in my heart every time she was around. It was the worst during the movie. We propped my computer on my bed and sat on hers, and eventually we got under the covers. We were shoulder to shoulder, and I could feel her accelerated heart rate through her skin. When the movie got to a particularly racy scene, I could sense the same arousal in her that I felt myself, and I nearly jumped on her, but I abstained. I was giving her time to get over Kai, even if she seemed to be back to her normal self. Resisting Nina was getting increasingly more difficult, especially with her leaning into the attraction between us more than I expected. The second issue was Taylor. I'd been avoiding her ever since I left the party on Friday, and I wasn't sure how to deal with her. She had been looking for me, I knew, but I had questions. Was she a girl who just didn't like being rejected? Was there something more to her relationship with Nina that both made her smile when Nina seemed so hurt? Ducking her came to an end when she cornered me on Thursday afternoon when I was headed to the Dean's Club. "You've been avoiding me," she said, almost more amused than she was annoyed. "Mind telling me what I did wrong?" "It isn't you," I replied. "Oh my God," she growled. "Please don't hit me with the 'it's not you, it's me' cliché bullshit." I was stammering for an explanation that I thought might work, and ultimately decided that honesty, or partial honesty, was the best policy. "It really is me, though. My friend's going through some stuff, and I just want to be there for her." "You mean Nina?" Taylor asked before crossing her arms. "Did something happen?" I still didn't quite know the nature of the relationship between Nina and Taylor, so I was careful not to say anything too personal. "It's complicated. She needs a friend right now." "Doesn't she have Sydney?" Taylor asked. "Yeah, but we're close too. I'm just being a good friend," I said. Taylor lifted an eyebrow. "So it has nothing to do with me?" That was a difficult question to answer. At the end of the day, no, it didn't have anything to do with her. I had feelings for Nina even before I started dating Taylor, so she just got caught in the crosshairs of my mess. "No, it's not you, Taylor. I think you're great." She smiled. "Then can we go out on Saturday? Maybe get lunch?" She poked my chest. "Big third date. You know what that means?" She winked, and it was hard not to wince in response. It wasn't as if I wouldn't sleep with Taylor under other circumstances, but I was falling for Nina, and with us getting closer and closer, I was thinking of cooling things down with Taylor, if not stopping them altogether. Taylor pouted. "I knew it! It is me!" "It's really, really not," I said. "Then Saturday, let's go out." I sighed. I didn't have my thoughts together for the time being. Her relationship with Nina aside, Taylor deserved an explanation for why I wanted to cut things off. If I could just get myself together and let her down easy, it should be fine. "Okay," I said finally. "Saturday." She smiled. "Great, I'll call you." I nodded. "Okay." She finally fluttered off, and I felt exhausted. I skipped my Friday classes despite Henry's protests, and had already taken Saturday off in anticipation of a possible new sem hangover. There were many restaurants within walking distance of the campus, so I picked one of those in case Taylor wanted to storm off after I broke things off. On Saturday, I was uncomfortable, to say the least. I'd never really broken up with a girl before, so I didn't know the best way to do it. I dragged her all the way out to the restaurant, so didn't it make sense to do it after we ate? But was it rude to waste more of her time when I knew I was going to end it? I prayed to the gods of love that if I did start dating Nina, she'd be it. I never wanted to have to end a relationship, new or otherwise, again.
Are you okay? You seem kind of gone,
Taylor said finally. Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm okay. I'm just thinking.
Me too. About you.
I jumped at the feeling of Taylor's foot rubbing along my leg.
What a pity that we have to do the whole necessary meal thing before you can take me home.
If I had an eject button, I would have slammed it immediately. She was in a much different place than I was in. Much different.
Yeah. So, tell me, what happened to Nina?
Taylor asked. That snapped me to attention instantly. I remembered the way Taylor almost seemed blissed by Nina's anguish back at the party. If I was waiting to end things until after we'd eaten anyway, what was a couple of questions going to hurt? I don't know that she'd want me sharing, I replied. You looked happy when you saw her at the party. How come? Taylor tilted her head.
Did I? I don't remember.
Shit. Was she gonna play it like this? Yeah, you were smiling when she was running down the stairs. I took a sip of my water. You never did tell me what happened between you guys. Just said it was a long story. Taylor shrugged, and her foot slid a little further up my leg.
It is. I don't really like to talk about it.
Tight-lipped, just like last time.
You know what? Let's get this to go. I can't wait to get you alone.
Cool. So now I have to break up with a chick who was throwing herself at me? How the hell did people normally do this? I wished I had asked Henry. Henry, that's it! My room? I asked. Her sultry smile grew.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't sort things out with Taylor. I was nervous that there was something going on between her and Nina that I needed to know about, and I wanted to break up with her in a way that wouldn't create a hellstorm. Henry was generally in her room with Sydney on Saturdays from sunup to sundown, enjoying spending the whole day together. It wasn't my fault if I brought a girl back to my room only to find my roommate was already there with a girl. I was going to use Henry to wiggle away from Taylor for the time being, and the next time we saw one another, I'd just end it before things got too seedy and move on. A quick rip. That was what these things required. We walked back to campus, boarded the elevator in the East Tower, and took it up to my floor. I kept myself at enough distance from Taylor, who was already jumping to amorous by trying to make out with me in the elevator, and was glad when the doors opened so that I could scurry out.
That much in a hurry, huh?
Taylor sang, but I just ignored her and went to my room. I set the key in my door, praying that Henry was truly inside. And when I opened the door, I let out a sigh of relief at the sight of him and Sydney curled up in his bed watching Netflix. Aw, damn, dude, I said to Henry, hoping he'd pick up on what I was saying. Don't you remember that I told you I was bringing a girl back? Sydney looked up, and her jaw dropped. Taylor! Taylor smiled, linking her arm through mine and putting her head on my shoulder.
Long time no see, Sid.
Sorry, dude, Henry said. I got my girl back here first, so tough shit. For everything I already owed Henry, now I owed him even more. Fuck you, get out, I growled. No, Henry said. We'll be gone tomorrow, so come back then. I looked at Taylor. I'm sorry. She shook her head. No worries. I'll just have to wait a day longer. She pulled my head down to kiss me and then looked back in at Sydney. Good to see you, Sid. Let's get coffee soon, okay? Yeah, I'll get right on that. Sydney's voice was flat and unamused, and with that, Taylor was off. I walked into the dorm room, shut the door, and leaned back against it, relieved. Oh, thank you. I just can't quite figure out how to end it with her. What the hell are you doing dating her in the first place? Sydney spat. Does Nina know? Yeah, I replied nervously. Why? Oh my God, let me guess. She mentioned Nina immediately when you started dating? My heart sank as a sense of foreboding washed over me. Yeah, that was the first question she asked. She asked if we were dating. I rubbed my temples as my head started to pound. What did I miss? Taylor and I used to be best friends until Nina transferred to our school. I adored Nina immediately, but for Taylor, you're either her best friend or nothing at all. She thinks Nina stole me from her, so she's embarked on a path to make Nina's life a living hell. That's why she started dating Kai, and definitely why she came and found you. My jaw dropped. Taylor was Kai's girlfriend? Yeah, didn't you know that? Sydney asked. No! I closed my eyes, frustrated with myself, and imagined Nina seeing Taylor on my arm. Whether or not she liked me, that still must have killed her. I looked back at Sydney. I fucked up. Sydney scoffed. Yeah, you have. I gotta go. Thanks again. I bolted out of the dorm room and used the stairs, not the elevator, to race down to the 4th floor. I ran right by Monica, who tried to stop me and engage me in conversation, and knocked on Nina's closed door. It's unlocked, Nina called from the inside. I opened the door and then shut and locked it behind me to prevent Monica from butting in. Nina looked up from where she was sitting on her bed with her schoolwork. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Is it true that Taylor has been tormenting you since you first met? I asked. Nina's jaw opened a little, then closed. She closed her textbooks and notebooks and set them on her bedside table, then grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest. Yeah, she didn't want to share Sydney, I guess, so instead, she decided I was her mortal enemy. I walked over and sat on the edge of Nina's bed. Sadie, why wouldn't you tell me that? I asked. I never would have dated her. I'm so sorry. Nina seemed warmed by the sentiment. Why are you sorry? You were just a hot guy dating a hot girl. That's how the world works. You don't have anything to apologize for. I never would have dated someone that I knew hurt you, especially because... My voice trailed off. Because what? Nina asked. I was at an impasse. I'd been trying to give Nina the space she needed to get over Kai and didn't want to come off as trying to take advantage of the situation. But it was getting harder each day. I didn't want her to think we were just friends anymore. Even if I had to wait a little longer, I needed Nina to know how I felt about her. I like you, I said finally, throwing caution to the wind. Honestly, my feelings are stronger than that, but I don't want to freak you out. I rubbed the back of my head nervously as I spoke. I'm not trying to make a move or anything right now, because I know you're still trying to get over Kai. It's just... Fuck, Nina. I'm kind of crazy about you. If I'd known that you and Taylor had that history, I would have told her to fuck off the second she approached me. Of course, she approached you, Nina said. I bet Kai mentioned that he'd seen us together, so she broke up with him and decided to come after you. Is she that crazy? I asked. Yeah, I think she feeds off of it. She shook her head. I don't want to talk about that. No, that's okay, we don't. I like you too. I stopped short, my heart racing in my chest. What's that? Nina chuckled. She took the pillow out of her lap and slid a little closer to me on the bed. She set her hands on top of mine and then looked directly into my eyes. I like you too. Maybe more. I don't really know. This is all really new to me. I could have jumped through the ceiling, but I was careful not to assume too much without making sure I wasn't just a rebound. What about Kai? I asked. I've had a crush on Kai for I don't know, 4 years or something crazy. I'd never really had guys pay attention to me, so when he started to, it felt nice. I latched onto it. It was difficult to imagine guys not paying attention to Nina when it seemed like she was all I could think about. I didn't really know that relationships were supposed to be like how things are with us. You're easy to talk to, and I like being around you. When I ran out of that room after Kai tried to get me into bed, all I could think about was getting to you. I didn't really understand it at the time. I just knew that you were the comfort I was looking for. That explained why she was so attached to me right after everything happened. When you kissed me, even if it was just to try and trick Monica, it made me hot all over. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. When Kai kissed me... Wait, you guys kissed? Nina pinched my hand. I'm trying to make a confession here. Can you not? I smiled. Sorry. When Kai kissed me, the first thing that popped into my head was, that was okay, but not as good as Devin. I snickered. Hell no, it wasn't. I don't know. I think I was just chasing after Kai because that was always what I'd done. I didn't realize that the rest of me was falling for you. When things went south with Kai, it all kind of clicked into place. Wow. I was certain I looked like an idiot with how widely I was smiling. I want to kiss you so bad. Nina nodded. Yeah. I leaned in, and she recoiled back. Sorry, what about Taylor? I pulled my phone out of my pocket and navigated to my texts with Taylor. I held the phone where Nina could see it clearly, and knowing that Taylor was just using me, I had no trouble saying over text, "We're over." I tossed my phone over to the other bed, well out of reach, and looked up at Nina. What about her? Nina smiled. Can I kiss you now? I asked. Nina nodded, and I quickly wrapped my arms around her back and pulled her the rest of the way to me. It was so nice to set my lips on hers and feel her hands slide behind my neck. This kiss was real, and I could feel it in the way Nina lightly trembled. I understood so much better now the fear she must have had, not knowing what anything meant from Kai or from me. The way all of her first experiences were just a result of her friend's cracked plan to be with her boyfriend. No wonder it was so hard for her. Still, if it hadn't happened, we may not have met. I couldn't bring myself to regret it. Nina pushed herself against me, and I pushed back, letting the tension grow between us. Nina's tongue jutted forward, and I grinned. I pulled away. Impatient? Shh! I just admitted I liked you. Don't ruin it! I laughed, but returned my lips to hers, this time sliding my tongue in alongside hers. She let out a soft moan that was the most magical sound I'd ever heard. It snaked over my skin and directly down to my groin. I wanted Nina so badly. Over a month of emotions and tension building between us was bubbling over. But I remembered her declaration of her virginity and knew why I couldn't indulge yet. I pulled back, but kept Nina held tightly in my grasp. I want to keep going so badly. Nina looked disappointed. So keep going. I put my hand on her face. I can't. You deserve so much more than a shitty, twin-sized bed in a college dorm room. I imagined the close to $2,000 that I had in my bank account due to Henry's refusal to take it. More than enough to plan a really nice trip to a hotel. I want to do things right for you. Nina's bottom lip poked out, and it was like being whacked in the face with a sledgehammer. Come on, don't do that. I'm trying to do the right thing here. Don't make that face at me. I know you're just trying to make it special. I'm happy about that. She looked up at me, and her beautiful gray eyes were sparkling with sadness. I want you. What god did I piss off to have to pass this test? Sadie. She turned away. Sorry, I'm needy. It's okay, I can wait. I cupped her face in my hands and brought it back to look at me. I want you to be needy. You've given up a lot, and you've waited a long time. If there's anything you want, you should ask me for it. Nina nodded. Okay, then... Fuck. I was caught between a rock and a hard... place. Okay, how about this as a compromise? She hunched her brows. How do we compromise on something like this? I laughed. We can't go all the way just yet, but maybe I can give you a preview? Nina smiled, immediately interested. Like what? I brought her lips to mine again and kissed her before gently guiding her down to her back. I left her lips to kiss her cheek and forge a trail down her neck. Her hoodie was blocking most of her upper body, but I left that alone. I damn near lost it when she was in nothing but a towel and liked another guy. If I got her naked when I knew she wanted me, all good intentions were going to be off the table. Instead, I slid my way down until I was at her waist. I pushed the sweatshirt up enough to kiss along the base of her stomach and hips. The scent of her cocoa butter soap was intoxicating, and I knew it was going to take everything I had in me to only go so far, then stop. I grabbed the edge of her leggings and slowly rolled them down her legs, kissing my way over her thigh and down her shin as I went. When they were down, I tossed them aside and crouched down over Nina's sweet spot. She was shaven, likely due to thinking things may happen either with Kai or with me. I didn't want my mind to travel down that road, so I didn't let it. Instead, I settled my head between Nina's legs and slowly, gently started to take timid licks of her. She jumped at first, a reasonable reaction, but eventually she relaxed. Her legs shook as I used my tongue to trace the sensitive bundle of nerves that I knew had seen no attention from another person before. I laid a lick directly over the spot, and she let out a loud yelp. Her hands flew to her face to cover her mouth, and I smiled as I continued. This particular area of sex was one I'd worked to hone my skills in. Given that I wasn't an emotional giver, I wanted to have other reasons for a woman to stick around. Even though it never really worked, I was glad for a full arsenal of tricks to pull out to help Nina achieve her first climax at the hands of someone else. She squirmed as I lifted my mouth to blow on her heated center before closing down over it again, eliciting another round of muffled moans. What started slow got quick and feverish with each additional reaction I got out of Nina. I pictured myself being able to please her in more ways than just this one in the very near future, and it spurred me on. Devin, Nina whined. I focused myself at her crest, sucking while letting my fingers dig into the soft skin of her thighs. She shuddered, bucked her hips, and erupted with a strong orgasm. I used my thumb to rub her through it so that I could look up at her flushed and wild face, while she traveled high and came down. And when she looked down at me with satisfaction on her face, I knew that I'd done my job. I slithered my way back up so I could kiss her again, and she was weaker in my grip. Not that I could blame her after her first time getting that overwhelming feeling. I combed my fingers into her hair. Was that good?
I mean, I don't have a frame of reference, but I nearly passed out, so I think so,
Nina replied through labored breaths.
You next?
What the hell, Nina? Here I was trying to be a good guy. Damn temptress. No, baby, this was just for you. She didn't look as disappointed as before, but more concerned.
But what about you?
I'll be okay. It was good for me too, trust me. My borderline painful erection would argue, but he'd be okay for the night. Don't worry, I'll have all of you soon. I wrapped around Nina, and she lay her head on my chest. And not 30 seconds later, I heard her lightly sleeping. I was nearly asleep when I heard the door unlocking. We weren't lying in a position where I could get the blanket over Nina to cover her bare lower half, so I prayed that it was the only other person with keys to the room, not nosy Monica. Fortunately, when the door opened, Sydney's colorful head of hair peeked in. She took in the sight before her, quickly rushed inside, closed the door, and jumped up and down as quietly as she could.
So this went well?
She whispered. I nodded.
Yeah, but I've still got more to do, and I need your help.
Chapter 20. Nina. I stretched my arms high above my head and was upset when I realized Devin was no longer next to me. The pessimist in me immediately wanted to jump to the worst conclusion. But I knew better. I wasn't going to let Kai taint my perception of all men. Devin liked me, and he'd gone above and beyond to prove it. If he wasn't still in the room, I knew there was a good reason. I rolled over and looked at the other bed to make sure Devin hadn't crawled over there, and jumped. Devin was not there, but Sydney was, and she was staring right at me with a wide, dumb smile on her face.
Morning,
she greeted. I looked out the window, and the sun was, in fact, just rising on a new day. I had to have slept for over 12 hours. I didn't really intend to fall asleep, but after Devin's preview, my body left me with few other options. Hi, I said, quickly growing a dumb smile of my own.
It's okay to admit you're disappointed to see me instead of Devin,
Sydney said. Where is he? I asked.
You'll find out soon enough.
She clapped her hands.
Come on, get up, get dressed, pack a bag. You have 3 hours.
I shook my head. What? Sydney held up her hands.
You're right. I'm sorry. You need to gush first.
She hopped out of her bed and crawled into mine. She poked my nose.
What happened last night?
There was an excitement in her voice that I didn't expect. It'd always been the other way around. I was always waiting for Sydney to gush about some guy that she was seeing. I would listen to Sydney's stories about her romantic night with a guy and wonder if it was ever going to be me. There was no doubt she realized how infrequently the shoe was on the other foot. She wanted to give me my moment to do what she'd gotten to do dozens of times before. I love you, I said. Sydney smiled.
I know. I love you too.
She tapped my legs a few times in rapid succession.
Come on, tell me. I came down here to see if you'd murdered him or something, and you're asleep in his arms, half naked. Quite the jump from not knowing if you like him.
I smiled wildly. Well, we didn't do everything yet. But he went down on me. Sydney's eyes rolled back in her head.
Ugh. How did Devin and Henry find each other? They're both so perfect.
She looked back at me.
Was it amazing?
I chuckled and could feel my face burning as I remembered. It was... I laughed, and Sydney started to laugh with me. Yeah, that. Sydney squealed.
And? I mean, what did he say? What did you say?
I rubbed my face, trying to rub away the embarrassment. I kind of word vomited on him. He told me that he liked me, and everything just came pouring out. I told him that I liked him too, and that I'd just been running around after Kai because that's what I was used to, but that I started falling for him. My whole body tingled with happiness. He said he felt the same way, and then we made out a little. Then he stopped, and I was annoyed.
He stopped? What? Is he made of steel? I know!
I yelped. But he said he wanted to do things right for me. Something really special. Sydney puffed out her lips.
Aww.
I know. I get it, but I kind of wanted it to be...
Fuck all that shit and fuck me?
Sydney said.
Yes!
I've been waiting long enough. I laughed. He wouldn't give in, though. But he said he'd give me a preview. And boy, was it ever.
That's amazing. Oh, I'm so happy for you.
I don't really know when he's planning to do the rest of it, though. I'm kind of impatient. Sydney snickered.
Well, you shouldn't have to wait too long.
I raised an eyebrow at her, and she winked.
Like I said before, get up, get dressed, and pack an overnight bag because you have...
She peeked at her phone.
2 hours and 40 minutes.
My heart jumped up into my throat. Wait, really?
Yeah, hurry!
I did what I was told. I leapt out of bed and went to my dresser. I pulled open the drawers and snatched out different articles of clothing. And Sydney shook her head.
No. You know what? Go. I'll pack your bag.
I didn't argue. I went into the bathroom, and though I wanted to take the fastest shower I was capable of, if Sydney was suggesting what I thought she was, deep cleaning was important. I took my time, making sure all of me was well washed, and then turned my attention to my hair. I washed and conditioned it a few times so that the natural waves would come out, and then I turned off the water, hastily wrapped a towel around myself, and skidded back into my room. I looked down at my bed. One of my smaller tote bags was packed, and on the bed was one of Sydney's tightest black dresses and a brand new bright red lace thong and matching bra. I'd never worn such racy clothes in my entire life. I'm not wearing this. Sydney was dragging something from under her bed.
Yes, you are. It's not for you. It's for him. Think about how great he was to you last night.
Devin had been really good to me.
Not just last night, but ever since I met him. He had no motivation to help me deal with Kai or give me advice. This whole experience with Sydney and Henry could have been so much worse if it hadn't been for him. I owed him a lot. I lifted the bra. It doesn't look comfortable. Sydney slammed a huge case down on her bed that looked like it could have contained sewing materials, beverages, or a dead body.
It's not. That's not the point. Just put it on. I bought it for you back when I could tell you like Devin.
I just told you that like a week ago. Sydney looked at me and rolled her eyes.
I said when I could tell. I knew from that time he kissed you.
She flailed her hands.
We don't have time for this. You took like an hour shower. Get dressed.
I still have an hour. It's not going to take that long to get dressed. Sydney opened the top of the case she'd pulled out, revealing an unreasonable amount of makeup.
No, but I still have to do your makeup and your hair.
This is way too much. Sydney scoffed and put her hands on my shoulders.
Nina, you're about to lose your virginity. Forever. Do you know how I lost mine? To some kid whose last name I don't even remember, in the back of his car in a Walmart parking lot. Do you know how much I wish I could have gotten all dressed up and done my hair and makeup? Let me live vicariously through you. You'll be so much happier looking back on it and knowing you didn't look like a ragamuffin.
I rolled my eyes. Fine.
Good. Get dressed and sit down in your desk chair.
I followed directions and let Sydney spend my remaining time carefully painting on a face of makeup and doing my hair in pretty natural beach waves. When she was done, I was glad I'd let her do it. She was right. I'd be happy to look back on this day and remember that I looked beautiful. She shoved a piece of paper into my hands.
Your note for Monica. She's going to ask about your look. Ignore her and head down to the parking lot. Do you understand?
Yes. She opened the dorm room with a smile.
Then go.
I walked out of the room and down to Monica's door. I knocked a couple of times, and the door flew open almost instantly. Oh, hey, Nina. Wow, you look fantastic. What's the occasion? I peeked down at the note, then back up to Monica. Family wedding. I handed her the note. I'll be spending the night in the hotel, but I'll be back tomorrow. Monica took the note and held up her phone. I couldn't see what she was doing, but then I saw her comparing the note to something on her phone, and figured she was comparing the signature on the note to the one on my paperwork. She looked back at me and smiled. Okay, so who's getting married that prompted you to look like this? Gonna distract from the bride, aren't you? Maybe, but my ride's here, so I gotta go. Bye. Monica tried to say more, but I heeded Sydney's warning and went right to the elevator. I took it down to the parking garage level, and when the door opened, Devin was standing there with a bouquet of roses in his hands. His eyes widened, and I saw him take in a breath and hold it. I smiled. Sydney did it. He finally let his breath out.
Well, I'll be sure to thank her.
He walked up to me and handed me the roses.
Hi.
Hi. Devin leaned down and kissed me.
Ready?
Very.
He smiled.
Let's go.
My smile
only got larger as I watched Presper disappear in the rearview mirror. Logan, Utah wasn't a horrible place to live, but most of the hotels were 2 or 3-star max. I wasn't really picky about the place, but when Devin bypassed Logan altogether, I was happy. He drove us about an hour and a half away, and when he turned into one of those tall, gold-line hotels I'd only seen on luxury travel channel shows, my jaw dropped. "Not here," I said out loud. Devin chuckled.
Why not?
We parked and entered the splendid hotel, which had a glistening white marble floor and tall red velvet walls, and walked up to the check-in desk. Devin checked us into the hotel, and we walked hand in hand to an elevator that took us all the way up to the top floor. When we reached the top floor, Devin had to press the button and wave our room key in front of the scanner in order to get the doors to open. They slid aside, and the elevator led out right into the beautiful hotel suite. There was a king-sized bed centered against the wall to the left, and across from it, there was a massive hot tub sitting in front of a big, beautiful, wall-to-wall, ceiling-to-floor window that overlooked the beautiful Utah mountains, with the late afternoon sun crawling toward them. The water in the hot tub, the bed, and the path leading up to the bed were all dotted with rose petals, and the room smelled of vanilla and honey. "Wow," I said. "I'm sorry, it's probably rude to ask, but how did you afford all this? Are you not just a broke college student like me?" Devin kissed me on my forehead.
If I tell you the truth, you have to promise not to freak out.
Okay. Devin led me into the room and set our bags in the closet near the entryway, and guided me over to the bed. He laid down across the comforter and pulled me down next to him. He ran his hand along my cheek.
I've been saving up money. A lot of it. I was supposed to be paying Henry back, but he wouldn't take the money. Then, after I met you, he told me to take the money and use it to take you out. So, here we are.
Paying him back for what? Devin took a deep breath before continuing.
Bail money. I got arrested when I was 18. I wasn't running with the best crowd, and we got pulled over in a car full of guns and drugs. I was just this young, dumb kid. They all knew to run. I didn't.
That truly shocked me. Devin just didn't seem like that kind of guy. You don't seem like the type.
I'm not, really. I guess it was a cry for help. I have a twin brother, and my parents favor him, like to the point of neglecting me. So I was searching for attention anywhere I could get it. Henry bailed me out, and instead of letting me repay him, he made me promise to come to college and make something of my life. His dad got my record sealed, so it wasn't following me. He saved me.
Hearing the story gave me so much clarity on who Devin was. No wonder he was willing to do anything it took to let Henry and Sydney share a room. He just wanted to pay Henry back for his kindness. Devin's hand slid down the curvature of my body.
I didn't scare you off, did I?
I knew Devin, the real Devin. If attention was what he wanted, I'd show him plenty of it. No,
Thank you for telling me. Devin smiled and pulled closer to me and placed his lips on mine. I put my hands on the buttons of his shirt and immediately started to undo them. Devin laughed.
Not letting me wiggle out of it this time, are you?
No. I pulled the shirt from around his torso and blushed. I'd seen shirtless men before, but never so close. Devin had a fit, defined upper body with carved out pecs and abs that looked good enough to eat.
Wow. Devin laughed.
I've never had a girl say wow at me before.
Glad I could be your first. Devin kissed me.
You're my first for a lot of things, Nina.
That made me happy. Maybe I wasn't the first woman he'd ever slept with, but if I was the first one he ever felt serious about, that made me happy. He rolled until I was on my back, and he hovered over me. His hands slid up my thighs, pushing the dress up as he went. He noticed the underwear first and became immediately interested. He continued to push the dress up until he could force it over my head and pull it off.
Damn,
he hissed. He kissed my neck and down my chest, and when he got to my breasts, I inhaled and held my breath. He licked over me through the fabric of the bra, and my breath hitched. There were so many new sensations I hadn't experienced before. They were overwhelming as he worked over each of my breasts carefully. He slid his way down to taste between my legs again. He'd done so much for me the night before, but there was something totally new at play. Now, he didn't have to hold back, didn't have to stop or wait until next time. This was it. I was giving everything to someone that I truly wanted. I couldn't believe it. As much as I was enjoying Devin's tongue traveling all over me, exploring all that there was to explore, I didn't want to wait anymore. Devin, I whimpered, awash with pleasure. His head tilted up so he could look at me.
what, baby?
I want you. I begged. Please. Devin twisted his head.
God, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you.
He slid up until his face was above mine again. He set his hand on my cheek.
You sure?
He wasn't teasing me. He wanted to be absolutely sure that I was certain. Yes, I said. I want it to be you. He kissed me. Hard, passionately. Enough to take my breath away. When he lifted off of me, I let out a tiny squeak of dissatisfaction, and he laughed.
I have to get a condom.
I know, I chuckled. Sorry. Devin rolled off the bed, and I watched as he unbuttoned his pants and pulled them and his boxers down. My eyes widened at what came out. How on earth was I supposed to take all of that? My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted Devin more than I could stand, but I was instantly afraid. Devin grabbed a box of condoms and a small clear bottle from his bag, and then came back over to the bed. He must have noticed my shock and fear, because he stopped moving instantly.
Nina, you okay?
Yeah. I said breathlessly. Just, you're very well endowed.
He laughed.
Yeah, it's normally a good thing. But I can see how it would be nerve-wracking here.
He set the condoms and bottle down and laid next to me.
Are you sure it's okay?
I was afraid. Terrified, actually. But the way I felt about Devin was deep and real. I wanted him. It might hurt at first, but there had to be a reason that people bragged about sex. I trusted Devin. Yeah, I'm sure.
Don't worry.
He kissed me.
I'll go slow. And I have lube. You say the word, and I'll stop.
I took a deep breath. Okay. I watched as Devin slid on the condom and coated his length with the lube. And even I couldn't deny that the sight, if a little scary, was delightful. He was so sexy. And as afraid as I was twice as excited. He dropped some of the clear liquid onto his hand and pressed it to my waiting heat below. I sucked in a breath and held it, and Devin leaned down over me.
Just relax, okay?
I let my breath out. Okay. Devin kissed me, and I breathed into him as his fingers poked into me to spread the lube around. It was a strange feeling, but not unwelcome. I knew it wouldn't compare to him, but there was an enjoyable burning at the base of my belly as his fingers moved around just inside of me. He pulled them out and positioned himself between my legs. He set the tip at my opening and grabbed my hand. He kissed the back of my hand and smiled down at me.
Squeeze if you need me to stop.
I nodded. Okay. With that, he slowly started to push himself in. I took a deep breath again.
Relax, Sadie,
Devin said, and I let it out.
Tensing will make it worse.
He kept going until he reached the part of me that had never been broken before. He continued to push, and the pain came. I squeezed his hand, and he stopped moving immediately. It bolstered my confidence, and I took deep breaths while my body adjusted. I waited for the stinging to subside, and then nodded, and he kept going. The process continued, starting and stopping until I almost wanted to give up. I took a deep breath when the last round of pain was easing away. Okay, you can keep going. Devin smiled and kissed the top of my fingers.
I'm all in, beautiful.
I opened my eyes, not really sure when I'd closed them, and looked up at Devin. Really? That's it? I winced. Sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant... Devin started laughing.
I know. I know what you meant.
He dropped my hand and locked his hands around my hips. He rocked forward slowly, then back. My body was still working its way through having something so large inside of me. But as the pain started to subside, my heart rate started to quicken. I started to twitch as he poked at something deep inside. At first, it was strange, but the more he did it, the better it felt. With each gentle stroke, in and out, my walls gave way, and the searing heat turned from a burning to something like heated water. Devin was sweating, and I could tell he was holding back for my sake. I put a hand on top of his on my hip, and he looked into my eyes.
Are you okay? Do I need to stop?
No, I huffed out, though it was half a moan. I want more. Devin's eyes flashed with a lust-filled excitement, similar to the way he'd looked at me when he walked in on me in the towel. He started to pick up the pace, and I tossed my head back and let out a long moan. Devin joined in, letting out a pleased grunt of his own. Soon, the only thing I could focus on was the pleasure flowing in waves over my body. It wasn't just that I was having sex for the first time. I was having sex with someone I cared about so much. I remembered everything we'd gone through leading up to that moment. My earlier fear turned into a calm haze, and I reached out for Devin. He obliged as he folded himself over me, hugging me tightly as he continued to pump in and out. My lips found his, and his tongue glided across my lips, and his girth working me below. I lost track of anything coherent and released myself to the building pleasure until it overflowed. It made me forget everything that wasn't Devin. I was having an orgasm so powerful that I thought it might take me out, as Devin groaned against my lips and shuddered. His arms uncoiled from me carefully, and he braced himself above me. He didn't pull himself out immediately, just looked down at me with adoration in his eyes.
I love you,
he hummed. I smiled, and before I could stop them, tears streamed down my eyes. I didn't know what made me so emotional, but I couldn't wrap a rope around my happiness if I wanted to. I love you too, I said, and Devin finally pulled himself out, lifting off just enough to reposition himself next to me. He pulled me against him, and we lost track of time, talking and making love until the moon was high in the sky outside the window. We finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 21. Nina.
I told you already that we can come back sometime. You have to stop making that face.
Devin and I were in his car on the way back to campus, and I had a permanent pout. Everything was so beautiful. The hotel room, the view, the sex. Waking up in the middle of the night and getting into the hot tub, talking for hours, losing track of time. I'd never experienced anything that wonderful in my life. I knew that I was walking away with Devin and officially deflowered, but I hated that I had to give up my beautiful night so quickly. Can we stay longer next time? I asked. Devin lifted my hand to his mouth and kissed the back of it.
We can do whatever you want.
I looked over at him. We don't have to be in a hotel to do it anymore.
Devin started laughing.
No,
He barked.
jeez. Looks like I was onto something when I told Monica you were a freak.
I giggled.
It's your fault for being so sexy.
How is it my fault? You showed up, looking like you and with that sexy red shit on.
He shook his head.
Nope. If I think about it too much, we're gonna have to pull over.
I'd be okay with that,
I said with a chuckle, and Devin shook his head.
Knock it off. I have to focus on driving.
I looked out the window as we made our way down the highway, thinking about how I couldn't wait to tell Sydney everything. I thought about going to class on Monday and not having to be concerned about Kai at all. He'd already started sitting away from me after I ran out on him at Newsem. But now, I didn't even have to hold a thought for him in the back of my mind. I was with Devin, and I was happy. And that was all that mattered. We pulled into the parking garage back at Presper, and Devin grabbed my roses and bag in one hand and my hand in the other, and we made our way to the elevator. You know, I said, Sydney's probably still up in your room. Devin pulled me around to face him after I pressed the elevator button.
You are definitely going to be the death of me.
The elevator doors opened, and we climbed on. And the second the door was closed, Devin pressed me against the elevator wall. He pressed his lips to my neck, and I smacked him. You're gonna leave a hickey.
So?
He continued to abuse the spot until the elevator doors opened again on the 4th floor. I grabbed Devin's hand and pulled him off the elevator and around the corner. I had my room in mind, but when we reached the clearing on the 4th floor, Monica was standing there, with her arms crossed. I wondered if she'd figured out Sydney's note was forged. Hey, Monica, I said. You okay? You two need to come with me immediately. He didn't wait for a response. She turned and started off toward the 4th floor meeting room. Devin and I exchanged nervous glances before following her. She walked into the meeting room, and Devin and I followed. My heart sank when I got inside and saw Sydney and Henry sitting inside, along with Kai's dad, Dean Kalei. What's going on? I asked.
Please, sit.
Dean Kalei said, with a serious tone in his voice. Devin and I sat down in the chairs nearest us, one row up and a few down from where Henry and Sydney were seated. Dean Kalei crossed his arms.
It has come to my attention that the 4 of you have been engaging in a strictly forbidden room switch scheme. Presper University does not allow co-ed rooming, and you all have been blatantly ignoring this rule.
I looked back at Sydney and Henry, and they both shrugged and looked just as shocked and lost as I felt. I looked at Devin, and then back at Monica. How did you find out? How I found out is not important. I made the rules of our dorm very clear to you at the beginning of the year, and you deliberately disobeyed them. To say that I'm disappointed in you would be an understatement. Monica replied. You're 2 years older than me, not my mom, you freak. Sydney snapped.
Sid!
Henry huffed.
Monica is right.
Dean Kalei continued.
You all signed a contract at the beginning of the school year, agreeing to uphold Presper's rules and values. And as dean, I cannot overlook your clear disregard for these rules and values.
Dean Kalei looked at Devin.
I'm most disappointed with you, Devin. You showed a lot of promise. I let you into the Dean's Club, and you give it away for what? Sex?
Henry scoffed.
Careful, Dean Kalei, or your misogyny may take up too much room in here. I know about you as well.
Dean Kalei replied to Henry.
A promising law student. Why would you risk everything like this? I can study law anywhere, but I'll only meet my soulmate once.
Dean Kalei shook his head.
You kids think what's happening now will matter in 10 years. It won't. You should be focusing on your studies. For this reason, Effective immediately. Sydney.
Dean Kalehi said, and handed an envelope to Sydney.
Henry.
He said, and handed one to Henry.
And Nina.
He said, and handed one to me.
You three are on academic probation. You will follow strict 9 o'clock curfews to be verified visually by your resident advisors and must maintain a 3.5 or higher grade point average. Violation of these or any of Presper's other rules is subject to immediate expulsion.
Next to me, Devin slowly raised his hand in the air.
What about me?
Dean Kalehi's gaze fell on Devin.
Something else has been brought to my attention.
He lifted a folder off of the table next to him and handed it over to Devin. Devin flipped it over, and his mugshot was inside. He turned and looked at me with a dropped jaw, almost as if he thought I was responsible.
Presper is strict in its policies regarding anyone who lies on an application. Reformed convicts we accept. Liars we do not. He's not a reformed convict. He didn't even go to prison. Henry barked. Plus, his file is sealed.
Dean Kalehi completely ignored him.
You did not disclose your criminal history at the time of your applying for Presper University. Due to this, your attendance here has been terminated. You are expelled. Please leave the grounds immediately, and we'll arrange for your things to be shipped to your last known address.
Devin's jaw dropped.
But immediately, please.
Devin turned and looked at me.
I trusted you.
Devin, I was with you the whole time.
No one else knows.
He shook his head.
Fuck!
He stood up from his chair and stormed out of the room. I looked back at Sydney, and she stood up and came over to the chair next to me and took my hands into hers. Don't worry, we'll fix it.
You can't do this. You may all head back to your assigned rooms,
Dean Kalehi said.
I sincerely hope to see better behavior from all of you in the future.
I jumped up from my chair and went running toward the staircase. I blasted into the stairwell and could hear Sydney and Henry behind me. I burst through the door into the parking garage just in time to see Devin's car screeching out of sight. I looked at Sydney. I didn't say anything. I know, honey. She wrapped her arms around me.
Dad.
Henry's voice resounded from behind me.
I need your help. They just expelled Devin because of his record.
Henry's hands settled on the back of my head.
You guys go up before Crazy does anything else.
Sydney leaned away from me. You go. I'll go get lunch, okay? I nodded. Okay. I got to the elevator and rode up in silence, alone. I looked at where, not 15 minutes earlier, Devin had pressed me up against the wall. How did everything fall apart so quickly? So insanely? I understood why he thought it was me, if no one else but Henry knew. But I didn't say anything. Unless I could prove who did, Devin would probably never talk to me again. I unlocked the door to my room and walked in and flopped down on my bed. I could still smell Devin there, and it broke my heart. What was I going to do? Knock, knock. Never before had I felt such a searing burst of rage. I looked over toward the door and saw Monica standing in the frame. She was setting down my bags and flowers that Devin had left behind in the meeting room. You have some fucking nerve, I growled. I just came to check on you.
Monica said. Check on me? I said, with bewilderment deep in my voice. I'm on academic probation, and my boyfriend is expelled, all because you don't know how to mind your own fucking business! Monica put her hands on her hips. I have to do my job, Nina. This isn't a job, you whack job. It's a volunteer position. We're both students. You're not the police or the president. You're an RA. You're supposed to make sure we're not doing cocaine or set our rooms on fire. Not make sure we're not engaging in perfectly normal and healthy relationships with other people. You're just a power-hungry freak with nothing better to do. Monica seemed truly hurt and shocked by what I'd said. But I didn't care. I tried to play as nice with her as I could, but she'd officially used up my last strand of patience. My phone rang, and I held it up. If it pleases the court, I'd like to answer my cell phone. Monica nodded. Go ahead, she muttered at nearly a whisper. I brought my phone to my ear. Hello? Nina, I need you to come to the Student Union dining hall immediately. Sydney said from the other side. It's urgent. Fine. I hung up my phone and then stood up off my bed. Oh, I'm gonna go to the Student Union. Or is that not allowed under this dictatorship? Monica shook her head and then turned and slunk off down the hallway. I slammed my door as I left my room and made my way to the Student Union dining hall. I walked in and looked around for Sydney, but she was nowhere to be seen. I picked up my phone and was prepared to call her when there was a tap on my shoulder. I turned around, and the next thing I knew, my face was stinging from a slap. I dropped my jaw when I realized it was Sydney who hit me. What the fuck? Had everything that had already happened not been enough? What do you hit me for? Everyone within a 10-foot radius immediately stopped and stared at us. You slept with Henry! Sydney screeched. I backed a couple inches away, holding my face. What? I screamed. He told me all about it. Sydney started to cry. How could you? You're supposed to be my best friend. I felt like I was in the midst of a really bad nightmare, and any second, I'd wake up back in the hotel bed with Devin next to me. Why did people keep accusing me of shit I didn't do? Don't even lie to me, Nina. He showed me pictures. Pictures? Don't ever come near me ever again. I was completely aghast. Sydney! Sydney turned around, and I watched her fly toward a table off to the side of the dining hall. She slammed herself down in a seat, and when I got a chance to focus, I realized that Taylor and Kai were sitting at the table. Taylor started to rub her back, and Sydney set her phone on the table and started pointing at me dramatically. I linked eyes with Sydney for a moment, and there was no malice, only determination that said, "Trust me." I let out a sigh of relief. Sydney must have known something I didn't. I left the dining hall, embarrassed, frustrated, and hoping that Sydney's antics would pay off. After everything we'd been through, I should have known that she would never legitimately accuse me of sleeping with Henry. She had a plan. I just had to trust that it would pay off. I slunk back to my room, and about an hour later, Sydney walked in with the plastic bag in her hand. She dumped it out on my bed. It was all my favorite treats and drinks. She kissed my cheek about 100 times.
I'm so sorry that I hit you. I had to make it look realistic. You couldn't have warned me? I grumbled. No, you're a terrible liar.
She wasn't wrong.
Was it worth it, at least?
Sydney held up her phone with a sly smile on her face.
Of course it was. I have all the proof needed. And Henry is on his way to Devon's right now.
Chapter 22. Devon. I was lying on my back in my bed at my parents' house, trying to drown out the latest of my mom's disappointed rants. It was something else for her to lecture me as if she'd paid any real attention to anything I'd done for the past 21 years of my life. I went to and got bailed out of jail without her knowing, but sure, she's really upset because I got expelled from college. Mom of the year over here. Devon, are you listening to me? My mom hissed. What do you have to say for yourself? Your brother is getting perfect grades at Harvard, and you can't even get through your junior year without getting expelled. I thought it would be a cold day in hell before I wished Dante was around. If he were there, they'd be fawning over him, not giving a shit about me. That would be nice. I couldn't get Nina off of my mind either. She was with me the whole time, from when I told her about my criminal record until we got back from the hotel. But no one else knew about it except for Henry, and he had no reason to give me up. It had to be Nina. But when? And why? Did I make a mistake by telling her I loved her? Was she just on the hunt for someone to take her virginity? No. Nina loved me. I believed her when she said it. But whether it was just an innocent mistake or not, she gave up my one secret less than a day after I trusted her with it, and it got me expelled. I couldn't forgive her for that. I looked at my phone, and I already had text messages rolling in from my old group of friends. Along with insults, there were offers to meet up with them and offers of money if I was willing to work. After everything that had happened, I was seriously considering it. I was expelled. Henry was on academic probation, and I couldn't go back to Nina. What was I staying out of trouble for? The felon has a visitor, I heard my dad grumble as he passed by my bedroom. I'm not a felon, I bellowed. My mom stepped to the side of my doorway, and Henry peeked in. Hey, man. I sat up. Hey. After everything that happened, I was convinced that Henry would never talk to me again. What are you doing here? My mom rolled her eyes and walked away, and Henry walked in. Are you fucking kidding me with that question? Henry said. Why wouldn't I be here? You're my friend. I raised an eyebrow. Your expelled friend. Yeah, I'm working on that. Henry crossed his arms. I came to help you fix everything before you fly off the handle and make another stupid mistake. If I know you at all, and I think I do, you are probably on the verge of doing that already. No, I lied, knowing I'd been texting the worst of my former friends 2 minutes before Henry walked in the room. And how are you going to help me fix everything? Well, I'll start with... Henry walked over to me and whacked me across the top of my head. Ow! Why? I said. How could you accuse Nina of telling your secret? She's devastated. I hate that I hurt her, but regardless of that, you two were the only ones who knew anything about my criminal history. You didn't tell, did you? I asked. No, and neither did Nina. I rolled my eyes. Henry, I didn't tell anyone else. I mean, your dad and the lawyer and shit knew. All my friends here... My heart sank. Yeah, I guess a lot of people knew, but only the two of you there. No one had a reason to tell Dean Kalei. Nina may have let it slip to Sydney or something. Henry raised an eyebrow. So you think Sydney ratted on you? No. I could admit that it didn't make sense, but it was also the only thing that did make sense. Nina and Henry were the only ones at Presper who knew. I don't know. If it wasn't Nina, then how else would he have found out? Henry pulled out his phone and started to click through it. He moved with purpose. He set his phone down on my bed and sat on the floor in front of me.
Sid, what happened?
I recognized the voice that I heard. It was Taylor. There was a sniff, like someone was crying. Nina slept with my boyfriend, the love of my life. The second voice belonged to Sydney. My gaze shifted to Henry. Is that true? Henry snatched his phone and pressed a button, stopping the audio. Did you just ask me if that's true? He seemed legitimately offended. You know I'm madly in love with Sydney, and I know you're madly in love with Nina. Why would I sleep with her? I let out a sigh. Sorry. Just fucking listen before you piss me off anymore. Henry slammed his phone back down on the bed, and I knew I'd owe him for the accusation. Nina slept with my boyfriend, the love of my life, Sydney repeated. Henry must have rewound some.
I told you she was bad news, Taylor said. She was always jealous of you.
That doesn't sound like Nina. She's a good person. The third voice was Kai. He sounded genuine in his words, which was confusing, if not a bit disconcerting.
Shut up, Kai. Can't you see she's hurting? Taylor snapped.
It's even worse, because she's dating Devin too, and he has no idea, Sydney said. So she is dating him, Kai said, sounding hurt and angry. I'm glad I told my dad about him, even if you tricked me. What do you mean? Sydney asked.
I had to get Nina out of your life, Taylor said. Kai and Devin were unfortunate victims.
What did you do? Sydney asked.
I knew Kai was into Nina, so I told him she was dating Devin, Taylor explained. Kai's pretty predictable, and I knew if I broke up with him, he'd go for Nina. I was dating Devin, and he mentioned Nina still liked Kai. I thought they'd sleep together, and then I could just get back with Kai after Devin and screw her over. But Nina went all righteous on Kai. It worked out, though. When he came to me after New Sem and told me what happened, I mentioned that Devin had a criminal history and that you guys were pulling the room switch stuff. I guess Kai told his dad out of spite.
You used me and made me hurt Nina, Kai said angrily.
She was probably just going to play around with you anyway, just like Sydney. You, Devin, Sid's boyfriend. She's a regular college whore.
How did you find out? Sydney asked. About Devin's history and the room switch.
I saw the criminal stuff on his phone. He went to the bathroom and left his phone. His password was his birthday.
Taylor let out a giggle.
He's too trusting. He straight up told me about the room switch and your crazy RA.
My heart shattered. Taylor had been manipulating everyone from the beginning. Kai, me, we all fell for it. And in the end, we all ended up hurting Nina. Exactly what Taylor wanted. You know, you're a fucking bitch, Taylor, Sydney said.
What? Taylor said. She's the one who slept with your boyfriend.
Nina didn't sleep with Henry. Kai's right. She'd never do something like that. She's an amazing person, and she loves me, and she legitimately loved Kai, and she loves Devin. You don't own me. You don't get to continue making her life hell just because you think for some reason that you do. The phone scuffled a bit. I imagined it was Sydney picking the phone up. I've got definitive proof now that you're a goddamn psycho. Kai, wanna leave? Yeah, Kai said.
Wait, what's going on?
I played you at your own game, you bitch. There was some huffing and walking. I thought it was the end of the audio, but Henry let it keep playing. Hey, I'm sorry for being a bitch to you in the past. I really thought you were just playing around with Nina. Taylor's been telling me all this shit about her for years. I wanted to ask her out as soon as I met her, but... Kai sighed. Fuck. I really messed this up. Is she in love with me? Seriously? She was, Sydney replied. You're too late now, though. I've got to at least try. Bye. Wait. Sydney sighed. Oh shit, I forgot to stop this. Devin, it's Sydney. I'll forgive you for hurting her this time, but if you ever pull that shit again, I'll rip your dick off and feed it to you. Got it? Finally, the audio stopped. I dropped my head. Fuck. I looked at Henry. Is Kai going for her too? Sounds like it. I talked to Sydney on the way over, and he hasn't shown up yet. But you could be running out of time as we speak. I stood up, feeling like the biggest idiot in the world. My night with Nina at the hotel played over and over in my mind. I really hoped I didn't cost myself the best thing that ever happened to me. What do I do? I don't know what to do. Relax, Henry said. You've been risking everything to pull room switches for me. Henry stood up and put his hand on my shoulder. Now it's my turn to do the same for you.
Chapter 23. Nina. Sydney and I both jumped at the series of loud knocks on the door. It was about 5 minutes before count, but the knocks didn't sound like Monica's. Sydney eyed me, then stood up. She walked over to the door and turned to look at me.
Okay, promise me that what's on the other side of this door won't freak you out and won't distract you from fixing things with Devin, okay? You love him.
I raised an eyebrow. I do? What the hell are you talking about?
Sydney, it's me. Open up.
The voice was barely audible, but it sounded like Henry. Sydney made a confused expression, then turned and opened the door. A flash of color blew in and shut the door. Suddenly, I was staring at Henry in a blonde wig. One of Sydney's dresses circled around his waist like a skirt. I said to Sydney. I do not promise that this won't freak me out.
What are you doing? Sydney asked. This is not my kink.
No,
A new set of knocks, sounding much more like Monica's, beat against the door. Knock, knock. Room count. Fuck! Henry quickly jumped behind the door as Sydney opened it, smashing him between the back of the door and the wall. Monica walked into the room and looked around.
Sydney and Nina are here. Is anyone else here?
She asked, and it was hard to tell if it was just her nosy disposition or if she'd actually seen Henry fly in. Sydney stepped to the side, using her body to block the gap between the door and the wall, pushing the door even closer to the wall. I winced, imagining the pain Henry must be in, smashed up in there.
See for yourself,
Sydney said. Monica glided around the room. She opened up both armoires and checked inside, and looked under both beds and both desks. Then she opened the door to the bathroom and walked inside. We heard the shower curtain slide aside, the bathroom cabinets open and closed, and finally, the door on the other side open.
Sorry, ladies, just checking.
She walked back through the bathroom and into our room.
Okay, looks like you're following all the rules. That's good. I hope it stays that way. The next time we break a rule will be when you get laid,
Sydney seethed.
So, a long time from now.
Monica glared at Sydney before rolling her eyes and walking out. Sydney quickly closed the door, and Henry doubled over in pain.
I'm sorry, honey. I didn't want her to check behind the door.
No, it's okay.
Henry said in a strained voice.
What are you doing here? We decided we're gonna lay low for a while. And you running around in a blonde wig and one of my now ruined dresses is not laying low.
Henry pulled off the wig and struggled to work himself out of the dress.
I'm here for the room switch.
Oh, what? I said.
What we have been doing for the last month and a half.
Henry said.
Sydney and I down here.
I jumped off the bed. Wait, really? He nodded.
Yeah.
He pulled off his hoodie, and Sydney smiled at him in just his tank top.
Now this is my kink.
Henry laughed as he tossed the hoodie over.
This is just me without a shirt on.
I said what I said.
Sydney replied. I pulled the hoodie on, and Henry handed me his room key.
Meet in the parking garage tomorrow at 9.
I nodded as excitement flooded into my body. Got it. I reached for the door, and then something occurred to me. I stopped and turned toward Sydney. Wait, if it wasn't Henry that you were expecting to see, who was it? Henry and Sydney exchanged nervous glances, but Sydney waved her hands.
Later. He's waiting.
I was curious, but I was more excited to see Devin. I pulled the hood up over my head, peeked into the hallway, and when I saw one of the doors further down was open and Monica was standing in the doorway, I quickly slipped past. I took the stairs up to Henry and Devin's floor and was equally as sneaky as I made my way down to their dorm room. The guy's RA, who wasn't as crazy as Monica, had been made to at least patrol the floor more closely since the switch. I ducked past him and used Henry's key to let myself into the room. Devin was sitting on his bed and jumped up when I walked in. He looked at me with sadness in his eyes.
Hey.
I pulled off Henry's sweater. Devin, I would never. Devin closed in on me and pulled me into a hug.
I know. I'm sorry. It didn't make sense, and I reacted terribly. I'm sorry. We could be so great together, Nina. Please be with me.
Who else would I be with? I asked. Devin furrowed his brow in confusion, and then shook his head and smiled.
No one.
He kissed me.
I love you.
I love you too, I responded.
Hey.
Devin said with a smile.
Want to get Sydney and Henry back for causing all this mess by having sex in their bed?
I nodded with a smile. Absolutely. Devin tackled me onto the bed, and I lost myself in him once again. It didn't matter if we were in a 5-star hotel room or a shitty college bed. If it was Devin, I was happy. We let out mutual groans of dissatisfaction when my phone alarm went off the next day. Henry said he'd meet us at 9 in the garage, and it was probably a good idea to get Devin off campus until we could figure something out with his academic status. Fortunately, that early in the morning on Monday, everyone was either gone already or still asleep. I wasn't one to skip classes, but figuring out how to get Devin reinstated took priority. So, we snuck back out of the dorm room and met Henry and Sydney down in the parking garage. We climbed in his car, and Henry drove us to our favorite off-campus diner. When we walked in, I was shocked to see another Henry inside, looking back at us.
Hey, Dad.
Henry greeted.
Thanks for coming.
Dad? I asked. Sydney looked at me.
Oh, I know. Don't they look like they could be twin brothers?
The man laughed and held out a hand.
You must be Nina. I'm Henry Sr.
I shook Henry Sr.'s hand with a smile. I didn't know you were a junior, I said to Henry.
Well, what else could he call me?
He replied. That's true. Devin walked up to Henry Sr. and received a huge hug.
Thanks for coming to my rescue again. Well, if what Junior says is true, you're not in the wrong here. I've already called the Dean of Students, but unfortunately, without your parents' interference, there wasn't much I could do. Although, I did stress to him that your record has been sealed, and therefore, you did not lie on your application. He tried to balk at me, but I told him that I had friends high up at both of our local news stations, and his actions would be bad publicity. So, we'll see. He said he'd call me back. In the meantime, sit. Let me buy you breakfast.
Everyone sat at a table, and we all enjoyed talking and laughing while we ate. Devin seemed stressed, so every chance I got, I rubbed his back or kissed him. I did anything I could do to make him feel better. He smiled every time, but I knew he'd feel better once he knew his fate.
I must say, you boys did mighty well for yourselves with these two. A pair of aces.
Henry Sr. said, smiling at Sydney and me.
Strong women with good heads on their shoulders. That's what every man needs.
Henry wrapped an arm around Sydney and kissed her cheek.
We're gonna get an apartment next year,
he said.
Oh yeah?
Henry Sr. asked.
Good for you two. You'll have to give your mother and me a list of some dream furniture. Let us spoil you a bit.
Henry shook his head.
Dad, that's not
Sydney put a hand over his mouth.
Shh, don't listen to him. I'll have it to you by Friday.
Henry Sr. laughed.
See what I mean?
Devin and I watched Sydney and Henry snuggle together and show Henry Sr. the apartment they were thinking about. I never thought I'd see the day, but Henry truly had Sydney roped down. I've never seen her like this before, I said quietly to Devin. I'm happy for her. Devin nodded.
Henry too. He was actually kind of a player back in the day. It shocked the hell out of me when he turned up with Sydney, all in love.
He turned and kissed my forehead.
Happens to the best of us.
He grabbed my hand and held it.
So, do you forgive me?
I chuckled. Yeah. I think you earned your forgiveness last night. Devin laughed.
Oh, is it that easy? I'll keep that in mind.
Does this mean that we're official? I asked. This is it. Just us? Devin raised an eyebrow.
That's what you earned last night.
I laughed, but on the inside, I was screaming with happiness. Good. Finally, Henry Sr.'s phone rang. Everyone went silent and watched as he lifted the phone to his ear.
Dean Kalei, good to hear from you so soon. Okay. Yes, sir, I understand. I'll let Devin know. Well, I appreciate the consideration. Thank you. Goodbye.
He hung up his phone and looked at Devin.
All right. You have a probationary hearing with the dean and the board of directors tomorrow morning at 10. I can't tell you what to do, but if I were you, I'd show up 45 minutes early, wear a suit, and bring some of your work from your first couple of years.
Devin nodded.
I had to submit all that stuff for the Dean's Club. Recommendation letters, too. I've got it.
Henry Sr. nodded.
Good. I've got to go, but I'll pay the bill on my way out. Nina, it was nice to meet you. And Junior, don't be a stranger. You've got to introduce Sydney to your mother sometime.
Henry nodded.
I know. Don't worry, she'll love her. Trust me. Of course she will,
Henry said, nuzzling Sydney's head.
What's not to love?
Henry Sr. left, leaving us at the table alone.
So, you guys okay?
Henry asked Devin and me. We exchanged a glance. Yeah, I replied. We're okay.
Unless I don't get reinstated, I'm sure Nina is not gonna want to date a college dropout.
If that happened, we'd figure it out, I responded. Together. Chapter 24. Nina. Henry, Sydney, and I all sat around one of the tables in the foyer of the admin building. Dean Kale'i's assistant had called Devin up about 20 minutes prior to his probationary hearing, and all that was left was to wait and hear the verdict. I was so nervous that I thought I was going to puke, and even though Sydney was doing her best to keep a steady conversation going to keep us distracted, my leg was bouncing nervously, and so was Henry's.
Isn't it cute, Nina?
Sydney asked, showing me pictures of the apartment she and Henry had picked out. I looked at the current picture. A nice, spacious living room with a door leading out to a deck.
I'm gonna put a cute table and chairs on the deck, so that way we can sit out there and have coffee in the mornings. Oh, and it faces Coraway Park, so we'll have a perfect view of their fireworks on the 4th of July. You and Devin can come over, and we can drink and play games and watch the fireworks. Doesn't that sound fun?
It does, I said. She looked over at Henry.
Oh, sweetie, tell her what you were saying to me about your idea for a housewarming party. The fill your fridge thing?
Henry was nearly as distracted as I was.
Huh? Oh, yeah. My aunt did it when she got her new house. Instead of housewarming gifts that you'll never use, like towels and rugs and stuff, you do a fill my fridge theme. And everyone brings stuff to fill your fridge. Like grocery shopping, but it's cheaper for the guests. And it is stuff you'll actually use.
Isn't that an amazing idea?
Sydney asked me. I nodded. It's a great idea, Sid. Can't wait. Sydney put her hands in the air in frustration.
Okay, I tried. You two are stressing me out, and you both know how hard it is to stress me out.
Sorry, Henry and I both said in unison.
No, you guys don't owe me an apology. Just try not to dwell on it. There's nothing we can do about it except wait and see what happens.
She clapped her hands.
How about this? You both have questions you've always wanted answers to. Right now, no holds barred. I'll answer any question you ask.
Did you give your number to that guy at the bar back when we first started dating?
Henry asked instantly. Sydney dropped her jaw.
I knew you didn't let that go.
You said you'd answer the question.
Sydney and Henry stared at each other for a minute, until Sydney turned to me.
And what is your wish, little girl?
I fucking knew it.
Henry grumbled. Who did you expect to come to our room last night? I asked. Sydney took a deep breath, and her cheeks puffed out as she let out a long, slow hiss.
Wow. I didn't think you guys were gonna ask such difficult questions.
Nina?
I looked to my right, and Kai was standing above me, looking down at me with the most pain and anguish in his eyes than I'd ever seen before.
Hey.
Kai! Hi, I replied.
Can I, talk to you for a second?
I was truly torn. After our history, I didn't think I had much left to say to him. But the look on his face plucked at my heartstrings. Okay. I stood up and followed Kai a few feet away from the table. He tried and failed a few times to start a sentence, fidgeting with his backpack strap and the hem of his shirt, and anything he could get his hands on. Finally, he took a deep breath.
I'm sure Sydney told you all about the role I played in this mess you are all in.
I looked over my shoulder at Sydney, who was watching intently, but immediately looked away when we locked eyes. I looked back at Kai and shook my head. No, she didn't. This is your fault?
Fuck.
Kai grumbled.
Look, just tell her to play the tape for you. In any event, there's something I need to tell you, and I've been practicing it for like damn near 24 hours straight. So, please let me get all the way through it before you say anything. Okay?
Okay. Kai looked right into my eyes, and deep inside me, the young teenage girl that had had a crush on him perked up. The feelings I had for Kai were residual and fading, but I couldn't deny what had been left after so long.
I'm in love with you,
Kai said. My brain imploded. What?
Yeah, I know. That's kind of crazy to hear after the way I've acted. I was listening to Taylor, and I don't mean it like an excuse. I should have talked to you first, but she was telling me that you're just a player, and I saw the way you were with Devin. I thought maybe it was actually true.
He sighed.
I've always liked you. I wanted to ask you out the first time I saw you, but Taylor realized that you liked me too and interfered. Again, I'm not trying to make excuses. I tried to keep myself from developing any feelings for you. But you're great. No matter how much I tried, I found myself drawn to you, always flirting with you and wanting to be near you. I mean, you felt that too, right?
I couldn't lie. I did.
Yeah, see?
He shook his head.
How I acted at Newsem was disgusting. I never should have pressured you like that. But I panicked. I thought you were with Devin, and I felt like I was losing you. I don't just want to sleep with you, Nina. I want to do everything. I want to go out on dates and bring you to meet my parents. I've always dreamed of bringing you back home to Hawaii. There's a Disney resort there. You love Disney.
I nodded. I do love Disney.
You'd love it there. It's perfect for relaxing and reading.
Kai grabbed my hand.
I know that you're with Devin, but I also know that's new. And you and I have all this history. I want to be with you, Nina. And I'll wait as long as I have to for the sex part. I deserve it after how I acted. I love you.
There was an internal battle going on between the teenager I used to be and the person I'd grown into. I thought about every time I pined after Kai or dreamt about him. Every time I shut down someone who tried to start something with me because I wanted to be available for him, or all the hoops that I'd jumped through for chances to be near him. I'd battled through hell to be with Kai. And now, here he was, saying the words that I'd always dreamt of him saying. I'd always wanted to be with Kai. And now, I finally had a chance. Only, I didn't want it anymore. I said a silent apology to my 14-year-old self and slowly pulled my hand from Kai. I would say I'm sorry, but I'm not. You hurt me, not just at Newsome, but a lot over the last few years. If you'd said that stuff to me even a month ago, my answer might be different. But I'm in love with someone else. Kai dropped his head for a moment before looking back up at me.
I'm never gonna stop hoping that things change. And if they do, I'll be right here.
Don't hold your breath, I replied, and it felt amazing. The only thing I felt from Kai's confession was an excitement that I could finally close the Kai chapter in my journal. Bye. I turned around, and Devin was standing right behind me. Hi. He had a blinding smile on his face.
I was eavesdropping. Not sorry.
So, I guess you heard then, I said. You're stuck with me. He shrugged.
I'll have tons of time this year to get over it.
My jaw dropped. Yeah?
I'm a Presper student once again. Both Kai and his dad can go suck it.
Hell yeah! I jumped into Devin's arms, and he lifted me off the ground as he kissed me. I love you. He rubbed a thumb over my cheek.
I love you.
If things hadn't gone well for Devin, I would have stuck around regardless. But I couldn't help but be elated that I'd get to spend the rest of the school year with my no longer fake boyfriend. This has been Fake Roommate, written by Rebel Hart, narrated by Selena Saucedo and Roman Howell for HG Productions. Copyright 2020 by Rebel Hart.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.